Education Effectiveness Committee in the next 3 minutes.
Good morning. How are you? You good?
How's everything going?
For some reason, I forget.
I would like to call the Educators Effectiveness Committee to order. May I have the roll call, please?
Ms. Beebe?
Present.
Ms. Beebe's present. Mr. Bennett? Mr. Bennett's absent. Ms. Bofi? Ms. Bofi's absent. Ms. Bradford?
Here.
Ms. Bradford's present. Ms. Dastu? Ms. Dastu's absent. Mr. Garvey? Mr. Garvey absent. Mr. Gill? Present. Mr. Gill present. Ms. Hill?
Present.
Ms. Hill's present. Mr. Lee?
Here.
Mr. Lee present. Mr. Orange Jones? Ms. Orange Jones absent. Mr. Romer? Here. Mr. Romer present. We have a quorum.
Thank you. Let's begin with the first item on the agenda, please.
Your consent agenda is ready for approval.
Move approval.
I'll second that. I do have, just for information, a question on item 2.1.
Okay.
But it really is not, in fact, I can ask staff later, no big deal, so I'll move approval.
Okay. The motion was approved by Ms. Bradford, second by Mr. Romer. Is there any discussion about this item?
I do have a question somewhere. Well, don't see it now, so I'll forget it.
Okay. Is there anyone opposed to the motion?
Ms. Hill, I did want to offer a comment,
Okay,
if I may.
sorry. Ms. Hill.
Well, first of all, I want to thank the certification department staff for putting this information together. And I've read over this maybe a couple of days ago, and if I recall, there was some information maybe lacking in the most recent survey or compilation of information regarding that. We're discussing the reasons for attrition, teacher attrition. Do we have a member of staff present that could address it?
I'm happy to take your questions and if necessary refer them.
Yes, well it said, basically gave the reasons why teachers leave, and I thought there was a reference made to the fact that perhaps some districts are not providing the information, or perhaps those who are exiting are not completing the exit forms.
I think that's what it referred to, that there was a low survey output, input.
Okay, and is there any way, I mean, can we maybe strengthen that process to increase the number of responses?
Well, I think that's what the district support teams are going to do. That's what it said.
Okay. Well then, Ms. Bradford has addressed my question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Is there anyone opposed to the motion? Motion carries. Next item, please.
The next item is item 3.1 on page 5, consideration of approval of certification-only alternate programs at Louisiana College. The recommendation is to approve.
Do I have a motion to approve?
Move approval.
Motion approved by Ms. Beebe, second by Mr. Lee. Is there any discussion?
I do have a question, not about Louisiana College, because they're offering, that is a university or a college that's offering certification, but on page 6, it says that this could be offered by non-university providers. Now, I needed to know who can offer teacher certification. I thought it had to be a university.
I think, Mr. Lee, there are some longstanding programs like that run by the New Teacher Project in Louisiana that ultimately offer certification but are not done through a university, through an alternate certification.
Do we have that happening?
We do, and I believe that program has been in existence for 13 years, maybe 12 years.
I'm just not familiar with it.
Actually, and I think the results on the comparative value added have been very favorable on that program.
Are they college graduates?
Yes, I think every graduate every member at least has a bachelor's, and it's a very selective program. I believe a roughly 10% admissions rate, 10 to 20% admissions rate in terms of entrance into the program.
So is it something similar to Teach for America?
It is, except it operates primarily for those who, for whatever reason, chose not to do either an education school or Teach for America. It oftentimes is mid-career professionals who are making that switch, but I think similarly to Teach for America, it serves principally in either areas that are hard to staff because of the nature of the school, or that are hard to staff because of the nature of the license area.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, well, then I have a follow-up comment. Mr. White, would this also, I'm going to name one if I may, the Louisiana Resource Center for Educators. I think there is an alternate certification program, but it's my understanding that they do have staff, professors who provide coursework. Of course, it's not through the traditional approach per se, but there are contact hours, and they go through a training, a program. There is a structured program.
Yes, and you're right, and there are requirements around the program that mirror those requirements that an institution of higher education would have to follow.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. I was familiar with that. Yeah.
Okay, is there anyone opposed to the motion? If not, motion carried. Next item, please.
Your next item is item 4.1 on page 7, consideration of the standards for professional learning. The recommendation is to receive the report and retain this item for the December 2012 Educator Effectiveness Committee meeting.
Board members, we have two recommendations. May I first have a motion to receive the report?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Lee, second by Ms. Beebe. Is there any discussion about this item? Okay, now we have a presentation from the Project Director of Education Research and Evaluation at the PCARD Center for the Child Development Life Learning Center.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Thank you for asking Learning Forward Louisiana here to speak with you all about Learning Forward Standards for Professional Learning. Learning Forward is the new name for the National Staff Development Council. It's the international nonprofit association for learning educators. And here in Louisiana, yes?
I'm sorry, can you please state your name?
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Holly Howitt. I'm the president-elect of Learning Forward Louisiana, and I'm also a project director at the University of Louisiana at Lafayette's PCARD Center.
Thank you.
Sure. Like I was saying, here in Louisiana, the local affiliate of Learning Forward has been active since 1996. We offer multiple professional learning opportunities for the state's educators throughout the year. And I believe they're passing out some copies of the Learning Forward Standards for Professional Learning. These standards were updated in late 2011, and they're evidence-based best practices for professional learning. which is also sometimes called professional development, staff development, continuing education, teacher in service. These standards align with every education stakeholder's desire to improve educational practice and student results. These standards provide guidance to professional learning coordinators, professional learning designers, and education policymakers. They provide a framework for educators to evaluate the professional learning in which they engage. And with statewide implementation of the Compass teacher evaluation, the need for professional learning is high. While effective teachers need continual professional learning opportunities to improve their knowledge and skills, teachers with less effective ratings have a more intense need for professional learning that will lead to improved student learning. And as I said earlier, these standards provide a framework for meeting the professional needs of all educators. Because of the limited time this morning, I will not go over each standard individually. Taken together, however, these standards provide a structure for developing high-quality, sustainable, effective professional learning. And you can refer to the standards books you've been given at your leisure. Additionally, you may want to visit learningforward.org for additional free resources, and this book may be downloaded for free from the website. Until quite recently, professional development consisted on finding the best expert you could afford and then have them fly in and tell you how you and your staff could fix whatever problem you had. Examples may have been the 8 essential steps to RTI, the 5 phases of phonics teaching, or math instruction made easy. In short, you hired a sage on the stage for a sit and get experience, usually not very effective in creating improved instructional practices or student outcomes. More realistic, hands-on, job-embedded, customized professional learning is becoming more the norm in the 21st century. The model is more like a guide on the side, someone either internal or external to the district to work with you and your staff on focusing on improving professional practices that positively impact student learning. The key difference is that professional learning is no longer a cookie-cutter, one-size-fits-all approach. Effective professional learning requires leadership, an understanding of learning design, effective use of data and resources, and this professional learning must be implemented within and through learning communities with outcomes in mind. Learning Forward Louisiana asked the Board of Elementary and Secondary Education and the Department of Education to adopt these standards as a means of ensuring that Louisiana's educators participate in the effective professional learning experiences they need to succeed in teaching students. We look forward to your commitment to best practice professional learning in Louisiana. Thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment? We have Ms. Mercedes Sneisner from the St. Tammany School. Yes, you may. You have 3 minutes.
What I have here, folks, does apply to evaluation in Louisiana. I have 3 minutes, so if you'll bear with me, I'll hand this out to the board members. What I have is, I have data from the pilot study, which was submitted in February 2011 by George Knoll. I didn't take the whole 25-page document. What I did is I took several pages of it. The rankings, the stability of the teacher ranking system, what this is based on is LEAP and iLEAP scores, and it is a test, so to speak, of the stability.
Give me 1 second. Are you, the P-Card Center, you guys have any questions for us?
No.
Okay.
I have some questions for them.
Okay,
if
we're
they'll
going to ask
stay at the
questions
table.
after the public comment.
Okay.
Okay, well, Ms. Mercedes, the comment that you're making, is it pertaining to this particular item?
Yes, it does. It's to the instability of the evaluation, the Compass evaluation, a value-added model based upon the pilot study data. I think that's pretty
Madam
pertinent.
Chairman, if I could just submit the comments as I understood it, that if there's an item in front of the board for consideration with respect to the Compass system, then that's it's perfectly valid for someone to have public comment on it. However, this is about a set of teaching standards that are not explicitly part of the Compass system. This is not a presentation about the Compass system. It's not a presentation about value added.
Ms. Beebe, should I go the route of getting on the agenda for next month for this, as you suggested?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mercedes. We have another public comment by Ms. Lee Barrios.
Hi, Lee Barrios, a retired teacher from St. Tammany. my concern with this Learning Forward program, I really had some questions that I'd like to get answered about it. First of all, the problem I see with this, is this going to replace all professional development that's designed by and for the districts and the teachers and the schools themselves? And because I know it's largely funded by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. It's been adopted in several other states. My understanding is that it's to put forward the new Common Core standards that we've adopted, which of course makes sense. And then how much is it going to cost? But my major concern is it a standard program that's going to be required by all the districts as opposed to their own designed professional development?
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Barrio. Do we have any?
Just in response, this is just a report, I believe, that was put on the agenda so that the board could be edified as to this particular program. There is not a planned expenditure. There's not a plan for the state necessarily to adopt what's here. So there has been no plan put forward for any amount of money or something to be spent on it. I believe we're just hearing a report.
That's correct. I was instrumental in making sure that we were listening to the presentation here because I believe in professional learning and what it has to offer our teachers. And so I anticipate that in December we'll consider endorsing these as a board, that it will not require districts to make great changes to the things that they're doing in professional learning, but that it will have districts pay attention to the way that the professional learning that is going on in their schools impact the teachers. And so I do appreciate you for making the presentation today. I do, Dr. Howitt, want to make a note of clarification. In some of the research that I was doing, there was something that made me believe that people would have to pay for the standards. Can you help us with that issue?
Sure. First, I'd just like to say this is not a program. This is not a curriculum that you open up and read something. These are standards or guidelines for someone when they're developing or deciding, should I go with professional development expert A or professional development expert B? This is a guide that will help districts, schools, teachers choose professional development that meets their needs. Second, this is available free of charge on the website. You can download it. If you do want a printed bound copy, it is available for a nominal charge. Additionally, at learningforward.org, there is a host of free resources to help educators and school administrators, district administrators plan and deliver a quality professional development.
Madam Chair.
Can I speak?
You have another question?
Well, I would like to let the board know that the reason that I'm hopeful that we'll endorse these in December is because as I'm visiting schools and talking to principals, I see that the principals are eager to support their teachers in becoming more effective, and that this would be a tool that principals could use to make sure that that happens.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Lee?
I'm assuming you just explained this. That's on page 11 in the bottom right-hand corner where it says $16 for members and $20 for non-members. That's for a printed copy?
Yes, that is for a printed copy. You can download a copy for free at learningforward.org. It downloads as a PDF, and you can print it out or just keep a file on your computer.
But you're not selling the...
No, we at Learning Forward, the local Learning Forward Louisiana local affiliate, we do not sell them. We can offer them to people that they want to purchase a bound copy of these, but we don't sell it. We don't get any of the money for that.
Ms. Beebe?
Yes, I just want to piggyback what Ms. Bovee said. I'm a strong advocate for strong professional development program and professional learning programs, and I see these as best practices, and I think these are certainly those components that we need to ensure when we develop professional learning activities that we would incorporate. I do understand Ms. Barrio's concern, the cost involved, and if there is a price tag associated with or a mandate per se. But certainly I see these as best practices moving forward. And as I have done research of other countries and the fact that they more or less encourage job-embedded professional learning. And I certainly see when you look at professional learning communities, you look at leadership development and making sure that you have available resources. All of these things are certainly important to effective professional learning activities. So I certainly thank you for your report.
Thank
Ms. Hill,
you.
I have a question.
Okay. Mr. Romer?
Are there any districts currently utilizing this, or schools in Louisiana that you know have reached out to your organization to get these materials at this point, or are you really just introducing it to this area?
I believe that on our Learning Forward board, we have members from Allen Parish, from East Baton Rouge, and from Lafayette Parish, and I know those parishes use these standards already in designing and implementing professional learning. I am not sure. We haven't done a study with all 69 districts.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Romer, if I could introduce myself. I'm Danielle Babineau. I'm an instructional strategist in Lafayette Parish at an elementary school. So my job is to provide some of that job-embedded professional development. I'm also on the Learning Forward Board of Directors. Therefore, as I plan professional development and learning for teachers, this provides me with a framework for the things that I should consider when providing quality professional learning to teachers. So as well as other colleagues in my district, we are starting to make sure that we're providing what teachers need based on this framework.
And has it impacted the way you think about doing the professional development? And it means that you feel like you're more prepared or making different decisions because of the information?
Absolutely. One of the biggest components is making sure that we're making data-driven decisions. And I know that the BESE board has been a champion in making sure that we're increasing student achievement. So when I look at what I'm going to provide this week or this month to teachers, I'm making sure that it's based on data, that I have the resources to support them to achieve those rigorous goals.
And is it changing? It was described earlier that a lot of professional development historically has been bring in the expert from out of town and we'll fill the audience and everybody will listen. I mean, has it impacted that to where you're really bringing it more down to the classroom and using it as a tool, interactive tool?
Absolutely. It's extremely cost effective, especially when teachers want to see best practice. I, as the instructional strategist, can say that's happening right next door. Why don't we get someone to cover your class so you can see what's happening in the classroom on the side of you with students very similar to your own.
Good. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, board members, are there any more questions? We have a motion on the floor to receive this item. Anyone would like to approve to receive this item?
Are we going to receive and retain?
Yes.
Okay.
We have a motion to receive and retain this item. So,
You need a second?
yes.
Second, please. You have a second, okay.
Okay, we have a second. Okay, well, the motion carried.
Thank you.
Next item, please.
The next item is item 5.1 on page 12, consideration of a records review regarding the issuance of a Louisiana teaching certificate appropriate to the credentials of Mr. Stanley Roy Green. We need a recommendation from the board to grant or deny issuance of a Louisiana teaching certificate.
Okay, do I have a motion to grant or deny?
I'll make a motion to deny.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Ms. Shan, would you like to?
Neither of the two individuals on the agenda will be present today. They will not be here today.
Okay. So we have a motion on the floor to deny by Ms. Dastu, second by Mr. Gio. Ms. Beebe?
I just wanted to ask, are we addressing just one individual or both?
Just one individual?
Just one, okay.
Yes. Okay, motion carried. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, Ms. Buffy?
I see in the backup, and correct me if I'm wrong, but that the letters of recommendation are coming from out of state.
Currently, Mr. Green is employed out of state, and that's why he couldn't be here today, because he works at a charter school out of state. And if this is indeed revoked, then his certificate, out-of-state certificate, will be invalid as well.
Thank you.
Okay, is there anyone like to oppose this motion? Motion carried. Next item, please.
The next item is item 5.2, consideration of a records review regarding the issuance of a Louisiana teaching certificate appropriate to the credentials of Ms. Adrienne Franklin. We need a recommendation from the board to grant or deny issuance of a Louisiana teaching certificate.
Okay, do I have a motion to grant or deny?
I move that we deny.
Mr. Lee moves that we deny. Second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Dastu. Any discussion?
Ms. Hill,
Yes, Ms. Phoebe?
I did note in this particular record that there was an expungement, as I understand it. And I know from past performance or past action, we did make exceptions and we did approve because of the appeal that, they made poor choices in the past and that they've since rehabilitated themselves and so forth. I'm just somewhat concerned about the inconsistency, but yet it would have been more effective if the individuals would have come forward to appeal directly. And that's the only concern. I like to be consistent in my actions, and I know last month I did approve some, and basically similar situations, but yet they were here face to face to make the appeal, and so I'm just somewhat torn on this particular
Ms. Franklin did call in and say that she would not be able to attend, and I stressed the importance of her testimony at the records review, and that was her decision.
But I am correct in my understanding that the record has been expunged?
It has, but I think what the board does is take these cases on an individual basis, and obviously testimony would have helped in her plea.
Do we know if this individual, do we know if this individual is currently employed?
No, ma'am, she's not.
She's not? Okay. And this is the one that has been 20 years since there has been an issue? Okay.
Is there a motion in a second?
Yes, a motion on the floor to deny.
Well, I'd like to make a substitute motion to approve.
Okay, so Ms. Beebe would like to make a substitute motion to approve. Would anyone, to grant?
I'll second that.
Mr. Gill would like to second it. Mr. Romer, you had?
Yeah, I have a question. Did she discuss any reason why she's not here today?
She said her nerves were bad, and that this would be very stressful for her.
I would really wish you would be here. It was somewhat of a compelling letter, quite frankly, but it really disturbs me that she's not here today. It makes it very difficult for me to support granting this certificate under those circumstances.
And I think another consideration would be that there was only one letter of recommendation included in the backup, which I also expressed was a concern.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we have a substitute motion by Ms. Beebe to grant, second by Mr. Giott.
Madam Chair?
Is there any opposition?
No.
Mr. Lee?
No.
No, can't we discuss this substitute motion? Okay. Yeah.
Any discussion?
Yes.
Mr. Lee?
She wrote a very passionate letter, and I think that's good, and I think things can happen to everybody and anybody. But I think we got to think about role models for students. That's really what we're about. And in this case, as I appreciate it, she was arrested 20 different times. To me, that just doesn't speak too well for a role model. And therefore, I'm opposed to substitute motion.
Ms. Parker? I'm sorry, Ms. Buffy. Go ahead.
Mr. Lee, I understand that being a concern. It definitely caught my attention as I was reading this. I keep going back to the fact that it was 20 years ago. And like everyone else on the board, I wish this individual was here right now. I think that would help us a whole lot.
Okay, Mr. Romer?
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm going to oppose the substitute motion as well. The lack of the recommendations, along with the fact that they didn't appear here today, really gives me second thoughts as to whether we should grant a certificate. And in this instance, I'm going to oppose the motion.
So the motion to grant, I'm sorry. We have-
No, I was just letting
he
it
was
be
just-
known
we
that I was
don't
going to
know.
oppose it.
So now we'd like to do a roll call vote for the substitute motion. Ms. Okay, Ms. Orange Jones?
Yeah, I just want to agree with what some board members have said about the fact that it would have been good for her to be here. I think that I would have appreciated her testimony, particularly because there were many nuances in her letter. I do think it's possible to be a role model in the last 20 years, having turned your life around substantially, and in many ways that could be a substantial model for our kids. I think it's very unfortunate that she didn't come here today.
Madam Chairman, since everybody else has spoken, I'm going to also oppose the substitute motion, but I don't think that today's action, however, if we don't grant, if we deny, precludes her from making another application and coming before the board. So she will have the opportunity, if she wants, to do this in the future.
Ms. Beebe?
Do we have a time frame if we, let's say it's voted down where we don't grant her the appeal request? Does she have to wait another year?
Actually, the board just revised policy, and she will not be able to come before the board.
Oh, I'm
again.
sorry.
Her
I was
only-
wrong. Next time, correct me, Jan.
I was going to after.
You can do it publicly.
She can actually do it in a court of law, though. She can.
That's correct. We changed our policy.
Yes.
Okay, so the substitute motion to grant has failed, so.
Wait, you hadn't voted.
I'm sorry.
You got to ask for the vote.
Can we vote, please? Everyone in favor, say aye.
I thought we were doing a roll call.
We're voting on the substitute motion to deny.
To deny.
To grant.
No,
I'm
no,
sorry,
to grant.
To grant.
To grant. We're voting on the
Ms. Beebe's
substitute
motion.
motion to grant. Ms. Beebe, you have a question?
No, I thought we were going to do the roll call. I asked for a roll call.
Okay, so can we have a roll call vote? Ms.
I'm
Johnson?
sorry, one more question, just as context for, we're curious why these cases are coming forth now, if you might be able to provide a little bit more context.
Okay. The board last August revoked these certificates because they had applied for jobs in districts which alerted the LDE that there were felony convictions which weren't disclosed on their certificates that were issued previously. So last August, the board revoked these certificates, and we explained to them that they could come back in October and apply for reissuance, and that is what they're doing now.
Did we make sure that these forms were going to be updated to where the person who fills it out knows for sure?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
And when might that start appearing before us?
It's
And so we're
currently
not
being-
dealing with this, okay.
Yeah.
Ms. Shan, I have a question before we continue. Can we defer this item until next month to allow the individual to come and speak on behalf of the item?
I think she had a
calling
chance to
for a
come this
question.
time.
I'm sorry?
I'm calling for question. I'm ready to vote.
Okay.
You could, but she is aware.
Okay.
That she was aware. I stressed it wholeheartedly that it really makes a difference when the individual testifies.
Okay. Okay, so now we'll just vote on our substitute motion. Roll call vote, Ms. Abby, please.
Ms. Beebe?
Yes.
Ms. Beebe votes yes. Ms. Bofi?
You're calling for a roll call vote?
I know, I'm thinking.
Oh.
We'll come back to you.
Thank you.
Ms. Bradford?
No.
Mr. Garvey?
No.
Mr. Gill?
Yes.
Ms. Orange Jones?
No.
Mr. Lee?
No.
Mr. Romer?
No.
Ms. Dastu?
No.
Ms. Bofi?
I can say yes.
3 yes and 6 no. Motion passed to deny. It failed, I'm sorry. The motion failed. So we're going to
Okay.
go with the
Now we're going to
deny.
go to the original motion to deny. Everyone in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those not nay. Okay. The motion carries.
Okay.
Next, this concludes the agenda for this morning. May I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Ms. Bradford, second.
Second.
Second by Ms. Dastu. Thank you.
The Academic Goals and Instructional Improvement Committee will begin in 5 minutes.
Please take your seats.
Oh, excuse me, we're an academic help. Seriously.
Can we have roll call, please?
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Beebe? Ms. Beebe is present. Mr. Bennett?
Excuse me a minute. Audience, if you'll please take your seats, we're going to get started. Thank you.
Okay, let's start again. Ms. Beebe? Ms. Beebe is present. Mr. Bennett? Mr. Bennett is absent. Ms. Bophy?
Present.
Ms. Bophy is present. Ms. Bradford?
Here.
Ms. Bradford is present. Ms. Dastug? Ms. Dastug is present. Mr. Garvey? Mr. Garvey is present. Mr. Gio?
Present.
Mr. Gio is present. Ms. Hill?
Present.
Ms. Hill is present. Mr. Lee? Mr. Lee is present. Ms. Orange Jones?
Present.
Ms. Orange Jones is present. Mr. Romer? Mr. Romer is present. You have a quorum.
First item.
Your consent agenda is ready for approval, adding items 3.1, 3.2, 3.3, 5.1, 5.2, and 6.1.
I move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
Any discussion? Any opposition? Motion carries. Next item.
Your next item on the agenda is on page 13, item 4.1, consideration of the expanded learning service providers request for applications. The department recommendation is to approve.
Do you have a motion?
So moved.
Second? Any discussion?
I have a question.
Mr. Romer?
I'm not certain who, if someone's here to address this item, and I admit that I'm probably going to bring in more than one issue here, but I'm curious as to, there were a couple items regarding the application, and it talked about choosing high-performing providers, and then there was an application that people were to submit, and I was glad to see that there was, at the end, a narrative section where people were to talk about the program. I'm curious as to how well do we feel we actually evaluate these programs, and at the same time, I'm also curious at looking at 21st Century Grant providers. Again, I know I'm probably crossing paths here, but it seems to all be relatively the same thing, which is an opportunity to provide additional learning after school hours. How well do we do evaluating the effectiveness of programs?
Well, we are using a statistical model that allows us to basically compare students in similar situations to look at their performance, those who did engage, meaning of similar profiles, those who did engage in the program and those who did not, to show effect size of the program.
So, that's good. So if one program chooses to take on the most difficult of challenges versus one that perhaps, and I don't know if that's a fair, characterization or not, does our evaluation of them take that into consideration?
Yes, it captures the effect size, not the absolute performance level.
Okay. All right, good. Thank you.
Any other questions? Ms. Phoebe?
Yes, I guess this question, I'm going to direct it to Superintendent White. The application deadline is November 2nd, and here we are, October 16th. And does that give the individual groups sufficient time? Because I know the application is quite extensive.
I believe that they are aware that the application has to be completed. Stephen Osborne, Assistant Superintendent of Student Programs, can speak to the logistics on the application.
Yes, we've spoken with several of the providers who've been asking questions about this since we've had our waiver application approved. So folks are aware of this and should have the information available. We've had folks also do outreach to us. We've done outreach as well to groups who formerly provided SES services.
We've done significant communication in anticipation of this this process being enacted.
So you are quite confident that you've done enough in the way of communicating the application process so that we're not excluding anyone who may be interested. I would not want them to say, well, the department didn't allow me adequate time to complete the
Yes, and I think, Ms. Beebe, if a group feels like they need assistance in completing the application, we're more than open door policy in terms of wanting to help them. And if someone has an issue, they're more than welcome to send me an email, and I'm happy to understand what the issue is. But we think we've provided notice and that the application is simple enough such that they should have time to complete it. Thank you, Stephen.
I have a question.
Ms.
Two
Hill?
questions. One of the questions is, what is the financial budget for this program? Maybe some directed to Superintendent White?
Remembering that this is a district program, all we're doing here is authorizing specific groups to have these monies spent on them. So this would have to be districts choosing to participate. Thus, there isn't a budget for the program because this really would be districts saying we want to purchase these services.
And as far as the communication piece, what media exposure did we notify the public? Like, what communication did we do via email? Was there a public announcement made in reference to those providers that are interested in participating in this program?
You mean, was there a request for application that was posted?
Yes.
Okay. Stephen, why don't we talk through that?
We have not formally posted anything for this proposal specifically. What we have done is a lot of outreach to the former SES providers, because this program, as a part of our waiver application, is taking the place of the SES provider functions, is that we have done a lot of outreach with them since the waiver has been approved to notify them of the next steps that they would need to be able to do to be able to contract with RF schools.
In other words, this is not a procurement process in that the state is not itself issuing contracts. If a local district is to enter into a contract, they would go through their contracting process. But we have advised such providers that this process is going forward. They've been given significant time notice of that. And once this is completed, we will obviously return notice to them that this process, if the board approves it, has been completed. Thank you.
Okay, well, one of the things that I like, because when I did research on other states that provide programs similar to this, and as far as their media exposure, they make sure that the public, where they do maybe public notification, just to give others opportunity. I understand that we did it this way this time, but maybe next year we can look into making sure that the information is being exposed to everyone, giving everyone the opportunity to at least apply or not.
Sure. I actually think that this process will, and I should have said this at the outset, will yield greater transparency, in that what this will yield is essentially a list of those programs that are actually adding a lot of academic progress to our kids. And that list having not existed before, I think the public would be a little bit in the dark about what exactly is the quality of this provider versus that. So this is intended to produce a list of providers who themselves are really doing well academically for the first time. It's an attempt to be more transparent.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Hill. And Mr. Lee, and then Ms. Buggy.
I'm very pleased to see that there's been a reassessment of this service, because I don't think it's worked very well in the past. But some of the question I would still have that I hope will be addressed in this process. It was competitive, but the school itself did not have a voice in it, nor the school system. It was strictly whichever company could sell their services to the parent. And that's the company that was selected, and then I did not think they provided the services well at all. To me, it was just a waste of money, and I hope that some of that's covered so that the school can either, or school system can decide if they will be selected or not selected and have a voice in what kind of services they provide. I just didn't think it worked well before.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Ms. Betty. That relates to my question about whether or not the districts will have to go with the state list. I guess my question is, are we providing a service to the districts by identifying people who have higher quality services, or are we creating a level of bureaucracy that the districts will not be able to select certain providers if they're not on the specific list?
Well, I would say neither. We are providing a list with no bureaucracy that the districts will have to select from. I think it's fair to say that there was no transparency either for parents or for districts as to where there was academic value being provided. And as Superintendent Lee said, the providers, as many of us know, would basically just market directly to parents with no dialogue about quality because their dollars weren't attached to quality, unlike our letter grade system, unlike our employee system. So this is really just an attempt to bring this really relatively large dollar stream in line with our other values, which is where we use public dollars, we have transparency around information on performance. But it won't cause any additional layer of process. In fact, one thing we probably should have mentioned is that this is not a required thing for a district or a school to do. It used to be, but it's no longer. We are requiring that where there are F schools, there be school choice. But we're not requiring they provide this service. They may, but we're not requiring it.
Any other questions or comments?
Hearing none, we'll vote on the motion on the floor. Any opposition? Motion carries.
Next item is 7.1 on page 61. Consideration of revisions to Bulletin 111, Louisiana School District and State Accountability System regarding updates to the accountability system. Department recommendation is to approve as a notice of intent.
We need a motion.
I move to approve as notice of intent.
I'll second that, but there needs to be an amendment to one of the items that I think we worded incorrectly. We should have added on page 64 under section 613 under dual enrollment or AP score of 1 or 2 or IB score of 1, 2, or 3. I think we should have added the word when the corresponding course is passed.
That's correct. Do you accept that, Ms.
Yes.
Destig? And so that's your second as well. Board members, you did receive this on a separate sheet prior to this committee meeting. Any other questions or comments?
And I can, if anybody has a question about that, the point is, does anybody have a question? We're adding that, we're making sure, we're giving bonus for taking the AP course, but you have to pass it as well. And it left out the part about passing the AP course. So that's all that amendment does.
Any other questions or comments? All right, Mr. Garvey and then Ms. Beebe.
Okay, this is a question for the staff. Who's representing this issue? Bridget?
I can speak to it, and if
Okay.
we need to call someone.
Several of us, as I understand it, got a call from Representative Katrina Jackson within the last day or so. One of her complaints being that she thought that these changes in these rules were unannounced until this past week or within the last few days. And I thought that we had announced these some long time ago. Can you correct me on this?
Sure. And perhaps I can, in answering Mr. Garvey's question, I can just frame what the board has in front of it today. The changes that are brought today are not fundamental changes to the school accountability system. They are mechanical tweaks that are being made in response to primarily school district suggestions about some of the things that we should change. They are not, for example, questions about should the ACT or advanced placement be considerations in our accountability system. They are not considerations regarding whether or not students who don't score basic should be given points in our system, nor about whether or not there should be a bonus for schools that make large levels of progress with low-performing kids. All of those questions were resolved and voted on by this board in June. They were first presented publicly in March and April, Mr. Garvey, in connection with the waiver request. And so what I understand of Representative Jackson's concerns, with whom we've been in touch also, has more to do with some of those fundamental decisions that this board has already made and that are now enshrined in federal law as part of our federal accountability system here in Louisiana. The changes that the board has in front of it today are what I would call mechanical tweaks, meaning it's not about the large framework of the accountability system. It's about within that, when you make various calculations, how should those calculations be made? And part of the reason that the board passed this policy last June, but that it won't take effect until, and I think this is an important point, until October of 2013. In other words, letter grades and school performance scores are awarded, say, 5 months after tests are taken and kids graduate. These changes will not be made until the letter grade is awarded in the fall of 2013. So we're talking some time away. So the board passed this policy essentially 15 to 16 months before its implementation. Part of the reason for doing that, to Mr. Garvey's question, is that you then have a lot of time to work with districts and others on these mechanical tweaks. And that's just going to happen over time. We have spoken with the Superintendent's Advisory Committee. We've spoken with the Committee of Practitioners as required by federal law and others to engage them in a discussion about what kind of mechanical tweaks need to be made. And you see that the tweaks here are really in the following areas. Number one, you see 3 adjustments to just issues of calculation, literally just tweaking the scale slightly. These things are in the bulletin, but they are more issues of computation than they are large policy shifts. 2, in connection with the ACT, wanting to grant students the ability to have their ACT score count through their senior year, not just through their junior year. A lot of districts and principals supported the idea that kids actually make dramatic improvement, many of them after junior year, not just in junior year, but after junior year. 3rd, how do we give points for 5th-year graduates? Right now, a 5th-year graduate is awarded a relatively low level of points. Obviously, none of us hope for a student to take 5 years to graduate from high school. But what happens if that student achieves the highest level of mastery? And that happens. I know it sounds like it doesn't happen, but actually there are students that, say, gain no credits in their freshman year, then they really catch up. Maybe they go to another school or whatever it is. Well, they might take 5 years to graduate, but they achieve at very high levels. So how do we give points to them? And then 4th, an issue that's a difficult one, but about how do you give points for a school that is a grade 6 through 12 school, where you have a student that gets a credit in middle school for a high school end of course exam. Should that count in the elementary school? Should it count in the high school? Finally, a question of when students transfer. And I would point the board to this one as probably the largest of the shifts, I would say. The question is, when a student's tests count for a given school. And right now, and I'm not talking about when the student comes from a different district, but if a student within a given district transfers from one school to the next, if a student takes a test on April 15th and that student transferred on April 14th, it counts at the school where the student took the test. And we realized in conversations with superintendents and others that that doesn't really create an incentive for a couple of things. Number one, it doesn't really serve well the school that has only had that student for a matter of days and weeks. It's not really a fair representation of their effort. And two, it creates a misalignment with money such that you can have the money to educate a child but not actually be accountable for that child's performance. And that a better approach would be to align the dollars and the accountability such that we make February 1 the cutoff date for when you get the money and when you get the accountability. If you get the money for a student, you are accountable for the student. If you are the school that didn't get the money for the student, you're not accountable for the student's academic outcomes that year. Instead, it is the school that got the money that's accountable for them. I recognize this is a lot. Happy to engage in a discussion, but I think, to Mr. Garber, to your fundamental point, with regarding Representative Jackson's concerns, those were not these mechanical tweaks. They were more fundamental questions that this board resolved in June and that were presented publicly in March and April.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Beebe.
Yes, and Superintendent White, on page 63, the inclusion of students, and you just made reference, but I spent some time on this trying to understand the language, but you did clarify it just a few minutes ago. But so how, and you did point out that it's within the LEA. But what happens if you have a situation contrary to that? For example, the student is in one school district and then moves over to another school district. Is that taken into consideration, same principle?
Already in we recognize that's a different situation, because that means that not only was was the school not in receipt of the student, but the district wasn't, meaning that no one in the equation who is now serving the student was previously responsible for the student. Already in policy, it states that if a student was not in the district as of October 1, meaning prior to February 1 and October 1, then that student does not count in that district's accountability until the next year. So I think we have ample controls over that concern. This is more about if within a district a student seeks to transfer or a district transfers a student, when should they count for whom within that district? And we've heard repeatedly from schools that a more fair assessment would be to have that student be there before February 1st. That's where the student should be, or on February 1st, I mean, that's where the student should be accountable. And it's also, obviously, the school that got the money to serve the kid in the first place. So there is no change to district accountability in this. It is already an October 1 cutoff date for transfer across district lines.
Mr. Garvey. Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Beebe, you had another question?
Okay, and then as we move forward with policies and so forth, policy revisions, or are we reaching out to our stakeholders, for example, with regard to the ACT and being administered to our special needs population? Do we communicate with the Special Education Advisory Committee? I noticed in the packet we made reference to panel, the acronym COP. So are we having the communication? Because I'm getting emails from various constituents. They're communicating concerns, and they're the experts. I'm in human resources. I know my bulletin, I know my policies, and certainly as a board member, I want to be well-rounded and informed. And they bring forth some legitimate concerns. So are we heeding to the concerns of our stakeholders?
Absolutely, and I think you'll see that today's proposals are actually, I wouldn't say it's seeding so much as just a lot of good ideas out there, and they got it right. So every idea represented today is an idea that was brought to us by a stakeholder. We've had meetings with this committee of practitioners, which is a set of experts who are required in statute to be engaged on these issues. All of them are former are educators and or former Accountability Commission members. We've had meetings with PSAC on this. We've talked to Special Education Advisory. I believe there actually is a report today from that committee in today's board book. And we've just had conversations with dozens of others over the course of the last several months. But that's not to say that we've gotten everything perfect. That's why we have 16 months before this policy's implementation to actually work on these issues. And so if there are other issues, Ms. Beebe, and you're seeing them, I recommend you forward them to my office, and we'll be happy to consider them. Every single issue here is a reflection of a constituent's concerns about the model, and we're just working our way through something that's very complex.
And I think my problem is it's the philosophical difference, and I think I'm more or less shared. Is it Representative Jackson's view? It's I understand this action was approved some months ago, but yet you're doing, like you said, the mechanical tweaking and so forth. But I just think there was philosophical differences, and you know, I mean, like ACT being administered to all students. I don't embrace that, and I can appreciate the experts out there, and the superintendent groups, and all those groups who, you know, support it. But you know, in my research, I know what I've read, and I just don't believe or subscribe to administering the ACT to all schools. I see that we're going to yield negative results. We're going to have a tremendous school failure moving forward.
Just to respond to one quick element of that, this system, and you see, for example, on page 63, you see the scale, board members, for the ACT assessment. That's not changing today, but I just highlight as an example, that scale is designed to say that if schools continue to perform at that level, at the level they're performing at now, they'll be awarded a number of points that doesn't drop them in the accountability system. In other words, we are not assuming when we did the model that students who take the ACT, who didn't take the ACT before are going to do well on the ACT. Now, we certainly hope they do, but for statistical purposes, we're not assuming that they do, meaning that essentially the formula was designed so as to hold schools steady, give them credit for what they're already achieving. If schools performance drops, it's because they failed to live up to where they're already performing. And let me just indicate a couple of things about that. This board today is not hearing a question about whether or not the ACT will be involved. There are two decisions this board has already made that really kind of are predicating this. Number one was the vote on the ACT in June, which the board voted to adopt. But two is the vote to adopt the Common Core standards. Louisiana helped to develop these standards, and other states got on board. But the rigor of the Common Core standards in terms of its text complexity mirrors the ACT. So whether or not every student, you agree that every student should take the ACT or not, the exams that are going to replace the LEAP, the iLEAP, and the end of course in 2015 essentially mirror the rigor of the ACT anyways. Finally, I would just say that all of this is now part of our federal accountability system, and the federal government does not allow for exemptions from some students to take tests and some students to take others. That's been a core principle of accountability at the federal level and across states, and thus we have this rule as well.
Thank you. Mr. Garvey.
Yeah, I have two questions, and this would be for the superintendent. I have heard, and this goes back to the ACT, that there's a question mark out there that some people have because some students who are not planning to go to college supposedly have no incentive to do well on the ACT. And the question is isn't there a way for schools to somehow work in a student's results on the ACT into their grades in the classes that they need to graduate, so that even if the student isn't planning to go to college, if they are planning to graduate, it would be relevant to them? Is that true? Can they work that into the grades that a student receives?
Absolutely.
Okay, so they can make it relevant to that student. As a separate issue, when I was reviewing this item, I didn't make the distinction that you had made about these changes being mechanical as opposed to a bigger picture type changes that think you said came out in March and April and then were reviewed in June. And so I want to ask you to correct me if I'm wrong. I think I was wrong in first getting concerned that these changes didn't go to the Accountability Commission before coming to us, so that we could get input from the Accountability Commission. But like I said, I wasn't thinking of them as mechanical changes or tweaks, I think, as you said. And so the question is that why these didn't go to the Accountability Commission, because the department saw them as relatively minor changes? And that if major changes in the future come to us, well, they will most likely go to the Accountability Commission first?
Well, certainly a number of these changes, the larger changes, went to the Accountability Commission in the early spring and then again in the late spring, I believe, if I'm getting my memory right. They certainly were presented, I think, on 2 occasions to the Accountability Commission before being presented to this board. They were, the required committee for them to be put in front of is the Committee of Practitioners, which is required under our federal waiver application for these types of applications to be heard on. That is the only commission that there is a statutory or regulatory obligation for these issues to be heard in front of. And I think that now being a new requirement, we're going to wrestle and would like to speak with the board with the question of how those 2 committees interact, if there is the need for 2 different committees rather than one kind of readjusted or merged committee. And we look forward to a discussion with the board about that.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Madam Chairman.
I have 2 people, and I'll come back to you. Mr. Knockley.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Also, I have a comment on the ACT for the seniors, and this is to the whole board. I think it's a great, if we are going to force the schools to take, for every student to take the ACT, I think it's a very good point to have the seniors to also be included that have not taken it previously. I have several friends in my own school and also other schools that have asked me to look into this, and I'm glad to see it here today, because if it is being required, it at least gives a little bit of an incentive to take the test and to do a good job. And I believe, because I'm currently enrolled in advanced math, pre-AP, as a senior. I have several students that are juniors, but for the seniors in the class, there's several of them that maybe aren't going to college. I know some that are still in the class but are not planning to go to college. They're just smart, but they have other plans. And they personally do not see a point in doing well in the test because it's not counting as a grade. And the teacher, every day we work on ACT practice, but it still has not changed his viewpoint. And in several instances, not just in math. So hopefully this can allow for the seniors that are going to be graduating now. In March of 2013, it may be late for some colleges to accept that grade, but if they choose to go into college later on, once they've gotten out of high school and gone into the work field, at least provide them for that framework that they can use for their future life. And I appreciate y'all listening.
Thank you. Ms. Murphy, did you have your hand up?
Madam Chairman, may I just, not to inject a sort of less policy-intensive interlude here, but I did want to note that Alex recently, in fact yesterday, received his acceptance letter to Louisiana State University and plans to enroll there. So I did just want to note that.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
So I appreciate it. Thank you.
For those of you who do not know, he is our student representative to this committee. Ms. Buggy?
So one question from Part C, we're talking about changing the multiplier with the special ed students. And I am so appreciative of us thinking about the ways that we can incentivize working with our special education students. The only question that I have is that as a classroom teacher of the gifted was included in the special ed umbrella. I don't believe that the policy here is to include it there, and so would it be included the way that this is written?
It's not included in the way this is written. Just to clarify for the board, we have 220,000 students statewide who are below grade level. Mm-hmm. For those students, every school's share of those students is essentially we're looking at did they achieve their value-added target for this year. And for schools that got a sizable number of them that did, then they get a bonus because they obviously, unfortunately, but by definition, those kids are the slowest moving kids right now in our system. We originally had a special education sort of weight. In other words, you got a little bit more credit when you made progress with your special ed kids. The federal government said that's a bias essentially towards certain students, lower expectations. So what we said is, okay, what about if you make progress with special ed kids, you get a double bump, you get a double bonus, and that's what we've got here, so as to create an incentive for schools to keep focusing on their low performers, but especially their low performing special education students. This does not include all students with IEPs.
Okay, thank you. And then the other question is, I understand that this will change part of our flexibility waiver. So what is the process to get our flexibility waiver amended?
We will return to the federal government, and we are in constant discussions with them anyway. So essentially, we are testing with them, their limits on various things, getting a feel for what it is they can accept and what it is they cannot. And they're always asking us questions about our accountability system too. That's been an ongoing process. If there are elements of this after BESE has passed it that they deem against the law, then like with our current accountability system, we would have to come back to BESE and change it. But we don't anticipate that happening, and we're in constant discussion with them.
Okay. And then the other point that I wanted to bring up is when we start talking about the dates and the inclusion of students, when we pass policy, it would be my hope for us to always pass ideal policy. I know that gets to be very difficult. And I'm really troubled by making schools responsible for students that they are not going to have control of making sure that the students take the tests. And so I have had conversations with the staff, and I do believe that we've gotten this to the best place that we can get it, especially with the fact that we're looking at the tie to the MFP, and I think that's important. But it's something that I struggle with, is that when we go out to our constituents and are talking about these policies, we want to make sure that the policies are as close to perfect as they can be, although they can't be perfect. So.
Thank you, Ms. Bagby. Ms. Dasty.
Madam Chairman, my point was made and my question was answered, so thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions by board members? We do have some public comments. Superintendent Falk, and if you would, all of the speakers, please state your name for the record and your organization. And we are limiting the comments to 3 minutes. Sorry.
Yes, ma'am. Superintendent Michael Falk, Superintendent of Schools in Central and President of Louisiana Association of School Superintendents. And on behalf of the superintendents, I would like to say that we have reviewed and analyzed the minor adjustments being proposed, and we support those. And additionally, I was asked by the Superintendents Association to state some concerns that we have in the areas of Law 2 students, those especially at consideration of Carnegie units, the ACT, and the high school graduation index. And for the benefit of the board, I will present to the superintendent those issues and concerns that we feel need to be looked into and addressed, because as Superintendent White indicated, these are changes. A lot of these changes impact the high schools. The high schools have had their school performance score and the factors that are calculating their school performance score changed 3 times over the last 4 years, and here we're going to change them again. They have not had the opportunity to stabilize everything, to know where they're going. Then we have the implementation, as the superintendent mentioned, the Common Core state standards. It's going to elevate the rigor, but I think we need to take time. We need to examine these issues and concerns and see if there's some way that we can offer a fair opportunity for our high schools and our high school students to achieve at the level that we really want them to. So I would like to say this morning, on a personal note, I told Superintendent White, since he's been making his tour around the state, he has a little bit less hair than when he started.
Madam Chairman?
Yes.
Superintendent Falk, I just had one question. You said the superintendents support the changes that are before us today. So PSAC, we don't have the minute, we don't see those minutes until tomorrow, but the PSAC recommended and
Yes,
supported
ma'am,
these changes
and,
that are before us?
We had a conference call, we reviewed those changes, well, we asked some questions, and we received, I guess, an analysis of why the changes were being proposed. And a lot of the changes, we understand, are dictated by the federal regulations, and sometimes we have problems with the federal regulations and always blaming the federal government, but, you know, there's going to come a point in time where we have to take control of what we do and do what's best for the children in our state and the children that we serve. So, but yes, we did have input, we did review, we did, as a group,
Endorse
so
those.
endorse it.
Okay. And then secondly, the October 12 school performance score letter grade release, again, will not reflect any of these bulletin changes that we're
No,
looking
ma'am,
at
they
today,
won't.
nor the ones that we reviewed with the Accountability Commission in the spring, and the board reviewed in the spring and then approved in June. That will not be reflected in the school performance scores and letter grades that are coming out in just a few weeks. Is that correct?
That's correct, it'll be
Okay.
based on the old factors.
I just felt the need to say that like
Yeah.
twice. Okay, thank you.
My
Thank you, Ms.
understanding that
Jackson.
they'll be released in, what, 2 weeks, Superintendent White?
I think we're going to say they will be released next week.
Thank you, Superintendent.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Steve Monahan.
Good morning. Good morning, Ms. Bradford, members of the committee. Excuse me. I'm Steve Monahan, President of Louisiana Federation of Teachers, and my comments, I promise you, will be brief and within 3 minutes. Because one, Mr. Garvey has already brought up one of the initial ones, but I do want to stress the question he asked. The question about the Accountability Commission and the fact that the Accountability Commission did meet, as I think the superintendent mentioned back in March. I was at that meeting, and I'm summarizing and synthesizing at the same time Ms. Beebe's comments about philosophical opposition. I'm not going to speak to the philosophical opposition to the broad strokes of policy in regard to the ACT and the rest, but I will say that in looking at the Accountability Commission, whether or not the Accountability Commission is necessarily a statutory requirement, I don't think it's really pertinent to the question. I'm starting to wonder, as a member of the Accountability Commission, as one member of the Accountability Commission, whether or not the Accountability Commission is actually in exile, because we haven't met, I think, in 7 months on quite a bit and I stand to be corrected if I missed a meeting, but I don't think we've met in quite a while. And the final point I'd like to make about what I've heard so far is I understand that words can be definitional, and they always are. I have heard a number of times that by the superintendent and others that this is no more than mechanical tweaks. Well, it really isn't mechanical tweaks. Unless I see simulations on how this affects the process. So a mechanical tweak in the context of serious choices and conclusions are going to be made about schools in regard to particularly in regard to choice, then nothing in here is necessarily mechanical. It's all consequential. So I say that with all due respect, and I think I'd like to note for the record that I didn't put a comment card in opposition. This is informational, and I think we ought to have that on those cards so that we don't always have to appear that, look, the loyal opposition has risen again. We can speak to these things as intelligent adults that have differences of opinion and be passionate about it without necessarily having to lock ourselves into an absolute position on anything. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Monahan. Ms. Dasty?
I'd just like to comment and maybe just share with the board members that I have had a conversation with the executive director around the Accountability Commission and asked her to put this on the December agenda. The Accountability Commission is a commission that was created by this board after the statutorily commission ran out. It is a board that is appointed. It's a commission that's members are appointed by this board. That commission makes recommendations to this board, and we've always given the recommendations very serious consideration. It has been I've served on the Accountability Commission since I was elected for the last 9 years. It's a very valuable commission, and we will be discussing it as a body in December.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker, Tom Spencer.
Yes, Tom Spencer. I work in Lafayette Parish. I'm representing myself. I do work in accountability. Worked a few years here with the state in accountability. I did want to mention on the inclusion of students items, subsection 517 for Bulletin 111. The U.S. Department of Education has never approved a plan that attributes a score for a student, okay, who is not attending a school and takes the test at the school. Okay, they don't let that score be counted at the school. Okay, so a student is at school A on February 1. The U.S. Department of Ed has never approved a plan, okay, to count that student score anywhere but where they take that test in the spring. Okay, so that's a detail you all will have to work out with the U.S. Department of Education. I have been in touch with them on this particular item. Another detail is Superintendent White, you explained the intent of this section, okay? It is not written precisely enough to accomplish what your intent is, okay? It needs to be reworked, much more specific on how it's going to be handled. There's a lot of leeway on how the department could handle this in the actual programming. Although it may not be fair to count a student at a school if the student enrolled there the day before testing, it's no more fair to count a student at a school who enrolled there the day before, on the last day of January and exited on February the 2nd. So although you may have corrected one issue with this, there are many other issues that are yet to be corrected. So you know, my preference would actually be that this particular section of the policy not be passed, that the department bring it back in a couple of months, okay, written in more precise language, and then that would also give the department time to check with the U.S. Department of Education to see if they'll allow that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Spencer. Lee Darius.
Lee Barrios, retired teacher, St. Tammany Parish. I have mostly a question, but I'd like to make just a position statement first. I think it's very difficult to either endorse or oppose some of these tweaks and some of these additions and changes because the basis for them is such a travesty to begin with. The school performance scores based on high-stakes tests, students having to take the high-stakes test, teacher evaluation based on them. So that's very difficult. It's sort of like the doctor asking a patient, well, you have a choice. I can cut you off your left arm or your right arm. So, but my question is, at the bottom of this agenda item, you have minutes from a committee called the Committee of Practitioners. And I try to keep up. I'm not always able to, but I don't remember seeing that published or that meeting published. And I don't see the bylaws if they are somewhere on the website. So I just wanted to ask if you would explain what this committee is formed for and what their role is in this. Thank you.
And there was public notice of this meeting. It is a public meeting, and there were public attendees who registered comment at the meeting. The Committee of Practitioners is a new structure required by virtue of our federal waiver application. It has been made up principally of members of the Accountability Commission. and it has met once. It has commented on these specific changes. In connection to the issue that Mr. Garvey and Ms. Dastuke were talking about before regarding its relationship to the Accountability Commission, I think we now have two committees, one required by law, one required by regulation, and I think we'll want to work with the board on how best to reconcile that. But the purpose of it is so that educators and policy experts can register their views and comments on this question of accountability policy.
Thank you. Mercedes Snyder.
Madam Chairman, there was an unanswered question, and that was pertaining to the bylaws. It looks like the bylaws were approved on this committee of practitioners, and where would someone find those bylaws?
On the department website.
Department's website, okay, thank you. Just wanted to get that question.
Thank you, Ms. Dastuke. Ms. Snyder.
My name is Mercedes Schneider. I'm with St. Tammany Parish Public Schools. I just want to make a comment on the replacement of the LEAP and the EOC test with the ACT test. The ACT test is a test of aptitude or readiness for college. It is not a test of the attainment of any kind of knowledge base, and so you're saying you're going to take a test that its valid use is to see if a student is ready to be successful in a four-year college, and you're saying that you can do that because you're connecting that with the teachers preparing the student. The assumption is that all students should be ready for college, and I know you're operating under that assumption. You're shutting out a lot of students, and it is not a valid use of the ACT, as the ACT stands, to test the teachers in the preparing of their students. I just wanted to make that statement to you. And I agree with what the superintendent said earlier, that you can say that, oh, well, the federal government is requiring this, but if you are keeping up with the news, there are states and there are districts saying we're just simply not going to go along with this. And to say, oh, we have to go along with what the federal government says, you did get a waiver out of No Child Left Behind. You got a waiver from that, which is something the federal government said, and then they gave you a way out, which the legality of it is questionable because No Child Left Behind is still a law. So just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Can I just correct a couple of facts? If you're interested in responding to what I have to say. For the board, there is no proposal to replace the LEAP or the iLEAP or the end of course test with the ACT. And I'm happy to provide you or the school board in St. Tammany with whatever information you need to correct that misperception. The ACT has been proposed and ratified by this board as a complement to the traditional battery of assessments that the state administers. Those examinations will have to be redesigned as part of the adoption of the Common Core. Second, in connection with the federal law question, I don't think anyone, myself included, said that there are pieces of this accountability system, this particular accountability system, that have to be followed because of federal law. What I said is that not in connection with No Child Left Behind, with our waiver, not in connection with this discussion, but just as generally a matter of federal law, irrespective of something you cannot opt out of if you take federal money. One assessment that's administered statewide has to be administered to every child. That is not a recent thing. That's a long-standing federal policy. Third, in connection to the question that I think somewhat contradicts your line of questioning, but to Mr. Spencer's question regarding whether or not a test can be administered to a student who is, and then given credit at a school where the student is not currently attending, we have been in constant communication with the U.S. Department of Education, and they have said that they think that that's an acceptable thing. When finalized, we'll do a final review with them. Thank you for your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Schneider. Our last speaker is Christy Cormier.
Good morning. My name is Christy Cormier, and I am the statewide coordinator for Louisiana.
Together Educating All Children. And I also am a parent of a child that attends school in Calcasieu Parish. Ms. Boffey is my BESE member. I just wanted to come today to talk on this item, but first I need to just say thank you to the department staff and for all the thoughtful time and effort that they put into really thinking about how policies are affecting students with disabilities. Many times we find ourselves saying, you know, please don't leave us out. We're always thought of last, and I do have to say that, especially with things in this particular item that students with disabilities were thoughtfully thought of, we still do have some concerns. There are some things that seem to be unknown at this point, and I've had several discussions with Ms. Bagnion, is that how you say it now? About how we're going to transition out of Law 2 and what that's going to mean for those students who have those persistent academic disabilities. And so, you know, some of the things that in this item kind of lead us to question how will things turn out once that happens, once there is no longer a Law 2 assessment. But on the subsection 301, where it talks about the calculation for students with disabilities, there is some concern that with the value-added model and the student learning targets, that student learning targets are not required to be aligned with the student's IEP goals. And so we do have some concerns about what those might look like for some students in areas that maybe it's not done with the kind of careful thinking and thought that we would want it done for children, and how that could be used to incentivize schools to do things that might not necessarily be what we would hope would happen. So we do have a concern with that, and we would like to see this very issue to be discussed further in all of its intricacies and all of its facets, to be sent to the Special Education Advisory Panel for them to discuss what does this exactly mean and how does everything play into it. Because we don't ever want to find ourselves only incentivizing schools. We want to make sure that we're incentivizing students too. There's also in subsection 409, the retest of the end of course test. There's a question about if in fact the student was not awarded the Carnegie unit because of their initial score on that end of course test, when they get to the high school and retake it, if that score, and they only have to retake the test, is what the assumption is, because I'm not sure if they have to retake that class. And if I'm mistaken and they actually have to retake the class, then maybe this isn't an issue. But if they do not have to take their class and just take the retest, and they actually improve their score to a point that if that score would have been made the previous year, they would have been awarded that Carnegie unit, will they be able to get the Carnegie unit for that class? Also in 409 with the ACT, I just, you know, personally want to go on record in saying that the ACT I think is a wonderful thing. I think there are going to be some students that might not have been able to take the ACT for whatever reason, and they're going to take it and they're going to excel, and they're going to see that they could actually go to college. And I think that that's going to be a wonderful thing in some students' cases.
Ms.
But I
Cormier,
think,
you need to wrap up your comments.
yes,
please.
ma'am. But
Just say that again. Say it one more time.
What? Oh, you want me to say that again?
Say that comment one more
I want
time.
to keep on going. But we do have a concern about the ACT, especially with the comment that Mr. Garvey made about it somehow being brought into students' scores within the classroom. The purpose of the ACT, what is it actually for? Is it actually grading the things that warrant being put into the classroom grade? And there's also some concerns about the accommodations that are made with the ACT for students with disabilities. And then the fifth-year graduate points, I want to always end on this. I just want to say thank you very much, because generally students with disabilities, there are some students with disabilities that generally need that fifth year, and that they will count towards something in a school performance score, and incentivize a school to incentivize a student is a wonderful thing.
Thank you, Ms. Cormier.
I just appreciate y'all's time, and please be mindful of our students with every decision you make.
Thank you. We appreciate your comments. Thank you to all our speakers.
And for the board's sake, and to Ms. Cormier's points, many of the issues just discussed will be discussed at the Special Education Advisory Panel at the November meeting.
Thank you. Do we have a motion before?
Yes,
we read the
ma'am. Motion by Ms. Destuke, seconded by Mr. Romer, to approve the recommendations amending Section 6113 as presented by the department.
Ms. Beebe?
Yes, you weren't looking this way. I'd like to offer a substitute motion to defer because this item to a later meeting to afford all stakeholders an opportunity to discuss further. I think Mr. Spencer brought forth some legitimate concerns, Ms. Barrios, and well, all of the speakers today. And in fact, it was acknowledged that there are some concerns or some questions remaining. And I think it was you, Ms. Bastu, who said that we could bring this information to the Accountability Commission in November, but that's after the fact. We can take action today.
Okay.
And it will be a done deal.
No,
Thank you,
ma'am.
Ms.
No,
Beebe.
ma'am.
We have a substitute motion on the floor. Do we
Madam
have a
Chairman,
second?
may I correct? That was absolutely not what I said. Thank you.
We have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
I'll
For the
second.
substitute motion. Ms. Hill seconds.
I'd like to make a comment.
Mr.
I would actually argue that your motion does the reverse of what you would like to do. I think if we pass this today, it shows what our intentions are. The superintendent has already indicated that, in fact, he continues to gather information that may, in fact, be used for future use as we look at this policy. And I think it would serve us better to go ahead and adopt the policy as written. And if there's additional responses or additional information, they can base those responses and information on the policy that they know we're considering and have passed. So I still don't think there's anything that would prohibit us from looking at this again in the future if we found something that we wanted to modify.
I have a
Would you
comment.
I'm sorry, Ms. Hill, do you have a comment?
Yeah, I have a comment.
Okay.
And I wasn't going to say anything, but it's troubling me. However, what would be the purpose of the Accountability Commission if the purpose of them is to come together and to help us, because they are the experts in these areas, to help us design a policy that will work for those individuals? Why would we approve this and then submit it to the Accountability Commission? To my understanding, what would be the purpose of having any councils? If we're going to approve things and then allow them to look over it afterwards, the purpose would be to allow them to come together and then approve as a board, and if we have any recommendations from them, we'll send it back or defer back to the committee.
It's actually already been looked at by a committee of practitioners that's composed of primarily members of the Accountability Commission.
That's correct.
So it's not as if this is done in the dark.
That's correct. And that was federally regulated, that we had to have the committee of practitioners review it.
Madam Chairman, I call the question.
Question has been called. Will you read the substitute motion?
Yes, ma'am. On motion of Ms. Beebe, seconded by Ms. Hill, the motion is to defer this item until a later date.
All opposed, say aye. Nay.
Nay.
Nay. Do we need a roll call?
Do a roll call.
We're going to do a roll call.
So would you restate the motion?
Ms. Ford, will you restate the motion, please? This is the substitute motion.
Substitute motion by Ms. Beebe, seconded by Ms. Hill, to defer on this item until a later meeting.
Ms. Beebe?
Yes.
Ms. Beebe votes yes. Mr. Bennett is absent. Ms. Dastu?
No.
Ms. Dastu votes no. Mr. Garvey?
No.
Mr. Garvey votes no. Mr. Gio?
No.
Mr. Gio votes no. Ms. Hill?
Yes.
Ms. Hill votes yes. Mr. Lee?
No.
Mr. Lee votes no. Ms. Orange Jones?
No.
Ms. Orange Jones votes no. Mr. Romer?
No?
Mr. Romer votes no. Ms. Bofi?
No.
Ms. Bofi votes no. Ms. Bradford?
No.
Ms. Bradford votes no. Motion fails.
Now we're back to the original motion. Would you please read that, Ms. Ford?
Yes, ma'am. The original motion is by Ms. Destuke, seconded by Mr. Romer, to approve the revisions to Bulletin 111 as submitted by the department, amending item 613 per the handout.
Any opposition to this motion? No.
Yes.
Ms. Beebe and Ms. Hill are noted as opposing. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Next item.
Next item is 7.2. And that's on page 68. Consideration of revisions to Bulletin 111, the Louisiana School District and State Accountability System regarding alternative programs and alternative schools. Department recommendation is to approve as a notice of intent.
Do you have a motion to approve?
So moved.
A
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Essig. Mr. Keough. Any questions or comments?
Madam Chairman, if I might preface with some comments.
Mr. Superintendent.
Thank you. I recognize that this is not an issue new to the board, and it is obviously an extremely difficult policy issue, the question being how do you create a accountability system that helps to produce the right outcomes in schools where some of our most challenged students by definition are served, our alternative schools. And what we are realizing is after surveying districts is that different districts rightly are taking very different approaches. Some have schools that are long-standing schools that are there specifically to serve students for long periods of time and catch them up. They call them alternative schools. Some of them have places more for students that are expelled to go, to stay for a short time and then to return, and they too are called alternative schools. And it really is not producing positive outcomes in student achievement to simply call both of those things the same thing and then inevitably layer or place a letter grade of F on both of them. What we have proposed is to return to the idea that there's a distinction between a short-term alternative program, which is a place where people can go to essentially recuperate, to return back to their original or to a different mainstream setting, and an alternative school, which is a place where actually you're expected a longer stay. The job of the school is to educate kids, maybe kids who have a certain profile, but nevertheless to educate kids, and should be accountable. We would then say under this proposal that a district may declare an alternative program, that would not have a letter grade placed on it. Instead, the student's accountability would remain with the school that sent the student there, and the hope is that that school would say, we want that student back, we're still invested in that student's education. On the other hand, if you have a school whose ambition it is to serve the kid for a longer period of time and to be the school of record, a district should be able to say, fine, we're taking that student, and we will be therefore under the traditional accountability system. So this is not a significant shift, it is just a pragmatic distinction between a program and a school. What I would finally say is that we plan to bring back to the board in December a scorecard, in essence, for both alternative schools and alternative programs that, while not replacing the letter grade system, will indicate the degree to which each truly is abiding by its objectives from the perspective of accountability. And I think we'll show some things that superintendents and board members and others have been suggesting that we show. The rate of attendance, is it increasing? The rate of recidivism, is it increasing? The grades and the degree that students are accumulating credits, are they getting better for students in the alternative setting? So we give a kind of balanced scorecard there as well. But this policy is not contemplating that right now. This is simply contemplating where does accountability rest if it's a program, where does accountability rest if it's a school, and trying to make a practical distinction between the two. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Superintendent. Any other comments or questions? Ms. Buffy?
I'd be curious to know where the superintendents stand on this one.
I'm sorry, say it again.
I'm curious to know where our superintendents stand on this one. Do you guys have a position statement?
He has a comment card.
Okay, good.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood what you were saying. I thought you were about his superintendent. Yeah. Any other questions or comments from board members? We have one comment card. Superintendent Falk.
Michael Falk, President, Louisiana Association of School Superintendents, and this is a very emotional issue for different superintendents in different ways. And what happens is the larger the district, the more students that you have, the potential to be in an alternative setting. Some of the students that are assigned to the alternative setting are assigned because of requirements of state law. Some of them are because of juvenile court issues. The first step is clearly defining whether a school system is going to use their approach by doing a program or school. This is the first step. The next step is we have to devise an accountability system for the alternative schools that's different than an accountability system for our 3 through 12, because the students are different, the program is different, the needs are different. If you're going to do value added in the regular setting, then you need to do some value added measures in the alternative schools. We've asked the superintendent, we've requested of the superintendent that we take this first step and then we go a little bit further and we dig a little bit deeper and we try to come up with something that can be a fair reporting instrument for those systems that choose to have a school setting.
So are you in favor of this policy as it's written as the first step?
As the first step, yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Falk. Any other questions or comments?
No, I would just like to express support for this policy. As the superintendent noted, this has been a challenging policy issue for this board as long as I've been on it. We have approached it in different ways. And really, I think this is the first step to doing something that is fair and will represent the efforts and accomplishments of students, those most challenging students, but at the same time will, I believe, incentivize the decision makers at the local and the district level to do what they do every day, and that's what's right for kids. Thank you.
If you think the policy is challenging, you ought to try to teach some of them.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Falk. We have a motion on the floor. Any opposition to the motion? Hearing none, motion passes. Next item.
Next item is 7.3 on page 75. Consideration of revisions to Bulletin 741, Louisiana Handbook for School Administrators, and non-public Bulletin 741, Louisiana Handbook for Non-Public School Administrators, to align with Act 858 of the 2012 regular legislative session. And you also have a new handout that was passed out with minor tweaks.
I'll make a motion to approve as amended. Do you need this as a notice of intent?
Yes, ma'am.
Approve as a notice of intent as amended.
I'll second. Thank you, Ms. Buckey, and thank you, Ms. Dastig. Any comments or questions from board members? Mr. Lee Meyer, Mayor Meyer.
Good morning. Good morning. Lee Meyer with the Assumption Parish School Board. I'm not going to take up the whole 3 minutes because first thing I want to do is thank Steve Monahan for clarifying that we don't always come up here just to fuss. You know, we're okay. The reason I'm up here is because I just wanted maybe for you to give me some clarification as to what is non-public Bulletin 741 as opposed to public 741 as it's reading right here.
It is a parallel bulletin.
With whom? With
from
parallel
BESE.
with whom?
Parallel to traditional public Bulletin 741.
And who's non-public?
Non-public are those schools that are, this is going to sound like an approved non-public school, which is typically a private school.
A charter?
No, those fall under Bulletin 741 as a public school.
So you're saying private school, you mean a parochial or one of those type schools?
That's correct.
Yes.
When did we have jurisdiction over those people that we have a bulletin?
You always have.
I think it's, for decades. I don't remember what.
I've been in it for.
So this does not include the
years
charter
ago.
system whatsoever?
No.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Any opposition to the motion? Motion carries. Next item.
Next item is item 7.4 on page 81. Consideration of revisions to Bulletin 741, Louisiana Handbook for School Administrators, to ensure that Act 861 of the 2012 regular legislative session relative to bullying is implemented according to BESE policy and state law. The department recommendation is to approve as notice of intent.
I need a motion on this item.
I move.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion or comments?
Madam Chairman, if I might
Mr.
start with some
Superintendent.
comments. Thank you. This, board members, there was a statute or a piece of legislation, now a statute, passed through this year's legislative session that essentially defines bullying and goes further to say that there are both reporting and activities or responses that districts must take up or school boards must take up in response to there being a concern about activities of bullying going on. There are also professional development requirements that are specific to that piece of legislation. This bulletin does not stray from or add to the requirements of that piece of legislation. And I think that while the topic of bullying is obviously an extremely important one from a policymaking matter, this really is a simple reflection of the legislation. And so I want you to know that those things that are mentioned here are not add-ons by the department. They are what's required in the law, and we have converted that into a bulletin so that school districts now must comply with it. I would say also that we recognize that the requirements, this is an important topic, it should be taken seriously. There are additional requirements for school districts. It's our commitment to operate in the spirit that we have tried to, which is about empowering districts rather than over-regulating them, and we are committed to taking up these rules with that in mind.
Thank you, Mr. Superintendent. Board members, questions or comments?
I have a comment.
Ms. Bugby?
It is a very important issue, and I think it's something that we should take seriously. Also think, though, that we need to be careful when we start creating forms, and so my request is that after this has been in place, maybe for 6 months or what have you, that you would poll your advisory panels to see if this form works for them, and that you're also getting the information that we need on the state level, just to make sure that we recognize that every minute an educator spends filling out a form is one less minute that they can spend teaching kids. So
that's a good idea.
Yes,
Thank you, Ms.
agreed.
Bugby.
And we will do that, talk to the advisory committees about it. I think it's important.
May I ask a question?
Mr. Reimer?
If in fact we do follow up as we should as to the implementation of this policy, and we're getting feedback regarding certain things that are perhaps unnecessary or could be done differently, is it the prerogative or the purview of this board to make those changes, or in fact would we have to go back to the legislature? And I'll give a very specific example. I've had some superintendents contact me regarding no one questioning the importance of the legislation, but simply questioning the procedures and the time consumption and those sorts of issues. We won't know till it's practically implemented, to the extent that this becomes perhaps overly onerous in how it's written. So my question is, if in fact we get that kind of feedback, would we have to go to the legislature for potential amendments, or could we handle that here?
Of course, there are issues of, say that someone is taking up too much time in a conversation, or say someone is calling too often, those kinds of things. Those are procedural and matters of management here. But to the letter of the rules regarding the length of time that can elapse before something is reported, regarding who has to report what, those are all in the statute, and they would have to be changed through the legislature.
And the statute also reflects the professional development as well?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? We have one public comment. Superintendent Falk.
Michael Falk, President of Louisiana Superintendents Association. I would like for y'all to look at the audience and anybody that rolls their eyes, because I'm here again, they're going to violate the law. But anyway, the policies and procedures that are being considered by the board are very comprehensive. They're detailed, but they're also labor intensive. And we know that for a fact because my child welfare attendance person jumped the gun and told the principals they had to start initiating this. Well, my principals started, and they called me and said, Mr. Falk, this is a nightmare with the registered letter, with the calling in of the witnesses, with having the parent. I mean, it was just a procedural nightmare. Almost to the point that you're going to have to hire someone to pay attention. And, you know, there's bullying on the school campus, there's cyberbullying, there's false identifications used, there's things being posted on websites, on Facebook, and everything like that, and then that all spills into the schools. The mandating of 4 hours of professional development increases the time out of a classroom. When you add up the mandated hours, and I have this and I'll submit it, 4 hours for bullying, 2 hours for suicide prevention, 1 hour for ethics training, 2 hours for sexual harassment, and 2 hours for crisis prevention, intervention, team training, a team from each school, and they have to come back into the school. All of the answers to the social problems we face is not professional development of teachers. Public schools will never be able, nor should they be mandated, to replace completely the responsibility of parents. It should be a joint, community-driven effort, not solely relying on public schools' resources, time, and expense. What other profession has to undergo these specific types of training to address social ills? And I conclude my statements, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Falk. I do want to repeat what the superintendent has said. Many of these things are reflective of the law, and so the legislative body may be the next place you need to go and speak to.
We will be there.
May I add a comment? I don't,
Yes, Mr. Reimer.
We are in a unique situation in that we're educating kids, and we therefore have a responsibility, perhaps beyond other professions, in order to make sure a child's welfare is taken care of. So I agree with we need to make sure the regulations aren't overly burdensome. But at the same time, we also need to recognize we are serving kids, and it's not simply educating kids, but it is their welfare. So the idea that the bullying is a problem should not be ignored. The question is how to best address that, and I think that was your main point, is how do we best address that. And I think this board should look closely over the next year as this policy is implemented and see if perhaps we do have recommendations to the legislature that can make this work better. We may or may not. We may find out it works fine and it's not as burdensome as we originally think it might be. But nonetheless, let's don't lose sight of the fact that we have an important role to play, and that's the child welfare in addition to their education. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reimer. Any other questions or comments? We have a motion and a second on the floor. Is there any opposition to the motion? Hearing none, motion passes. Next item.
Next item is item 7.5 on page 93. Consideration of revisions to non-public bulletin 741, Louisiana Handbook for Non-Public School Administrators, Programs of Study, to revise the policy for the approval of non-public schools. The department recommendation is to approve as a notice of intent.
Madam Chairman?
Yes, Ms.
Since I created this item, I'd like to make a motion that we approve as notice of intent. I'd like to commend the superintendent and his staff for really looking at this with a different set of eyes toward acknowledging and recognizing the accomplishments of schools that, you know, in efforts around certification, but also as seeing this as a tool to help those schools who do not have national certification to be able to put forth their best case and information that is really relevant to the quality of the education that these children will be receiving. So, Superintendent, you did a very nice job on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Stastuk, that was a motion that you made? Thank you. Is there a second to that motion? Thank you, Mr. Gadd. Comments, questions? Mr. Superintendent, and then Ms. Hill.
Thank you. Board members, just to introduce this item, thank you, Madam Chairman. When we think about private schools in the state and the degree to which they are regulated publicly, to Mr. Meyer's question, I think of it in terms of 3 concentric circles. On the outside, you have all private schools in the state. There's a second circle, which is the one that we are addressing today. It is 376 of the non-public schools in the state. It is not all private schools in the state. And then there is a smaller concentric circle within that one, which is the scholarship schools, which is 117 schools that receive students on a private school scholarship. The reason I highlight that is to try to specify what it is exactly we're talking about with that second circle, what authority the board has over it, and what the plan to do that job responsibly would be for the board. The schools in that middle circle, 376 private schools across the state, range in size and location, but they have in common primarily that they receive, number one, textbook funding that's currently in the amount of $27 per child, which has been a decades-long entitlement. Second, they are become eligible for transportation support by way of the school district in their parish. And third, their students become eligible to receive TOPS upon graduating, having received a Louisiana diploma. They are not automatically admitted to the scholarship program. The scholarship program has additional criteria for participation that the department promulgated and that BESE has also adopted. And those criteria for participation include the administration of standardized tests as well as a set of enrollment, facilities, safety, health, welfare controls on those schools. So what we are talking about today is that second circle of 376 schools and how they become eligible to receive those basic levels of public funding. When we looked at the process, we see 2 challenges with the process that currently exists. Number one, it is cumbersome for schools. And I agree with Superintendent Falk's assertion that anytime we take time away for educators from educating is a minute lost for students. We should look very seriously, I think, not in just the board's legislative package regarding any issues associated with the bullying implementation, but I would say even more, any issue that unnecessarily distracts educators, we in the legislature should be looking at. But in this instance, it's true. It's true in private schools as well, that when we request large amounts of paperwork, which is currently what's required in our process, we are taking time away from students. And so we believe that we can allow educators to educate by creating a more effective process or a more efficient process. Secondly, as Ms. Dastug alludes, it is a longstanding practice that private schools seek independent accreditation that is much more in-depth than what the state has historically provided, and frankly much more in-depth than what most states, or any state that I'm aware of, provides in terms of review of instructional quality. And so it was a logical conclusion that if your objective is to try to update this process to reflect current best instructional practices, and at the same time to give educators more leeway to educate, that we would say if a school has already received an independent accreditation by a nationally recognized body, then that should stand as evidence enough to guarantee a longer term of state approval. At the same time, if a school has not received accreditation by a nationally recognized body, but has received an accreditation, that should be evidence and be able to be used as evidence that of some level of instructional quality, and we could extract pieces of information from it, and that if a school has received no accreditation, then BESE should still continue the responsibility of asking about instructional quality in the school, but updating its questions to reflect current best practices. The past survey includes antiquated looks at educational quality around large amounts of paperwork regarding teacher transcripts. The library plan, for example, is something that's required to be submitted to BESE. And so we would propose something very simple. Number one, if you engage in a SACS or NAIS affiliated review, National Association of Independent Schools affiliated review, you are a nationally recognized gold standard type school, then you gain a 5-year term of eligibility from the state board. If you receive an accreditation, but it is not an accreditation affiliated with those groups, or if you are not accredited at all, you fill out an online survey. You can include in that survey the accreditation that you received from that alternate group as evidence that you've met those standards, and that the questions reflected on the survey would reflect best current instructional practices, not a question of your old library plan, not a file folder full of transcripts from your teachers, but best instructional practices in the area of the qualifications of your leader, the mission and the mission of your school, the instructional practices regarding teacher development, practices around student assessment, and practices around constant improvement in the school. Based on those, the results of those information, those survey requests, the department could assess whether or not a school is eligible to receive public funding. If it's not, based on those criteria, we could say, okay, here's what you need to do, school, in order to get ready for that. And then ultimately, whatever recommendations BESE sees would be reflective of those best instructional practices. There are 200 schools in the state that already received that gold standard national seal of approval. Another 40 received some accreditation that we would count toward this process, and thus another 136 would be filling out this survey in full, again, with the questions being updated to reflect best current instructional practices. All of which is to say, board members, that for making schools eligible to receive a basic amount of public funding, not, again, for scholarships. There are different criteria for participation that this board has ratified and the department has promulgated on that question. But for that basic level of eligibility for public funding, we can make the process both streamlined so as to let educators educate, and at the same time more reflective of the best instructional practices in education today. Madam Chairman, thank you very much for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Superintendent. Ms. Hill.
Yes, I have several questions. I've done some research on this item. I even participated in the Non-Public School Commission meeting in September. And one of the things that was expressed in the meeting that I attended was that the information that Superintendent White brought forth was just a draft, a conceptual model that he was looking at, or the department was looking at, and that they were going to come back to the board to get their comments in reference to creating this policy. And so now here it is today, we're approving it before this material even go back to the Non-Public School Commission in reference to getting their opinion, because they are the experts. And one of the things when I was at the meeting that they stated the most in reference to accreditation was SACS and some of the other accreditation agencies. And I see reference in here in the booklet that they are. And I just took a look further and did some more research. I went on the SACS website and looked at their criteria in reference to, you know, schools being approved under their accreditation and what their process is. And when I look at what we have in front of us, Superintendent White, maybe you can expound on this, is that what their requirement as far as SACS to be approved through their agency and also in a NAIS agency, that their criteria is more rigorous than this criteria in reference to these schools being approved, and the time frame is greater. So when you have these schools, these new schools that are applying who are not accredited and have to go through some of these agencies, it's going to take them longer to be approved and what we are asking as a board. That's my first one. So maybe you can address that.
I'm going to let Superintendent White address it, but I do want you to say that I don't think we're saying that they all have to go through that process. They're just identifying that there are some who already have. There will be another system for the other schools to attend to address the last question that you were asking. But Superintendent White.
Yeah, I think it's a fair concern in that it might take a year and a half or 2 years for a school to get accredited if it starts pursuing accreditation, and that's fine. As Ms. Bradford, I was going to say chairman, and then I'm like, no, that doesn't quite work. Ms. Bradford mentions, in that they could just go through the process for schools that don't yet have accreditation, as Ms. Bradford mentions. So they would go through that process, and then upon having their accreditation, would be granted the 5-year term because now they have the accreditation.
Okay. I guess my next question would be in reference to, it says the LDE may also accept accreditation from other schools' accreditation agencies, but may be required the submission of additional information from the schools so as to ensure quality. So what measures or what methods are we going to use in reference to make sure that this is quality?
Well, the bulletin currently and then the revisions reflect the categories of questions that would be asked. Those categories I enumerated before in my discussion, and those are the categories of questions that we would then ask schools. The alternate accreditations, many of them speak to that. And just to give you some examples, and I'm going to get the name wrong, but I believe the Louisiana Montessori Association, the Bureau of Indian Affairs, these are agencies or associations that do grant accreditations. Oftentimes their accreditations speak to all of the issues that we just mentioned. For example, they speak to how would teachers receive professional development. They speak to the qualifications of a leader, the mission of a school, how assessment is used, and so on. So we would want to see those as evidence that the school actually engages in those practices. If a school doesn't have that kind of alternate accreditation, meaning it doesn't have the national and it doesn't have the alternate, then we would just ask them those questions ourselves. And where a school isn't able to show evidence, for example, that they have a plan around developing their teachers, then we would want to say, well, how can we help you get that so that you can gain eligibility here? And if a school is unable to gain eligibility, then obviously the board would declare them ineligible.
Okay, my final question would be, in reference to the school approval as far as the state is concerned, we just approved a school in the beginning that was considered for Bruford versus dot approval. But in the last board meeting, we approved the same school to be state approved. So can you be state approved first and then be Bruford dot approved? But you have to be Bruford dot approved before state approved, correct? Maybe you can elaborate on that somewhat.
You get the approval in conjunction. The board ratifies those or votes on them in conjunction with one another. So I don't think 376 schools currently have both of those statuses. I think the mechanics of that are going to work fine here, and we've alleviated any concern that someone need to be state approved in order to get accredited by basically staggering those two timelines. So you could be both state approved and accredited so that you wouldn't create a catch-22 situation.
Okay, and then I guess this would be my final comment in reference to this, and I just wanted to make sure, just due to respect of the Non-Public School Commission and those members on their board, each member on this board appointed a member to the Non-Public School Commission, and so their expertise, because they're working in the area, they're able to inform us and advise us. And so I strongly feel that maybe we need to allow them, the commission, to actually look at this, because they haven't even seen the proposal that we are presenting. So giving them the time to look at this and understanding SACS and some of these other accredited agencies, not only that, okay, well, these are the lists that we should look at, reference to these are the good ones, or versus this, because they know they've been doing this for a long period of time. So I would like to look for us as a board to maybe defer this back to the Non-Public School Commission, allow them in their meeting to come together and look at this policy and to see, what would work versus what would not work.
Well, I appreciate the suggestion. I would recommend, if there is a motion to that effect, that the board not accept that motion on the following basis. We went to talk to the Non-Public School Commission. We heard their advice. We had several follow-up calls with a wide variety of representatives of private and non-public schools. In fact, I believe on a call on Friday, I actually spoke with your designee to the Non-Public Schools Commission about this very issue, and she asked some questions, and I think we were able to respond to them. Finally, I know that you, Ms. Hill, have raised a concern about there being a timeline that we need to accelerate regarding getting some schools approved, and because the board has said that they want this process to be adjusted before approving new schools, and because I believe you have, in fact, in the past have advocated for accelerating the approval of those schools, I would say it's of great urgency that we get this approved now.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Beebe?
I just want to say, Superintendent White, I was in attendance at that commission meeting, and my recollection of it was the conversation, you did indicate that you would bring back, that you discussed the framework, and you stated that you would have the information presented. I thought you said
no, and just to be clear on this, Ms. Beebe, actually staff goes back and reviews the transcripts of those meetings, and a staff review has indicated that what I said is that we would bring back a timeline for implementation to that board, which I am committed to. I said that at the meeting. We'll come back to the Non-Public Schools Commission meeting in November and bring them a timeline. But that was our commitment. We did not commit to 2 levels of engagement. Now, as it happens, we've engaged with 376 non-public schools that were all invited to a call, a separate set of calls and meetings with diocesan leadership, with leadership of other religiously affiliated schools, with leadership of the Independent Schools Association also. And so there's been a wide number of schools that have been engaged in this process. I think there's been more than fair representation from that community. There have been a lot of adjustments made in the process, and I think it's time to move ahead. That's why we're advancing the policy.
And then, thank you, Mr. White, for your response. However, I have an appointee who serves on that commission, and I would just feel that, we talk about stakeholder input, involvement, but I think we're just moving too quickly and circumventing that entire process. And I think I'm just strongly recommending that for future reference that, instead of moving so quickly, that we go back to those commissions, those committees, those bodies to make them aware of what we're proposing for approval. And I think there would be less negative reaction to what is being presented.
Thank you, Ms. Beebe. Any other comments or questions? Ms.
Yeah, I'd
Duffy?
like.
Sorry, Ms. Duffy and then Ms. Dastig.
So I have a district that has been working on accreditation, this on the public level, and so they've been talking about advanced ed, so I wanted to see what the relationship is, and just for everybody else's information, that SACS falls under that umbrella. So in the media, as you start to see schools being recognized, it'll be under the umbrella of advanced ed. And then I also want to say thank you for streamlining this process, and also for figuring out a way for us to think about this in a way that's not going to take so much of department time and our educators' time, but a way to spend more time with the students. So,
thank you. And credit to as with other issues presented today, to the team at the department for making this happen.
Ms. Dastig.
I'd just like to comment that this bulletin before us today is inconsistent with the conceptual framework that was presented to the non-public commission. I have had multiple conversations, not only with and not that they reached out to me about this issue, not only with my own appointee, but others. And the reason for the posting of the bulletin is to give the public opportunity to provide feedback on this. I, in fact, did receive feedback from the time that this was posted, and it was all favorable from the members of that non-public commission who chose to reach out to me. Therefore, I do not support deferring on this item. I think this is a matter of urgency. It is sometimes, it's time to make the decision. Thank you.
I'd like to have one final comment, Ms. Bradford.
Yes, Ms. Hill.
I just want to say that I am in agreement with accreditation, because I feel that it will make sure we're able to weed out those schools that are doing exactly what they need to do in reference to our children versus those schools are not. Secondly, I just want to say that as a board, as a body, that we are responsible for these policies. And so I believe that we need to be more consistent in what we're doing. When you look at the various schools that we approve policies, we have different policies for non-public, charter schools, and public schools. And so I just wanted to make sure that it's an equal level playing field. So when we're creating these policies, that we look at these policies, but get the experts' opinions, and make sure that when we're putting these policies together, that is in the best interest of our children at all costs. So I just wanted to make that point.
Thank you. Any other comments by board members? Questions? We do have several speakers. Please remember to state your name and who you represent for the record, and also to try to keep your comments to 3 minutes. Scott Richard, Louisiana School Boards Association, or Richard. Okay. Steve Monahan, Louisiana Federation of Teachers.
Ms. Bradford, members of the committee, Steve Monahan, Louisiana Federation of Teachers, and I'm going to go very, very quickly. I think the first thing I'd like to say is an overarching philosophical statement here, and in evoking a little bit of history. I do understand that the superintendents worked very hard to bring forth a policy that's going to please everyone and deal with the issues in a serious manner. But I think he finds himself in a position, we all find ourselves in issues like this, where our forefathers had the wisdom to recognize certain things were going to be irreconcilable by the nature of our society and the diversity we have within. So therefore, we create rules, and we attempt to create rules to allow things to happen that really perhaps isn't in the best interest of anyone sitting here. And to that, I mean this. There would be no question whatsoever about a policy of the state's right to approve or disapprove a private or a parochial school if indeed there was not funding involved. So within the 376 schools that are listed in the exclusion of the so-called voucher schools, the inclusion has to be of the total amount of schools, because what is issue here is to be allowed to partake of public funding in some shape or form. And I'm not arguing that case, because Louisiana has been doing that for some time. However, we try to adjust rules to make it kind of right. So I'm going to go, or at least fit. So I'm going to go very quickly. As I said, there's essentially two ways this happens, to my understanding. It's one, that if we are accredited, or the school is accredited, and there are three pieces to that. Or if the school is not accredited. So consequently, there is those that are accredited can be approved, right? And those that aren't accredited can be approved. So therefore, all can be approved, one way or the other. It's the matter of what track we get on to do it. Now, under the approval, I'm willing to accept the fact that the Southern Association could very well produce the gold standard. And I don't know, and I admit what I don't know. I don't know a lot about the National Association of Independent Schools. What's troublesome in here is the mention in the third, or Roman numeral, or the, number 3 in the criteria of the accredited, or for other accrediting bodies. Now, there were some excellent examples of accrediting bodies that could fit. But I'm one of those guys that when I pick up a drink and it says these are the ingredients and then they say others, I wonder what the others are. Because I'm sure there are many, many accrediting bodies that I've never heard of that may well be excellent or maybe not. So I do believe it opens the door there. I also have to wonder, and I do so seriously, as we scratch the language in regard to the provisionally approved, which was under old language, and the discussions we've had before this body. It's important to me because it's a professional issue for every one of our teachers. If we are scratching with intent the approval regarding the criteria or the professional standards of the faculty, for instance, the master's degree for the principal, non-degreed teachers, are we going down the same line that we established through passage of the acts in the last session of saying that certification is not necessarily anymore in charter schools, and at the same time holding the public schools to a standard much, much different? And finally, and I'm doing this, and I apologize if I'm a little bit disjointed, but I'm trying to make wise use of my time. Again, this is not just to say nay. It's to say, how do you make this policy work? You have to define terms. And so when I look at the potential of the department to follow up and the way we're going to go ahead and make sure that schools are doing these things, I heard the superintendent mention school leadership, purpose and direction, instructional practice and rest. And then there is a caveat. There may include site visits. Well, if indeed there is not accreditation, perhaps they're not, and maybe, I'm just saying, maybe, that word shouldn't be may site visits. There should be site visits. There should, but then I think we're dealing with resource issues here.
Mr. Monahan, if you'll try to
And
wrap up.
closing, and I promised to be brief, and then I lied, didn't I? But I'm not swearing at the table. I will tell the truth, though. In closing, here's my recommendation on the part of the Louisiana Federation of Teachers. This is a policy that hasn't even been printed, but it was introduced, and there's a notice of intent, let me say this very simply, to change it. So before, it is so much in flux right now, it is presented, The policy that is not online yet to examine for input is now being tweaked. So it's almost like everything is so fluid in our world. That's why I'm always so confused, it seems now, Mr. Romer, because it seems like it just continually changes under our feet. This is not printed and changing. So I would hope that there would be wiser people than I that would come up and realize that this still has some problems. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Monahan. Let me suggest to you that if you look at the criteria for SACS and for NIS, some of those things that you're questioning we're doing away with, we are not. They are simply standards within those organizations.
May I appreciate that. I did see it in SACS, but I don't know in all of the others if it's there.
So they're not in the same category. There's a separate category within those that have accrediting.
Yes, ma'am. And I think at the end we all agree we're all in the same room with the same champagne glasses saying we're now accredited, or we are now approved. Ultimately, they will be approved. The categorization is a matter of the label.
But I think the standards will remain the same.
All right, thank you.
Mary Patricia Ray, Louisiana Federation of Teachers.
Good morning. My name is Mary Patricia Ray. I'm with the Louisiana Federation of Teachers and School Employees, and I have some very specific concerns to address. Steve's good at the philosophy. I'm going to talk about some nuts and bolts of this policy. Steve mentioned that under the approved schools criteria, the accredited approved schools criteria, Roman numeral 4 mentions that they may also accept accreditation from other school accreditation agencies, and they aren't listed out. And a great improvement to this policy would be to actually go ahead and let the board vote on which ones are going to qualify under other, instead of just saying other but not defining what other means. Under letter F, under section 107, accredited schools shall be approved by BESE for the duration of such accreditation up to 5 years. Now, while I understand that subsequent language requires annual review of certain categories of questions that the superintendent mentioned, 5 years is a long time for no required on-site visits, no information other than what is provided by the school itself, which may not always be the most reliable information, but you'll have no way of knowing that. So I would suggest that if you're not going to change the time period, the 5 years, that you change the way you collect the information so that some of the information is collected and compiled by the department instead of just being provided by the school, who may have the best of intentions, but I think sometimes we all think a little more highly of ourselves than maybe other people do, and I'm sure that I'm an example of that before this board. But nonetheless, that would be an improvement if you're going to keep the 5 years. Under letter G1, academic quality, the superintendent mentioned that you have several categories of questions you'll be requiring the schools to submit information regarding. And I apologize if I'm talking quickly, but I want to make sure that I get through all that I have on the paper. Those categories talk about purpose and direction. Why not allow this board to vote up or down on what defines a good purpose and direction? What defines good school leadership? What is high quality instructional practice? What is curriculum? And there are probably other policies that have been approved by this board that address this in some way or another. But this is one, especially if you're a non-public school, you're going to want to come and look at and see it right there. What does it mean? What is good? If this is a moving target, if this is a different standard for different schools, that's not fair. Now, I'm not suggesting that anybody intends for that to happen, but when we don't state our intentions clearly, sometimes perceptions, which some say are reality, are that it will be applied differently. The second problem with that section 1, academic quality, is that I think a lot of us will be wondering, those of us involved in education policy, will the submissions of that material in all those categories be considered part of public records requests that are allowed to be reviewed by the public? Are they going to be deliberative in nature? Is anybody going to have any other oversight besides just the staff that's looking at what's provided from the school? And again, these are questions that may have answers, but I think they're questions that are worth asking We're not here to hate on the policy. We're really here to help the students that it will impact. There's a lot of mays in this policy. For instance, under letter J, BESE may revoke any non-public school's approval if they so deem that safety and welfare has been jeopardized. I think one really simple, easy, yes ma'am, I will wrap up, change to make would be to define what does jeopardized mean. While I think we all have some kind of idea what that might mean, and there are standards set out for what health and welfare means above, I think that you can say including but not limited to, and explicitly say what kinds of things mean jeopardized. Set really clear standards with everybody that's involved in this process, and let the board vote those up or down. We're constantly hearing about policies at these BESE meetings and passing them on the contingency that we'll come back next month, and we'll come back next meeting, and we'll do this later. And what I would suggest to you is that we have an approval process right now that is legal. It's in place, and the 6 schools that are awaiting approval do not need us to rush through this. We can get it right because we can go ahead and approve them under another process.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you for your time. And I'm going to go ahead and leave because I won't respond probably to anything, and I understand you'll probably have some comments, but I'm just going to go ahead and go back to my seat. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ray.
Just a couple of quick notes to the comments. Number one, the board approves schools. The board is not approving accrediting agencies. And so there is not a note here where it says others. It means the department may accept other accreditation records as evidence that ultimately are then part of the recommendation to the board. But no one is approving or not approving an accreditation agency. Second, with respect to 5 years, there is process within the 5 years. And as Ms. Bradford or anyone else who has run a private school that's been accredited can testify to, there is a regular review on the part of the accrediting agency, which for us helps solve the question of rigor as well as how much red tape are you adding to the schools. And then finally, to the question of are the reviews public records, the reviews are public records. Media outlets have requested public records for reviews this year and in past years, and we've given them their final records, and we're obligated to provide them and do provide them.
Thank you, Superintendent. Peter Barnes, Christian Life Academy, and Louisiana Association of Independent Schools. Mr. Barnes.
Thank you, Ms. Bradford. It's good to see you.
Thank you.
And all the members of the board. My name is Peter Barnes. I'm the headmaster of Christian Life Academy here in Baton Rouge. I'm representing my school, of course, but also I serve as the secretary of the Louisiana Association of Independent Schools. Our executive director is Mr. Bobby Welch, the headmaster of the Dunham School, who's not able to be here today, so I'm speaking on his behalf. The Louisiana Association of Independent Schools would like to appreciate and commend the superintendent for this proposal. This is something that our membership, which presently is 30-plus non-public schools in the state of Louisiana, we support, and though we are a young organization, this was something that we had hoped to influence in our state. It is my understanding that Louisiana remains to be in the minority of states in our country that require the process that we have been going through for a number of years to gain state approval. Those other states have a practice like is being proposed, that when schools are already accredited and meeting a high standard, a rigorous standard of accreditation by an outside organization, that they are granted the eligibility that is being proposed today. We are also involved with the Council on American Private Education, and Advanced Ed, as was mentioned earlier, is a worldwide organization with over 30,000 member schools. It's an umbrella organization. The NAIS presently approves 19 accrediting organizations, and that information is readily available in response to some of the questions that have been brought up about the other accrediting organizations. I would also like to speak just for a moment as a head of a non-public school. I'm intimately familiar with the SACS accrediting process, having just completed my 5-year review last week. And just to share briefly with some of what is required in that process, we just completed an 18-month rigorous process just preparing for the site review. And it was a process involving all of our stakeholders, faculty, students, and parents. Our report had to be submitted to our committee 1 month in advance in order for them to study our school and be familiar with us by the time they arrived on campus last week. The site team makeup was made of educational professionals from non-public schools and public schools. So it is a well-representing body of educational professionals that come to ensure that we are meeting the standards of SACS Advanced Ed. We are required to present a detailed report which is focused on student achievement, best practices in education, organizational effectiveness, and professional development plan. We are required to write a 5-year plan for improvement, which, as was recently stated, there are within that 5 years, there are progress reports to be submitted, a 1-year progress report, a 2-year progress report, and an ongoing process of review throughout the 5-year period. As the superintendent pointed out, 2/3 of the non-public schools in our state presently hold a third-party accreditation. I think that this proposal would inspire that remaining third to go forward and take that step. And finally, I want to say that I've been an administrator in my school for 10 years. In that 10-year process, we've been approved by the state every year. We have never, in 10 years, had a site visit by the state. We have never been audited by the state. Our state report has never been reviewed or called into question. However, during that same 10-year period, I have hosted 2 SACS accreditation reviews and continued throughout that 5-year process of implementing the plans that were approved and oversaw by SACS. I would just like to offer to you that the schools that are meeting the accreditation standards of SACS Advanced Ed, NAIS, are meeting the expectations of the state of Louisiana and or exceeding those expectations.
Thank you, Ms. Barnes. Our next speaker is Deborah Tonquist.
My name is Deborah Tongi. I actually took a professional day off of school. I'm a practitioner, I'm a classroom teacher to be here today. I teach in a high school that is down a librarian, has a dance team that cannot travel to away games because they can't afford the bus. We're down an administrator, and we are really feeling the effects of that because we have the remaining 3 spending 4 to 6 hours a day working on compass evaluations. And now I'm facing an increase in student-teacher ratios. High schools are about to see that 750 hours, contact hours changed. I'm sitting in the audience watching my state school board, and this is the first time I have been here, spend valuable money and time regulating non-public schools. This begs a couple of questions to me. Are any of these 200-plus schools that Mr. White identified within the middle circle for profit? Are any of these schools online? Have any of these schools that are applying for any of the items that you've been talking about, are the teachers under the same kinds of guidelines that I'm under? Those are questions that I have as a classroom teacher because I feel like we're spending so much time on non-public issues in non-public schools that could be better served helping me and my colleagues deal with the budget cuts as we are. Also, my final question is, are they feeling the effects, non-public schools, like we are? Are you reducing the benefits for textbooks or for transportation? Are they feeling any of those same effects like we are. And if you could address those, I'd appreciate it.
I'd be happy to address some of them, and you and I have corresponded on email, so I appreciate you taking the time to be here. And by the way, I should say that Ms. Tongi was 2009 state, I might be getting this wrong.
I was a 2009 Louisiana State Teacher of the Year.
State Teacher of the Year. So it's a great honor to have you.
Thank you.
Just to elaborate a little bit on the finances of the situation. Your district, just for the sake of the board, is St. Tammany Parish.
Yes,
Is that right? Okay. And is it not true that the state's contribution to St. Tammany Parish in 2010 to 2012 actually increased by $2 million? Is that not true?
Yeah, I went to the school board information meeting that we had. We had 2 of them in St. Tammany Parish. The problem is when that translates to my school, we have 300 additional students, and we have not increased our teachers at all at my school.
Okay.
So I'm packed out at 32 students, which is about to probably get increased.
Got it. And it's also true, as I understand it, that the district school board did not roll forward a millage this year that would have yielded some extra dollars, instead chose to hold back that millage.
No, because our legislators were told, and I know that because I've spoken to them, that these reforms would not apply to the schools in St. Tammany Parish. We do not have failing schools.
I guess what I'm trying to understand, and just to be clear, and I'm just asking for the sake of the board's information, on the budget issue.
Right, but let me finish.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. We didn't know that we were going to be losing money to voucher kids in our district, because we thought a failing school was a graded F school, not C, D, or F. But because St. Tammany Parish does not have any failing schools, that got put up to C, D, and F. So now we can offer vouchers to our students, and that of course takes money, because the schools that our students are going to, NOCA, the Louisiana school, those science and technology schools, those kinds of things. If we were just sending the amount of money that we send for public schools, and the charter schools or wherever these students are going, transfer students are going, would accept the same amount of money that we allot for public students, but that's not the case. St. Tammany Parish is having to come up with additional funds for that.
Okay, so if I could just, and you
So
and I
correct me
may-
if I'm wrong.
Well, I think you and I may just have, I'm just trying to correct the facts and understand the facts.
Okay.
To your first question, and I'll come back to some of the financial issues. I think that you're talking here about $27 per student, which is quite a small amount of funding that then these students are entitled to. I would, just for the board's background, just make a couple of points about the fiscal position of this district. It is a $400 million annual budget, roughly. There are 47 students for a total scholarship cost of about $250,000. So $250,000 obligation out of a $400 million budget in a school district of nearly 37,000 students. Second, the MFP that the state awarded to the district is higher than it was 2 years ago. And the school board itself and the district chose not to roll forward a set of millages that would have yielded a significant amount of revenue. That's not for a second to disrespect, as a classroom teacher myself, the fact that obligations increase. We're in tough fiscal times across the state. And while education K-12 has not been cut here as it has in other states, the MFP has remained flat because of the $900 million shortfall the state was facing last year. So I don't want to for a second say that it has anything to do with Ms. Tongi's classroom situation, which obviously, if I could just finish, is challenged. But I don't think that the $27 per student here that we're talking about has any bearing on any school district's budget, or is in any kind of comparison from a scale perspective to a district with a $400 million expenditure overall that is only obligated to serve $250,000 worth of scholarship students. And by the way, for whatever it's worth, I do believe that there are 9 schools rated D. You obviously have a high-performing district. You're the highest-performing ACT in the state. On the other hand, there are 9 D schools in the district. And I don't think any one of us would want our child to attend a D school, and the legislature made a determination that those students could opt out. I don't want to get into a prolonged discussion about it, but those are the facts as I understand it. And as I said, I appreciate you coming here. Is there other things that we should know?
I see what I see in my school, and I see where the money is being spent, and I see what the 80% of my district, of my community, supports public education. To me, any money that is being sent out of my district in any way to supplement a charter school or one of those transfer kids is too much, because taxpayers did not, that's not what they were voting on when they approved that money in those millages.
Other than the taxpayers who are choosing to send their kids there, of course.
Right.
Got it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Garvey?
Yeah, I would like to add one bit of information to what Superintendent White pointed out regarding the roll forward. My understanding is that the failure to roll forward by the St. Tammany School Board, if they had rolled forward, it would have brought in an extra, I think, $400,000. So it would have covered this roughly $1,000 issue and then some.
Thank you, Mr. Garvey. Our next speaker is Lee Barrios.
Lee Barrios, again, retired teacher, St. Tammany. Before I ask my questions with regard to this particular section, in response to your question, Superintendent White, I did happen to bring today a copy of this for everybody on the board and for the press, but your question about the increase in MFP state funding, you're correct that the MFP has increased for St. Tammany. In 2010-11, it was $201,563,000. This year it was $201,849, so it did increase approximately $300,000. However, we have 1,000 more students in that time period. So in fact, the per pupil MFP funding has gone from $5,868 per student down to $5,578. So simple to say that our MFP has increased may be accurate, but it really doesn't give the complete picture. We also found out.
I just want to remind you of your time and ask you to speak to the issue.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, since Superintendent White brought it up to the issue, but I will leave this with you to show what other funds are being taken from the local millages. My question about this is, Superintendent White, in your graphic you gave 3 circles for 3 different categories, and correct me if I'm wrong, public schools. One of them was for the voucher students, and one was for the other non-public schools. Is that correct?
There were 3 circles in my hastily drawn visual. One of the largest circle is all private schools, over which this board does not have regulatory authority. Smaller circle within that is the schools in question here are approved non-public schools, and then a smaller circle within that is the scholarship schools, which is a subset of the larger group and the largest group.
Okay, so you're saying that this particular document would not apply to the scholarship school circle?
It applies to them, but then having been granted this eligibility to receive these public funds, they must meet additional criteria in order to participate.
Okay, and those additional criteria you have not come up with yet, is that correct?
No, those criteria have been promulgated by the department and adopted by BESE.
Okay, my concern about what you have presented here, a couple of questions. It says that in section G, the LDE shall conduct an annual review, and I'm just wondering who in the LDE or what sort of committee, and will that include anybody other than LDE employees? And also, again, I repeat that you state that those requirements will be academic quality, the school's purpose and direction, but what do you see as a quality, purpose, and direction? The school's leadership, what requirements will the leadership be held to? And the school's instructional practices, again, we know that they won't be required to have certified teachers, things like that. So it's really sort of an empty document in that it says we will have accountability, but we're not going to specify what. My last statement. Ms. Dastug was quoted in, I believe it was The Advocate, as saying that accountability is important. The aspect of not rushing, coming up with these accountability measures, and that now that the stakes are high, or the stakes have become higher, it's too bad that now that money's involved, we consider the stakes to be high. To me, they've always been high since it involves children and the quality of our schools. But I would encourage you, before you pass this, to define and delineate exactly what quality means in this section. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barry.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Garvey.
I have a question. This might be for the superintendent, and it goes to a calculation and a statistic that Ms. Barrios mentioned. The $1,000, 1,000 extra students in St. Tammany Parish. My understanding is that the MFP that St. Tammany is going to receive this year was reduced because of the students that are attending the math and science school in Natchitoches and the NOCA students and the voucher students. That part, I think, is correct without question.
The obligation of the district to fund more students
Was taken out of the MFP figure.
Yes.
Okay. But some of those extra 1,000 students, I think, are the students that are attending the math and science school, NOCA, and the voucher schools that were not in the numbers in previous years.
I believe that's true.
So if you're going to divide the MFP by the number of students in St. Tammany, you can't use that whole 1,000 students. You have to subtract from that 1,000 the roughly 200 and something students that are attending these other schools, because the MFP dollars that St. Tammany is getting is not being used to pay those or to teach those students. Is that correct?
It is true that the MFP dollars are not being used to serve those students.
And so if you're looking at how many students need to be covered by the MFP that St. Tammany is receiving, you need to subtract those students from the 1,000 extra that St. Tammany is claiming.
That would be right.
Okay. So for calculation purposes, you might want to take that into account. Please, I still have an email to respond to from yours, too.
And Ms. Barrios, did you have a handout that you wanted the board to have? If you'll bring that up, we'll see that it gets passed out. Lee Meyer. Thank you.
Lee Meyer, Assumption Parish School Board. Let's see if I can mechanically tweak what I'm about to say, with all due respect, John. Mr. Garvey, that 1,000 students, and John said it earlier, was 2 years ago that they had that increase in MFP, not this year. Am I right?
Well, the this is a
2 years ago.
Madam Chair, if I may, we're not here to discuss the MFP.
I was going to say, let's stick to the issue, please, Mr. Meyer.
I don't want to discuss the MFP in St. Tammany anymore. This is regarding the guidelines for the private school approval process, which is a process that's been in place for a decade, and we're trying to make it better. And rather than discuss the MFP now, let's discuss the MFP at an MFP hearing. Let's stick to the issue, please.
Mr.
I'm just trying to move the discussion on
you're
because
just
it's
trying
not
to
germane.
What I'm trying to say is you basically humiliated Lee Barrios' statement by not allowing her to continue.
Mr. Meyer, we do have a policy that says speakers who come to the mic are to speak on the issue.
And that is the issue. So as the superintendent said earlier,
the issue is non-public approval.
And that affects minimum foundation, because as earlier on, you said that you have a circle of all the private schools, the 359 in the middle, and the ones that are scholarship. How many of those are scholarship? All right? Those scholarships take away from each district minimum foundation money. So what I'm asking, I'm talking to the point of the scholarships, of approval of these 359 schools, because only 119 of them are, 240 of them are third party. So they're only certified for a year. How many of those 359 or the 240 from 159, 119, how many of those are accredited by SACS? Okay? The middle, how many of those are accredited? What I'm trying to find out is, the more you're going to accredit, or the more people we're going to put on the scholarship programs, the more schools that you're going to accept into the policy that we have now, the more money you're going to take from a district. The districts have already been, I still have time, right? So
Yeah,
please
but I
let
want
me
to make
speak.
a point of clarification for you.
Go ahead.
I think we're talking about two issues here. The issue before us right now is about approval of all non-public schools that seek approval through the state.
And if we approve,
No monies except child benefit that is federally mandated follow those students.
federally mandated, where is the
Teacher
money going to
benefits.
come from?
It comes from the state, but that's been
And
in
out of
pro-
whose
but
money
that's
will it
been
come
in
out
place
of?
It does
forever.
not. It does-
Taxpayers, of whom those parents of those students
Well, I'm
happen
fighting
to
for the
be.
taxpayer, whatever, I forgot
Well,
your
non-public
name.
school parents are taxpayers as well. I mean, I'm just saying, please let's say this issue. We understand that there is issues about the scholarship.
I understand, Ms. Bradley, that I walked up here to make a statement, and I think where I was going was in the right direction. Whatever is going to be approved here today will eventually cost our districts money. The districts that have not been allowed a raise for their teachers in 4 years. And what I'm trying to get at is if Will Centile wrote a great article, I'm trying to go by what our superintendent said, and if you read the article, I'm sure you did, we're just trying to take away the red tape, lessen the red tape that the public and non-public schools have to go through. We're not lessening public schools, okay? We're trying to make it easier for them to be able to teach. We're not doing that for public schools. Y'all can, I know I get upset when I get up here. Am I passionate? Yes, I am. Am I worried about what's going on in the districts? Yes, I am. Am I worried about when someone comes up here and wants to make a statement and we start telling them that they can't? This is a public body elected by us. We should have the right to speak to you. You should not tell me I only have 3 minutes, or at least don't interrupt me to a point where there's no water up here for me to drink and I'm dry mouth. And excuse me, Mr. Roma, I just remembered your name.
Mr. Meyer, I don't think it's the intent.
I am sorry.
But because we do have many speakers, we do have to keep on track with our policy and
Yes.
staying to the subject.
Yes, and
At hand.
I don't apologize this time.
Listen,
Because
we
what I'm
appreciate your
trying to
passion.
tell you is if you read Will Centile's article, October 13th, you'll see that if you read through the lines, we're approving more schools using public taxpayer money for parochial, unconstitutional schools. Excuse me, thank you very much. Call me for another meeting, please. You said you would, but...
Janet Bean.
Thank you. Madam Chairman, excuse me. My name is Janet Bean, and I'm chairman of the Education Committee for Citizens for One Greater New Orleans. We have for many years been advocates for high standards and accountability.
Ms. Bean, if you will try to speak just a little closer to the microphone.
Okay.
Your microphone. Thank you.
Do I need to restate my name?
No, that's fine.
Okay. No, I just want to say that I'm here today because we have long been supporters of high accountability and high standards for both public schools and for non-public schools receiving public money. And we want to commend the superintendent, the Department of Education, and we want to stand in support of this bulletin and this policy because we think that it will actually clarify and make the process easier. So that is our statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bean. Would you please restate the motion before we vote?
Yes, ma'am. On motion of Ms. Dastuke, seconded by Mr. Gio, the committee recommends that the board approve as notice of intent revisions to non-public bulletin 741 as recommended by the LDE.
Thank you. Is there any opposition to the motion?
Yes.
Please record that Ms. Hill and Ms. Beebe are in opposition. The motion carries.
That concludes your agenda.
Entertain a motion to adjourn.
So
I'll
moved.
make that motion.
Thank you.
Second.
I think that the next meeting will
We're
take...
going to go to lunch now and start the next meeting at 1 or 5 till 1.
Yes, was this from you? Okay. So the answer is, if you're talking
We are going to get started in just about 15, 20 seconds. If everybody could take their seats. Scared you for a minute, huh? Okay, quickly, while Ms. Bradford is gone, let's go ahead and get started and see how much we can slip past her. Can we have a roll call, please?
Ms. Beebe? Present. Ms. Beebe is present. Mr. Bennett? Mr. Bennett is absent. Ms. Bofi?
Here.
Ms. Bofi is present. Ms. Bradford? Ms. Dastug?
Here.
Ms. Dastug is present. Mr. Garvey?
Here.
Mr. Garvey is present. Mr. Gio?
Present.
Mr. Gio is present. Ms. Hill?
Present.
Ms. Hill is present. Mr. Lee? Mr. Lee is present. Ms. Orange Jones?
Present.
Ms. Orange Jones is present. Mr. Romer? Mr. Romer is present. You have a quorum.
Okay, first item.
Your consent agenda is ready for approval, adding items 3.1, 3.2, and 4.1.
Okay. We have a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
Ms. Dastug? Let me get a
3
second. Mr. Gio, okay. Ms. Hill, you have a question?
It was 3.1 and 3.2, which are defer items, and 4.1, which is a receipt.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Do we have any questions or comments? Hearing none, do we have any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion carries. Next item.
Your next item is item 2.1 on page 1. Consideration of a report on types 2, 4, and 5 charter contracts and requests for amendments. The department has changed its recommendation to delete this item from the agenda.
Move to delete.
Moved by Ms. Dastug, second by Mr. Gio. Do you have any questions on this item?
I
Ms.
do.
Hill?
After completing my research on items 2.1 in reference to John High School, they're asking for us to expand their school. But once I went on where they're going to delete it. However, once I did my research on this particular item online, where I went to the Department of Education, this school is an F school. F school, and so my question is, why, from the department, maybe someone can speak in reference to this, why we're trying to grant this to this particular school. I don't know if there's someone.
Actually, because this proposal is being deleted, there is not a motion in front of the board to consider what you're talking about.
Okay.
However, there was originally some thinking about it because there's a new operator running the school. In fact, under the accountability system adopted by the board, this school would be considered a T now, not an F, which will be published next week because it's a turnaround school, so it's being run by a new operator. At the same time, this is not a proposal in front of the board. We're requesting that it be deleted.
Okay.
Do we have any other questions? Hearing none, do we have any objections to the motion? Hearing none, motion carries. Next item.
Next item is on page 7, item 2.2. Consideration of an update report regarding Lycée Français de Nouvelle Orleans, operated by LFNO Charter. The department recommendation is to receive.
Do we have a motion to that effect?
I'll make that motion.
Ms. Bofi, we have a second.
I'll second.
Ms. Jones? We have somebody from the department that's going to deliver what we are receiving.
I'm happy to speak to it if helpful, Mr. Chairman.
Superintendent, thank you.
Thank you. Board members, at the previous meeting, a member of the board requested that there be a report on the status of Lycée Français de Nouvelle Orleans, which is a Type 2 charter. We maintain ongoing oversight of the school. We're in regular communication with the school staff. We are not aware of any issues that require individualized specific report regarding this school. The school is in its second year. It has 205 students in grades K through 2. The school enrolls approximately 140 students as part of its pre-K 3 and pre-K 4 programs, of which 20 students are participants in LA4 program. All students in kindergarten through 2 were admitted by way of an open enrollment process, and no priorities were given to families outside of sibling preference, which is allowable under the board's regulations. As the school does not have any students yet in tested grades, we do not have any data on state tests as we might in another school, but we're very happy to answer any questions that the board has with respect to this school. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Garvey.
Yes, I'm sorry, Ms. Beebe.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Garvey. I just want to ask this question, and of course I've had some constituents who have made contact with me with a list of concerns, and I do want to thank Mr. Gang because he did respond to those concerns. But just to help me better understand, Superintendent White, the pre-K program at LIC is a private entity, if you will, and am I correct? It's private.
Public and private.
Public and private. So technically, for we say that it's open enrollment, as I understand it. So, but as we move, as the pre-K students move forward, if they're already enrolled at the school in pre-K, then they are automatically transitioned to the kindergarten program. They don't have to go through a lottery process.
No, the only under the law, the only preference that they may extend is a sibling preference, and they do extend that for kindergarten. There's no priority given to kids participating in the pre-K programs at the school.
So you said there is no priority given to the pre-K?
That's right. There's no priority given to the pre-K.
So there is a lottery going to K?
Correct.
I have several questions.
Ms. Hill?
Yes. Okay. I have several questions. I had the opportunity to go visit La C Francais last week, and I had the opportunity to meet some of their administrative staff as well. But some of my concerns in reference to, I hear Superintendent White made reference to the pre-K program, kindergarten program, where they have 20 slots in reference to that they can admit students into their school. What is that based on, those 20 slots that they have available? What is that based on in reference to parents who want to apply to that school? Is it income-based, or is it, do they have to have a test or a screening, or?
It's the same eligibility criteria as any LA4 program. It is income-based, but it is an open enrollment process.
Okay. So from what I experienced when I visit the school, in reference to that, as far as diversity, when I look at the school, it's a charter school, a public charter school. And when I look at the diversity of the school, when you take an account of minority children, I mean, I can count them on two hands and maybe one foot. However, I just want to make sure that when we are engaging in these public charter schools, that diversity is there, because we're saying that these are open admissions. And I want to make sure that we're not eliminating any parents in reference to enrollment. And so that was my first statement. Secondly, in reference to their pre-K program, to my understanding, most of the children, their parents privately pay for them to attend the school. But then we have some who has the LA4 program. So so you're saying that within that pre-K program, even though they have most of the parents that are paying, and they have these 20 slots where it's open admission, can that happen within the school when it's
Yes.
a charter school like that?
Yes, and
the kids are going to.
It does happen because they're operating a pre-K program that's outside of the school. In other words, that's not part of the charter school that this board has authorized. With respect to the issues of racial diversity, as you know, last year when there were concerns about the diversity of the school, we expressed that to the school. The school then went about specific canvassing door to door in specific parts of the city that are predominantly African American. They placed ads on radio and in communities that are predominantly African American or served by African American listeners, and did a recruitment effort in order to drive up the percentage of minority students in their school. And now 80 students in the school, so more than could be counted on hands or feet, are attending the school. It still is relatively low at about 30% in New Orleans, which is obviously, has a larger number of percentage of African American residents, but it's growing. And perhaps part of the reason for there being a larger number of white students in the school is that, one, it's located in a part of the city that is predominantly white, and we're talking about very young students, and two, knowing that all of these things come attached to issues of not just race but also class, that they do have a large number of paying students in their pre-K. That's not the case with LA4, it's not the case with the rest of the school, but it is the case elsewhere, and so that could be part of it as well. But the percentage is increasing, they're making efforts to move in the right direction.
And I'm glad you made that point, and that's my major concern when we look at these charter schools, and you just made reference to location. And so I just wanted to make sure that when we're creating these policies, and when we say this is open admission, and I respect what you're saying as far as location, that diversity is there. They've been open for several years now. I'm quite sure as far as their media piece, getting the exposure out there, as far as to the extent where I think that it should be much greater. I do know they have a Facebook page because I've been on there and I've done some research on that as well. So I just wanted to bring up some of those issues as well, as far as the diversity piece is concerned.
Thank you.
Do you have any other questions from BESE members? We have a couple of speakers on this item. Nadia Casimir.
How y'all doing? One of my main concerns were, you can hear me?
Make sure your mic is on.
It's on.
Okay.
It's on.
Okay, good, thank you.
All right, one of my main concerns were when my children first started going to La C. Francis, I was told that they would be able to help them as far as the French curriculum, that they would have extra help, but no one never said that they would have to pay for the extra help to learn in French. And I went to the school on several occasions to try to get my children so that they can catch up. And the only time it seemed like the teachers are interested in helping them is when I'm showing up. And as far as, like, I understand my daughter may be the only one in her class, her brown color or whatever, but it's like there is no extra help there. What could we do about that?
Just out of curiosity, thank you, by the way, for coming and registering these issues. What does the principal say in response to, if you say, my daughter has no extra help, what does the principal say about it?
He said that he would be willing to help in every way and that they're going to do everything best in their policy, but nothing is being done. I went there after when I get out of class, I go there and I sit in the class and I watch and I observe what's going on, but nothing is really being done.
And so is your daughter receiving, in the classroom, receiving specific help on her French?
No, sir, because the teacher is not really bilingual. He only speaks French. So if no one in the class to interpret what's going on, how do they expect her to learn? I said, well, how was your day at school? Just for example, she was like, I did my work, but I didn't understand what's going on. I just copied off the teacher. That's not going to help her pass when it's time for her to take her own tests.
Mr. Chairman, what grade, may I ask a question? What grade is your daughter in?
One in second and one in kindergarten.
How long have they been at the school? The second grader?
This is their first year.
So the second grader is her first year?
Yes, ma'am.
Did she have any, and so she's coming in without any
Yes,
foreign
ma'am.
language
And that was
background?
understood. That's why they They told me when I first got there that there would be extra help to help her catch up, but no one seemed like they seemed to care.
Was something offered to her during the summer?
I had to pay $150 a week, and I couldn't afford it.
Okay, so she didn't receive any type of
No,
free
ma'am.
services?
No,
or-
ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Beebe?
And that is one of my concerns as well, because I was a participant here at the meeting, and earlier this year, we were told by representatives of this school, and that was a concern when we extended it to second grade, we were told that there would be efforts made during the summer to help these students be successful.
Well, Ms. Beebe, I'm sorry, go ahead. Ms. Beebe, I understand actually, having learned a little bit about this, that this school is actually providing help after school. Is that right?
Yes, sir, but you have to pay weekly.
Okay. That's not my understanding, and I think here we have a factual. What time does school end?
School ended at 3:30, but in
And
order
what time do you pick up your daughters?
between 3:30 and 3:45, because
Okay.
I attend school myself.
So, got it. So if there's a question of if they were to be able to stay after 3:30, could they be receiving the extra help? Is that right?
Yes, sir, but you have to pay.
You have to pay. Okay. I understand that not to be true. I'm not saying that you're lying. I'm just saying that's not what my understanding is. Mr. Chairman, if I might make a suggestion,
Yes.
perhaps this is what the issue is. I'd like to find out, and my staff will find out, whether or not the school is charging for tutoring. It would be our judgment that actually those kinds of services have to be paid for by the school through the funding that you receive. And we will then communicate both back to the board as well as to you
Okay.
the answer that we find out. Would that work?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much for coming. I really appreciate it.
Is there a representative from the school that would like to speak? It would not be necessary, but if you'd like to, we'd welcome you to come on up. Can we get your name and your position?
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Jean Montes. I'm the president of the board of Lycée Français de la Nouvelle-Orléans. And I appreciate the time that is being spent on trying to understand what the school does. The basic thing I want to say about this is that the summer program was offered for free to anybody who was in second grade. So I'm not sure when the parent actually showed up, but the whole summer there was about a good 8 to 10 weeks of summer school, which was very successful. We have a lot of the second grade students that did not have a chance to have French in their lives before that went to the program, and it was fantastic. And also we have what we call a French interventionist that is there 24 all day a week. I say 24/7, you can say, available to pull students out in small groups with 1, 2, or 3 out of the second grade class during the school day, and also sometime after school to help them out with this. And I advise that our parent continue to do everything she can to allow us to help explain what we do, because it seems like there's a disconnect between the services that we have available. And the French interventionist is not teaching. She's there just to intervention with the students that are in need. So therefore our system is designed to help every single student in the second grade to reach and the potential of the French program, and as well as set them to successfully take the ILEAP program and so on that they're preparing for.
Does the after-school program require a parent to pay tuition to participate?
The after-school program she's referring to, there are activities, after-school activities. If you choose to do that, then they have to provide some, they have to choose what they want to do and so on like that. The French tutoring program that we have right now, it's not necessarily designed for the second grade student only. It's designed for everybody. It's like it's a program called after school homework. Other French schools do the same thing too, and the idea is that these parents that want to have that program, it goes beyond even what we offer during the school day. So I don't think she understands quite exactly what we're talking about within those.
But is there, if a parent who wanted to get their child caught up on French, how does that happen?
Well, that's, the French interventionist is there. It's a specialist that is there that take the kid and would devise a program during school and also after school for them. And it's just a program that will be done with a contract with the parent and the school, basically, and that has no money involved in that particular contract. It's just an agreement on what that kid would need. So therefore, I would like to find out, basically from this parent, which I'm going to follow up as the board president, to figure out what kind of request she's made and how it's being done. But I would say in general, any student who would show with a particular issue with understanding the program, and especially the second grade, I think probably going to be the one that have that issue, we would take care of on an individual basis. So that's what we need to investigate and find out exactly what the issues are and what the facts are on this particular student itself.
Mr. Chairman, if I might make a suggestion, we have both of the parties starting to feel a little bit like Judge Wapner, but we have both of the parties here. I might suggest that if you wouldn't mind, sir, discussing it, and then our staff will follow up with the leadership of the school, and then we'll report back to the board at the board's next meeting. If that's acceptable to the board, then that would be a logical next step for us.
I would think that would be acceptable to the board.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for coming and speaking. Ms. Beebe?
Yes, sir. One of the concerns filed by a parent dealt with food services at the school. And so while the gentleman is here, if he could speak to that issue, how do you address lunch for the, or breakfast? Do you provide your meal? How do you provide?
Yeah, so that's a very general question, okay? So what I'm going to say is that we'll have breakfast for the kids, and we also have a lunch program, which is open, and so far, I mean, anyone who wants to eat, it's our first year, anyone who wants to eat, we're able to get food in the program. We are partnering with KIPP School as our food service provider, and we also have, after review, we have the Revolution Food that is providing a very healthy meal for our students.
Okay, well then as a follow-up question, who in your school or at the school, as it relates to serving the meals and so forth, do you have hired staff to primarily for that purpose of serving the food?
Yes, at the beginning of the school year, we were in the process of putting things in place. Again, just remember, this is just at the end of our first year, and we're just going through even our audit. This is our second year. This is the first time we're offering this, and we have once we finally identify a food vendor. We had a couple of weeks where we had some volunteers that helped us through the transition, and then it's been almost a month and a half now. We've had someone in place that is taking care of the food service, and she's in charge. She manages the whole system.
Okay, and they do the criminal background search and the tuberculosis test and all those tests?
Every single test that is required by law has been done.
They operate under the same guidelines?
Absolutely.
Mr. Keogh?
If there's further evaluation on this topic, I'd recommend that they meet and report back to the board.
Okay.
But just to add due respect for the young lady, I would like for her to speak since she came back. I don't want to, you wanted something to say?
Yes, ma'am, which he did forget, like, if we have to be to work for 8 o'clock, you do have to pay for your child to come early, as well as you have to pay an extra $50 or $60 additional dollars if you want your child just to eat breakfast for the month. That's what he forgot to mention.
But that's,
and actually, that's on paper. I wish I would have brought it.
Is it possible that you can get us a copy of that documentation?
If I can recall where it's at, I would be more than happy.
And
But I was told that only thing we had to pay was $250. I had to pay $500, $250 a piece for a non-refundable consumable fee, and I think that should have included everything. But yet they're still asking for extra fees.
Okay. And so as to not conduct a Judge Wapner type scenario here,
this is not
and avoid having to swear in the witnesses, can we ask Mr. Gang to get with these two individuals and bring back to the board a description of what you found out and any suggestions you might have? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I would also, since two of our BESE members, have some very specific kinds of questions and that they should have answers to, that they also reach out to Mr. Gang, or Mr. Gang, you reach out to them and get these questions answered, so that this is really probably not the forum for this kind of discussion, so thank you.
Okay, we have a couple more speakers on this item. Dana Connerly? Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Dana Connolly, and I'm a parent of Taylor Wilson that attends Lycée for kindergarten, which she went there part of the year last year, but she didn't adjust well because it was at the zoo. She didn't like the outdoors thing. She had some issues with anxiety, and they were placed outside the class and into the general population. So when maintenance explained this to me, I pulled her out because it wasn't a required grade. I then put her in the kindergarten. When I took her out, I registered her for the kindergarten. They did not receive LA funding last year, which made me as a parent responsible for her tuition. I owed them, I believe, for 1 month. She wasn't there but a couple of weeks, few weeks. I pulled her out, and immediately I enrolled her for the next school year, okay? But because I didn't pay for the LA4 or the pre-K4, because there was no LA4, the pre-K4 class, the 1 month, few weeks, whatever, she didn't have a spot for kindergarten. But she had been registered right after we came back from Christmas break. I registered her. Now, it was a period of time that they allowed you to register, and then they took back some time. So I can't give you directly what time frame it was, but I know that she was in the beginning of that enrollment process for the next school year. When it was time for school to open, I called Lycée. I did not receive any testing, no notification that what date she was due to start. Didn't get any uniform requirement information by email, but I did receive an invoice stating that if I did not pay these fees, that she would not have a spot for kindergarten. When I spoke with the governing board, and I spoke to some administration folk, and I spoke to the management team, they explained to me that she had a spot. I was told she was on a waiting list, but then when she got there, they placed her in this class with more minorities than any other class, okay? And I complained about it. I asked for her to be moved. I cut up. I'm not going to tell you no lie. Mr. Montez and Ms. Paige Saloon, they all know me from me acting out, because she's in a class with 20-plus kids, along with Paige Saloon's son. I don't care for the class, but this is where she's gotten acclimated to, so I want her to stay there now. But my thing is that if you have kids coming in, those kids should be spread out evenly, regardless to race. Without minorities, you don't have a viable program. You cannot operate a private school on public funding. You cannot do it. I believe in choice. I'm a firm believer of choice. Mr. Raphael Gaines has been covering up for them because I communicated issues with him, and I got justifications, not resolution. And that's the reason why I'm here today, because I've gone through every step. I've actually climbed the ladder. I've gone to Mr. Garvey. He told me to take my daughter out if I didn't like the way it was operating. Okay? I've gone to I've reached out to Holly Boffey, Kyra, Carolyn Hill, Miss Lottie. I don't know these people up here, but I've reached out. And I'm not happy because I want to have a say about my daughter's direction, because I chose a school that was under a private charter so that I can have a say. Even though I could have a say in a public forum as well, I still feel like that was my choice for her.
Ma'am, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up.
Okay, don't use, and I'm going to walk off after this, don't use minorities to get your charter approved and go through your outreach process. You don't even have a uniform fund. And my understanding is that that came with your startup money. But I was told today that that goes on your furniture and your teachers. So I don't know quite the way this board is operating, if it's meeting compliance, but I'm almost for certain. After you get them compliant, us minorities, we're going to be out the door, because I received an invoice today telling me my daughter was dropped because I didn't pay the $250 consumable fees that I knew nothing about. So, you know, y'all need to deal with them and really look at them good with your good eye.
Okay. We have another speaker on this item. Or two speakers, Linda and Harold McMillan.
Good afternoon. We're the Macmillan's First Steps Child Care, one of the outreach community programs that LIC have listed in. They have 140 pages to their charter. I went through it on Saturday, page 6, 7, 21, 24. That's where I stopped at. My name is all through this program. And I just want to read this. It's an outreach program partnering with LIC Francis and First Steps at 2601 South Claiborne Avenue. Also, when I did some research again this morning, I noticed they've been open since August of 2011. They came through our doors in 2010, July to be exact, and asked us. They heard a lot about the facility. We are a 5-star facility, one of the largest one in the state of Louisiana. And we believe in quality, and we believe in educating our student. When they came, it was 3 of them that came to my door, sat down and talked with me and my husband, and then came out physically at our open house and made this commitment. To your 1- and 2-year-olds, we're going to send a teacher to your site, give you a percentage of the funding that we get, and also teach French. Never happened. I didn't even know the school was open until a parent came in and said, Mrs. McMillan, I'm seeing your name all through this charter letter saying that you signed papers stating that you're supposed to be having French at your facility, and it's not going on. But it clearly states on all of these documents that we are the outreach program, because we service at-risk students, that the charter is supposed to be partnership with us in doing, and it never took place, never happened. So to me, they have no integrity. They need to be looked upon, because basically they're telling the fib to get what they want accomplished, but they're not doing anything for the community as a whole. That's what I have an issue with. And my thing is, my reputation means a lot to me, and don't put me in the middle of this. And that's what I have an issue with. And I want them to make good on a certified teacher in French that they're supposed to be having at my site, and whatever funding that they were supposed to give for that program, to make good on it. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Gang, are you capturing this issue also? Okay, thank you. We have a final speaker on this item, Ms. Lee Barrios.
Barrios, still retired, teacher from St. Tammany. I wish I were retired, let's put it that way. I have some concerns about this school that go beyond the specifics of the school. Is there a provision? It's my understanding, because I think it was at the BESE meeting when this was discussed a year or a year and a half ago, so I'm surprised to know that they've only been in business for a year. The idea of that they had submitted a charter for kindergarten through whatever grade it was to initially, and that the reason they're allowed to charge tuition for their pre-K children is because it wasn't part of the charter. Regardless of that, is there a provision for charters in this state to entertain tuition-paying students at any grade level, or is that open, and is it known to charter applicants that they can have a pre-K or 4th grade or whatever it is that pays tuition alongside of the public part? And also, it would seem to me like even if those tuition-paying pre-kindergarten students don't get special provisions to go into kindergarten, it's still state-funded. If they're in that building and enjoying the benefits of funding for that building and teachers, that it's taxpayer paid. So, and I also wonder, and I guess since this is the first year these figures haven't been gathered, how many of the tuition-paying pre-K actually will make it into kindergarten? How many of the LA4 kids will actually make it into kindergarten? And I think it's been stated that nobody automatically gets in, that it's a lottery. So just some questions.
Thank you, Ms. Marios. Do we have any further questions from BESE members?
I want to know, I just want to be clear, I know a lot was said, and I just want to understand what the concrete next steps are. And by
Well,
when.
and that brings me to asking for an amendment to the motion that's on the table. I think the motion on the table was to receive, and we probably need receive and retain to hear a report back from Mr. Gang on the issues that were brought up today. So can I get an amendment to that?
I think I made the motion. May I make a suggestion?
Yes,
that
ma'am.
between now and the next BESE meeting is an RSD meeting, and for the benefit of, this is a New Orleans school, and maybe for the benefit of the individuals who are here today, that the board could take this up and refer it to the committee of the whole, RSD matters.
Well, Mr. Gang, are you planning on being at the RSD meeting? Okay.
Okay, and that way we can deal with it sooner.
Yes.
And you don't have to come back to Baton Rouge. Okay. So my motion is to receive and refer to the committee of the whole. What's the committee? RSD, Academic Goals and Instruction.
I second.
Okay. Staff will get it right. Thank you. Okay.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second by Ms. Jones. Do we have any objections to that motion? Hearing none, motion carries. Next item.
Next item is on page 66, item 5.1. Consideration of the Orleans Parish School Board resolution regarding the Master Plan Oversight Committee. The department recommendation is to approve.
I'll make a motion to approve. I'll make a motion to approve. No joke.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second? Mr. Romer. Do you have any questions from the BESE members?
Are you going to continue to serve?
Yes, I will continue to serve.
There was some backup information passed out regarding the minutes of the meeting, the Orleans Parish School Board meeting, and the nominees for the Master Plan Oversight Committee.
You said that has been distributed to the BESE members?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any other questions? Mr. Guillo?
I was just curious, just to get just a real brief update of where that process stands, because they're well down the road, aren't they, as far as having the master plan in place and implementing it?
Yes. Do we have somebody from the RSD that would comment on this?
We're going to hear, I believe, a report later, actually, on the status of some of the contracts in particular. I can provide just a brief update, and then when, if Superintendent Dobart or Ms. Hankins comes up later, they can fill in anything that I've missed. In terms of, we have launched phase 2 of the master plan. The master plan is up for another round of revision as of roughly next summer, and projects are on target to be completed, that is across the city, by 2016. The first wave of projects in the second phase are in design, and they will start being put into construction probably within the next 6 months to a year. So what the most recent adjustments that the board made are already in design, and they should have shovels in the ground 6 months to a year from now. All projects on target for a 2016 completion date.
Okay, and the purpose of this committee is to oversee or keep an eye on that process.
And to report back to BESE.
And to report back to BESE. Does BESE need a report right now?
No.
Okay.
In my opinion.
So there are some new appointees that are being proposed. Andre Perry and Alexandria Troud. And I believe that the department is recommending that those be approved. But the motion that we have on the table doesn't include that. It is? Okay. So we have a motion on the table. Do we have any further questions from BESE members?
Well, I would like to see the list. I don't have a.
What other items? How many more items do we have on the agenda?
She is amazing. Mr. Chairman, you're looking at it, I have met Ms. Stroud, and I think we all know Andre Perry.
Yes.
These are two people that I think will
Respected.
provide a lot of contribution, valuable contribution to this.
I agree. Okay, do we have any objections to the motion? Hearing none, motion carries. Next item.
Next item is on page 68. Item 6.1, consideration of revisions to Bulletin 126 Charter Schools to establish provisions for the certification and operation of local charter authorizers. The department recommendation is to approve as notice of intent.
We have a motion to approve.
I'll make the motion to approve.
Ms. Bophy, second.
I'll
Ms.
second.
Estu? Do we have any questions? Ms.
Yes.
Hill?
I have a question on page 71, the renewal of certification for local charter authorizers, section D, where it's talk about DRF schools. So my question, I guess, Superintendent White can maybe make reference to, what if a charter managing group changes? So say, for example, if the school has been deemed a DRF school for quite some time, and the charter managing operator decides to change, or if we decide where they've been a DRF school for this long period of time, we're going to return them to the recovery school district if they're under that governing body. So if there's a change in the charter is there a change in the operation of the school, meaning the managing group? Could you explain to me what would happen? A new chartering company would come in? How would that work?
Well, BESE has the authority to make that determination. As it says, they have the ability to they will be returned as a Type 2 or a Type 5, meaning BESE has either the authority to make them into a Type 2, in which case they would have the ability to either charter a new group or maintain the current charter, or a Type 5, which would place them into the recovery school district, under not just the recovery school district, but as you say, under Type 5 management. Essentially, these things would place the governance. This doesn't speak to whether it be managed by a new group or not. It just speaks to the governance, and the governance is at BESE's discretion as to whether it's a Type 2 or a Type 5.
Okay, because I guess one of my concerns would be that in the district that I represent, now that we have in the charter movement moving into the district that I'm representing, and so as I continue to find out information and do research, like whenever a new charter managing group come in, the site code changes. And when the site code changes, that their year of performing as far as their score or their letter grade start all over again. So if I'm charter A, just to give an example, and I'm chartering a school, and for the first 2 years I'm deemed a DNF school, and then charter school B come in, the process start all over again because they are entitled to a new site code. So it's like we're recycling the kids and not really penalizing the charter schools, and these kids are still failing. So maybe you can address that about the site code and when.
Well, I'm not sure I agree, because I think actually in your district, for example, in East Baton Rouge Parish, where there were recently a number of charter schools closed, they were replaced with new schools. Those schools are not charter schools. Those schools are direct run recovery school district schools, and so I don't think it lets anybody off the hook, because effectively what we've said is that group is out. In this case, it's actually, there's no matter one way or the other whether there's a new site code. The question is just if the schools within that local charter authorizer's purview are failing schools. It doesn't matter whether they're under what site code or how new they are. After the initial period during which the board has authorized that local charter authorizer to exist, so after that first set of years, if the majority of, if their schools on average are Ds or Fs, then those schools are to be returned to BESE to control.
Okay.
It doesn't matter what site code they are.
Okay, so even if they're returned to BESE and they're still failing on the BESE guidelines, we're still going to meet those requirements as what the policy states, that once the school is deemed failing for the 4th year, that they have to start to communicate with their local school district to return that school.
No, because these are new schools. These are schools that are started under a local charter authorizer. So that authorizer has, as with a school, that BESE authorizers, this authorizer has a period during which BESE is waiting. Then we see at the end of that period how well did the schools do. And if at the end of the period there are schools that are failing, BESE then will take those schools out from under that authorizer and say those schools are now either a type 2 or a type 5. In essence, if you can't run your schools successfully, BESE will take them back out from under this authorizer.
Ms. Beebe.
Superintendent Wright, so I can understand the concept, the charter school authorized. In the approval of charter, let's say I'm a charter, I've been approved to be a charter school authorized. Am I responsible? I would think my responsibility would be to review the charter proposals, and then thus do I approve, or is there another layer that I have to come to BESE as a charter authorizer to say I have A, B, C, D, E charters?
No, you're right. There is not another layer. BESE authorizes the authorizer to exist, and then they authorize schools. They don't need to return those schools to BESE. It is their job to authorize those schools. However, after a 5-year period, BESE then reviews the authorizer to say, okay, you've been around for 5 years. How are your schools doing? And if those schools are failing schools, then BESE may take them over and say, you should not have that school.
Okay, then as a follow-up, my concern, and I want to take you back in time, in I think it was January, there were 2 charter groups, the Delta and Tangible Horror. In the National Charter School Accreditation, I don't know if it's accreditation, but anyway, they had the standards in which these charters were to meet these standards. However, there were deficits. Yet BESE, this board, approved these charter proposals to move forward. So what is going to prevent, we're relinquishing this responsibility to these charter school authorizers. How can we be assured that they don't more or less emulate the action of BESE in January and allow these charters to open, these charter operators to open their schools while there are deficits? I mean,
well, the number one, I would say on those 2 schools, one of them ended up getting an opening and it would go ahead, order. The other one did not. So BESE created a provisional open for those 2 schools, and the Delta one is going ahead. They haven't yet started, but they're going ahead for next year, and the Tangible Ho school is not. But putting that aside, in this question, what's to stop them is that BESE has to approve the performance of the authorizer. So in other words, if a nonprofit in a given part of the state says, okay, I want to open a set of charter schools, BESE says, okay, it looks like you meet the terms of the law and you have the ability to do it well, then yes, they get to go and start those schools. But if after 5 years, the average performance of those schools is a D or F, BESE shuts down the authorizer and says, you don't get to authorize any more schools and we're taking back your schools. And so I think the answer to your question is that they're not going to have any reason to open schools that won't be successful because they won't be around as an organization authorizing schools if the schools don't work.
And just as a follow-up, I'm concerned that we're experimenting with our students. I mean, we have a track record of within our traditional schools, and as you heard the comments today, the money is spread so thin. I don't know how we're going to continue to operate, and we're hearing about all the failures. I mean, the school that we just pulled from the table for discussion, it's an F minus or F plus, but we still have failing schools. And as we move forward, we give 5 years, and if the performance isn't good, then what are we accomplishing?
Well,
that's my whole concern as we move forward.
To be clear about the school before was an F, not as a charter school. The school before was an F as a traditional district school. Secondly, I would say that charters, there are good charter schools and there are struggling charter schools, but it's also true that the rate of improvement is 3 times what the rate of improvement is across the rest of the state. And when it comes to a school like John McDonough, frankly, the cruelest experiment would have been continuing to send kids to John McDonough as it was prior to making it a charter school, which was one of the least successful schools, not just anywhere in the state, but anywhere in the country. With respect to this, the legislature has acted. The legislature has created a law these regulations simply mirror the law. That's not to say we shouldn't question how well it's done, but it is to say that everything you're seeing in front of you and that I'm outlining is set into statute. It exists already in a statute, and this regulation is a reflection of that.
Do we have any other questions?
I have a question.
Ms. Estes.
On Ms. Beebe's question about an authorizer, like we're an authorizer, being able to have the latitude to make a decision that may not parallel with the recommendation coming from NASCA. Mr. Superintendent, my understanding is that authorizer would have the same flexibility and authority to make a decision, maybe a provisional approval or any other decision, and the consequences and accountability will come, and how well they're doing in choosing, and improving charter schools.
Yeah, I mean,
so the same flexibility that this board enjoys, so will the local authorizers. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Other than that, this board essentially oversees that board's ability to authorize. So
Okay.
this board can, at that review point, says, did you do a good job of authorizing schools? And if not, you're out of business.
So we're not compelling them, Ms. Beebe, I just want to make a clarification. We're not compelling these authorizers, these local authorizers, to only be able to take what NASCA is recommending. They'll have some flexibility also. I just wanted to make that clear. I know, but I wanted to make sure we understood.
Okay, we have a speaker on this item, Mary Ray.
Thank you. Again, I'm Mary Patricia Ray with the Louisiana Federation of Teachers and School Employees. And I'm back here again just with a few language suggestions that I think would make the policy easier to understand for charter authorizers and easier to understand for everybody out there who is now concerned or interested in participating in school choice options. So, as the superintendent stated, this policy simply mirrors the law. And I think that's one of the fundamental problems with it, is that it kind of just regurgitates what the legislature requires you to regurgitate, instead of taking it a few steps further and improving upon what the legislature did in a way that facilitates better outcomes for students. So under section 403, number 2, you just simply mirror the valid, complete, financially well-structured, educationally sound language that comes up again later in the policy. And what I would suggest is that this is a policy-making board. Set policy. What is valid? What is complete? What is financially well-structured? What is educationally sound? And if that is already in policy somewhere, simply make reference to it under number 2. Under section 419, authorizer fees, we know that the legislation authorized the skimming off the top of 2% by these pop-up charters from the per pupil amount, and it says that it has to be taken out monthly. While I'm sure there's some kind of audit process that will ensure that happens, reference it in your policy so that everyone knows that accountability is there for that monthly skimming off the top that's going to happen. Section Section 521G, again, references valid, complete, financially well-structured. I would repeat what I said before, but I would also add that G says that these local charter authorizers have to determine whether the proposal, and if you look down at sections 5 and 6 under that, are in accordance with other laws. So whether their discipline plan is in accordance with 17252, et cetera. And while, of course, my organization happens to be fundamentally opposed to the whole idea of this, what I would suggest is when you're asking a private, public, non-publicly elected school board to interpret law, they should be given a little bit more guidance about what kind of tools they need to do that. If the liability is going to transfer to them, then they deserve some assistance in being able to know whether their plans are in accordance with the law that they can actually do on their own. You know, our public schools might pick up the phone and call the department, but they're supposed to be doing this on their own. How do they do that? Is there going to be help training? There's a provision that provides that the authorizer should make the application public and all this stuff public through their website, and that they should print it if it's requested. And I would suggest that you change that to one copy, print one copy, because someone could go in and say, I want 60 copies. Now, I know that's out there in the weeds, but I'm just saying I think it shows that there are a lot of things that could be tightened up in this policy to make it better. And I'll close with that. There's a bunch more, but I think what it also shows is that if stakeholders were included in these processes beforehand, they might have some useful suggestions for you, like the ones that I just made. But when we're making these suggestions the day of the board meeting, because we haven't been privy to the policies, the actual written policies, not just an outline or a graphic of what they might look like, it's not very useful. And I certainly don't want to waste this board's time, but we feel it's our duty to come here and at least try to improve upon the policies that you make. And so with that, I'll thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next item. That concludes the agenda. We have a motion on the floor. Okay, do we have any objections to the motion? Hearing none, motion carries. Next item. That concludes your agenda. Thank you.
Finance, Administration Finance will meet in 5 minutes. I know, she came in, but she left. We'll see if I can...
I don't mind doing it, or you can do it if you want to, yeah.
And it might be less than that.
There'll be more. Yes.
Oh, don't get me started.
Perfect.
Don't get, they need to throw the paper. That's what they need to do. They need to throw that afternoon after. Is that what you're talking about?
No, I did it.
Oh. Well,
Jones, Orange Jones? Here. Ms. Orange Jones present, Mr. Romer? Here. Mr. Romer present, you have a quorum.
Okay, the first item is the consent agenda.
Yep, your consent agenda is ready for approval, adding items 4.1 and 4.3.
The chair would entertain a motion.
I so move.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
A second.
Okay, well, motion second to approve the consent agenda. Any discussion? Any objection? Motion carries. Next item.
Your next item is item 4.2, consideration of fiscal dialogues as a result of the fiscal risk assessment processes. This item is located on page 35, and the recommendation is to receive.
Page 35.
Yes.
I'll make the motion to receive.
Have a motion to receive. Is there a second?
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Any objection to the motion? Motion carries. Next item.
Your next item is item 4.5, contracts and leases. Consideration of contracts and leases of $50,000 and over. The department has asked that we delete the Ochsner Foundation contract on page 50. The department recommendation is to approve.
Okay, we have a recommendation for approval. We do have, these are contracts of $50,000 and over. One item is to be deleted, a recommendation for delete.
We skipped item 4.4, and I'd like to apologize for that. Could we please go back to item 4.4? That's my mistake.
Okay, chair's going to go back to item 4.4.
What page is it on? 4.4 is on page 38. It's consideration of federal and state grants and allocations to LEAs, Type 2 charters, approved non-public schools, and community-based organizations. The department recommendation is to approve.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the grants for non-public schools. Any discussion? It's only about $12 million.
I'm curious to know how the districts are chosen, what the process is.
For districts for the high-risk pool?
Each of them.
There are different processes for each of them, and I'll just walk through them at a high level, and if there are staff who can answer questions. The high-risk pool grant provides supplemental funding for students whose education would cost roughly $35,000 or over because of their severe mental, emotional, or physical impairment. There were schools or districts that missed out on the grant round last time. The board approved other allocations under this grant in August, and there are some districts that were, not part of that because their applications are complete. This is just basically an allocation to those districts. It is based on it's a needs-based assessment, so it's literally needs of the student that earns the district the funds. With respect to the teacher incentive fund, the state has had a TIF grant, the teacher incentive fund, for some time. It grants performance pay, career paths for teachers, and so on. The 2010 grant application was going to be focused on the expansion of TAP in across LEAs. So meetings were held with districts. Districts then joined on that application. All this is essentially an awarding of funds to districts that were part of that winning grant from 2010. So this is an older grant. We're making allocations to districts as a part of that. The integration project is a similar process. It is privately funded. This year, the integration districts, again, were part of a voluntary process. It was a merit-based award given from the state to a smaller number of districts that are serving essentially as a kind of pilot stage for pilot implementation sites for Compass and Common Core. this is a continuation of that for those districts. Those districts are not changing from one year to the next. This is a continuation of that. It's part of our larger Gates Foundation process to assist in the implementation of this. There are other districts that are receiving other pieces of the Gates funding. Our Circle Award districts, for example, are receiving some literacy by design training and thus some funding there as well. And our world language content standards, we're recommending allocations to 14 recipients. There are 11 districts in that, and I believe the rest are charter schools and a BESE special school as well. The entire state, through its world language supervisors, received the applications for this. 50 teachers indicated interest across the state in participants. We needed to have a balanced representation across grade levels for it to be awarded. And so the final committee has, as well as across language areas. So essentially we were selecting for diversity across languages and across grade levels, and ended up having a pretty even spread across those areas as well as across different parishes. And that concludes those grants.
I believe we have one item that's to be removed. Can you, oh, that's in the next one. Okay. Okay, the chair would entertain a motion to approve these contracts.
Do you have a motion already?
No.
Oh, so moved.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Any objection? Motion carries. Next item.
The next item really is 4.5 on page 49. This is a consideration of contracts and leases of $50,000 and over. And as a reminder, the department has asked that we delete the Ochsner Foundation contract that is located on page 50. The department recommendation is to approve these contracts.
So moved.
We have a motion.
Second.
And a second to approve contracts over $50,000, with the exception of the Ochsner Clinic. Any discussion? Oh, I believe
Mr. Chairman, if I might make some comments in advance. Thank you very much. There are, I know, several contracts of interest here. The largest kind of buckets of these contracts or categories I will put in three areas. One is a set of contracts to 21st century providers, 21st century grant providers, using federal funds to fulfill the requirements of that after-school funding stream. The second is the contract with the National Association of Charter School Authorizers. And just to describe this briefly, we have achieved both savings on this contract and reduced it since its implementation in past years, and increased the number of charter school applicants to be reviewed. And I can't emphasize that enough. The law requires that there be a third-party authorizer, third-party validator, in essence, in Louisiana. That has created, is part of what I think has created really strong authorizing practices at the BESE level. And if you look at BESE as compared to charter authorizers around the country, it has done exceedingly well, both in Type 5s as well as Type 2s. This is thus required by law, but we took down the cost. And at the same time that we did that, we received a record number of charter school applicants this year, and I believe that's in your backup material, but we received nearly 50 applicants this year, which is an increase over last year, which is a nearly doubling of over the year before. So as the work has increased, the spend on this contract has decreased. And finally, Teach for America. I think that Teach for America principally serves two purposes. One, and I know this is where there's a lot of debate, it provides teachers who teach in areas, licensed areas or areas of the state or areas within given parishes that we have a very difficult time attracting teachers to. And it's important to speak about Teach for America as a teacher provider. On the other hand, Teach for America, and I speak from personal experience as well as from experience in New Orleans, has, I think, fueled education changes that are among the most profound, if not the most profound, in the state in New Orleans. And if we don't talk about Teach for America as a long-term pipeline for leadership, we are greatly missing its value. And so, as I know we will discuss that contract, I want to be sure to mention those two pieces, that while the teacher-provider perspective is a critical piece, New Orleans and the changes there, some of them certainly would have happened without Teach for America, but a great percentage wouldn't have. And that's not a coincidence. And I ask you to consider Teach for America's potential, demonstrated potential, as a long-term pipeline for leadership, school leadership, district leadership, and otherwise, as a catalytic force in our state. It can't solve all problems, but it is helping us to solve big problems, and thus worthy of an investment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Superintendent, let me ask you about these 21st century grant.
Yes, sir.
Grants. Is this the last year, the third year of these grants?
This is the third year of these grants, yes, sir. And it goes through the end of this school. I should say, it goes through the end of this school year.
Yeah. And I notice it's Title IV money.
Yes.
Will this money? What happens at the end of these contracts? Will that money continue be redirected, or will it continue with new grant applications, or just what do you see?
There will be new applications. We have a new competitive process, as with our the extended learning programs that we talked about earlier today, formerly SES. We now have a competitive process that will allow programs that are demonstrating that they are seeing effect size and growth with students to compete in that process. These allocations are not subject to that. These are programs that are on the third year of contracts that have existed for some time. So we will essentially bid the contracts and go through a competitive process based on student learning.
I believe we have a motion. We have a motion on the floor. We do have a couple of people that want to address the committee. Why don't we wait until we hear the people, whatever comments they have?
Yes.
First we have Veronica Brooks with the Louisiana Association of Public Charter Schools.
Good afternoon. Thank you. My name is Veronica Brooks. I'm the Policy Director at the Louisiana Association of Public Charter Schools. We believe strongly in advocating for quality charter schools across the state. And I'm sure you all have heard this many times before, but the three tenets that we think are the most important are autonomy, transparency, and accountability. Many schools, both traditional and chartered, across the state, but particularly in New Orleans, have employed teachers who have been trained through Teach for America, and many of them have experienced great success. We support school leaders being given the autonomy to choose the instructional leaders that best suit the needs of their students and promote students' academic excellence, regardless of the path by which they came into the profession. We believe Teach for America and other alternative certification programs provide a valuable service by diversifying and increasing the quality of the teacher pool throughout this great state, and country for that matter. We hope that you will continue to support Teach for America as you have in the past, and if you have any questions specifically about TFA in charter schools, we're happy to answer those. Thank you.
Thank you. The second speaker is Kelly Botger with the Associated Professional Educators. I believe you've used your 3 minutes.
Okay, my name is Kelly Backer. I am the Director of Government Relations for Associated Professional Educators of Louisiana, and I'm here today to support the Teach for America contract because as a professional teacher organization, we greatly appreciate the service they provide to our public schools. Our students and charter schools as well, our students would not have certified teachers in those hard to fill places and positions without Teach for America. So we are much in support of them. Thank you. That was
These are others that want to address it. Okay. We do have some others. Lee Barrios.
Lee Barrios, retired teacher, St. Tammany. There are not enough days in the year or years in my life to say enough about the need to support our state certified, highly qualified teachers in Louisiana and take the funding that's being dumped down the drain to Teach for America every year, $1 million or whatever it is. When we have teachers that are being laid off, we have students, according to, I think it was Mr. Romer at one point that said he was told by LSU students they couldn't find jobs in this state. We have a teacher that came with us today, former state teacher of the year, who applied for a position with this board, with the Department of Ed, and barely received an interview over the phone. Highly qualified, several degrees, and yet she was, TFA was hired, a young TFA. TFAs are not certified teachers. They can become certified teachers, but for a teacher to get up here from APEL or Apple and laud Teach for America as a teacher, we would not have teachers without certified teachers without Teach for America. It's absolutely ludicrous, and I'll stop at that because. And that is the position of most certified teachers in this state.
Next, we have Joyce Haynes with LAE.
Hello, I'm Joyce Haynes, President of the Louisiana Association of Educators. A veteran, since 1973, I've been teaching. And before that, I was a teacher aide working my way through school and working at a school at the same time, mind you, working with children. And I lived my dash, defending public education and the employees, those parents, taxpayers, and hard-working public school employees. And I'm going to just give it like it is today because I didn't bother to speak on anything else that came across the table today, but to me, you are leading us to something of a revolt. Because I'm going to tell you, the insults continue. I know a Teach for America teacher who told me after the first year he knew he had handicapped a set of first graders because he did not know what he was doing. Because the certification that came along with the idea that he was at the top of his pedestal, he had received a great amount of money for being a great salesman, and he and his girlfriend came down to New Orleans to do what they thought was a beautiful thing, and basically cried every night because he was not meeting the needs of first graders. For he did not know how to teach them to read. He says, after 5-6 weeks of training, you are not ready for the classroom. And he said, you know, it was a little better my second year because I went to another charter school. And when I managed to get to the second charter school, they didn't tell me every day I was going to be fired. They told me every week. Because they said, get your lesson plans together, get your curriculum together. Cheat on the test if you have to, but get it together. And you need to hear this, and I want it on record. Because the world is watching. The country is watching. And Louisiana, we've insulted our teachers daily. We've insulted our teachers from the Capitol building where we stood on the Capitol steps and were chained and locked out and could not go in a session where teachers couldn't tell their story. And they have many stories now, trying to meet the needs of laws that have been passed that are flawed. And I don't need someone to tell me what I know. I speak for those in the trenches where the morale is now terrible, the consideration of taking their salary schedules and freezing them and getting rid of 10% so you could pay the top 10% behind test scores that you're using to say that we're failing and to tell the country we're failing, using tests, standardized tests in the wrong manner. We're basically on 20% of them because the other 80% are the non-tested grade subjects. And they're now all trying to figure out how to write SLTs. They already know how to write them, but it's to convince you that they are proving student growth through that method. So I will end by telling you that I speak for those who are working today, working very hard, and many of them have decided they're getting out of your systems. So you will need someone. I know some TFAs who came in and thought it worthy of going forward and getting true certification in education, and many of them are my members. But those who came and stayed 2 years and have gone on to everyone else's job, they're with our congressman. After 2 years of teaching, you're now the expert, and you can be a new leader in a school, or you can run our State Department of Education.
Ms. Haynes?
And I'm going to just end. You don't have to shut me down. I'm just going to tell you that you're leading us down a path where you're going to need more than Teach for America to come in and not be certified for our classrooms and not teach our children, because those of us who dedicated our lives and managed to get every degree that we could to make ourselves have value are really, really disturbed, and the morale is bad. And I'm going to tell you one more time, you've insulted us again today.
Next, we have Mr. Steve Monahan.
Good afternoon. I'm Steve Monahan. I'm president of the Louisiana Federation of Teachers, and few will remember the words I speak today. And I'm certain of that because few will remember the words you speak today either. But we will remember words that can be taken out of context and words that can frame an argument in the way perhaps you don't want it to be framed. So without repeating everything everyone else said, I'm going to simply say this. Teach for America is harmed more by its proponents than it is by its detractors. It's because the laudatory terms are used so loosely about the accomplishments of an entity with no respect for the other individuals that occupy the same space and time. I've heard others say about teachers in the classroom feeling disrespected. Well, of course they do. And it's no fault of the young, because I have in my house, young people, believe it or not, that visit with my daughter and others in my house who know Teach for America teachers fairly well. They're not evil people. They really aren't. But when conversations begin with the only noble accomplishments that have occurred in education over the years have been attributed to the program Teach for America, a tremendous disservice is being done. And if you say my years of stuff that I only hear certain things, well, I hear those things because I'm sensitive to them, as all teachers are. We have seen in the state of Louisiana teachers being laid off in classrooms and furloughed and hired replacement players. Replacement players. It's a disrespect for an occupation. It's a disrespect for a profession. And you all can speak, and so can I do a better job of it, Superintendent White. I can be more civil in my conversation, and I can be more respectful of your position. But I think all of us, including the superintendent of the state of Louisiana, can be more respectful to the feelings of individual teachers who have been giving their lives in pursuit of what they believe, service to children. So when we speak of the nobility of Teach for America, it should be a conjunctive. And all teachers who work in Louisiana's classrooms, because it's not happening, and that's not the message that I'm hearing in the field. Therefore, and I'll end with this, because everyone has this perspective. It was the same thing we heard when we had to file a lawsuit about the importation of international teachers that were being exploited in Louisiana classrooms, and the frame in the marketplace in the media was, We can't find American teachers anymore that are willing to do this job. That was a disservice to international teachers. It was also a disservice to the teachers in the classroom, and it created the schism, just the kind of schism we say we don't want in Louisiana classrooms. So I would suggest that we honor teachers that are currently serving who received the education they were required to. They jumped through the hoops you asked them to do. They're continuing to do so, and recognize that truly there is a need for teachers who are not certified, who have not been trained in the field, to work in hard-to-staff areas. Then you salute that as you must. But not as you allow teachers to stand on the sideline who are trained educators being disrespected for the service they've given, or be defamed because they took that route. Thank you very much. I think the conversations, like most of the conversations we're having in Louisiana right now, are unnecessarily adversarial, but will be necessarily so for some time to come. Thank you.
Next, we have Ms. Candy Watsey.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. My name is Candace Watsey, actually. I'm from St. Tammany Parish Schools, and I too took a personal day to come here today and told myself that I would not speak. I feel like Jonathan Vilma facing Roger Goodell right now. This is my 35th year consecutive in teaching, no sabbaticals, no maternity leave, 35 years in a row. I started at Jesuit High School on a year-to-year contract. Then I went to Orleans Parish, where I've heard no one else would go. Well, I was there 1980 to 1986. It was unair conditioned, and I put steel wool in the walls to keep the rats out of my classroom. I taught wonderful kids there. I had an excellent time. I went back to Jesuit for another 8 years. During one of those years, we had 35 national merit semifinalists, 7th in the nation. But I was commuting across the causeway, and so I decided 19 years ago, having bought a house in St. Tammany Parish, that I would go to public schools. And that's where I've been for 19 years. Again, teaching excellent students, including Ms. Dastug's daughter, who was wonderful.
Thank you.
I'm shaking right now because I am so hurt, insulted. I feel misunderstood. I feel that some of you have no idea what it is to stand up in front of a classroom of children. I love my children. I don't regret a single moment of the time I have spent teaching them. I know when I lie down to die, it may come sooner than later, given what's going on lately, that I will not regret a moment of my life. You said earlier, Mr. White, that a charter authorizer, and I'm new to all this, and I'm an ELA person, I'm not a numbers person, and I've been somewhat taken advantage of in my life by numbers people. But if a school can go for 5 years and there's no intervention there, it strikes me that someone who wants to make money, and see, that's never been my goal, so I don't understand the mindset, can make an awful lot of money in 5 years and then pull out. In addition, 5 years, if it's 8th to 12th grade, that's somebody's high school education. You see, I did student teaching in St. Bernard Parish, then I went to Jesuit, then I worked in Orleans Parish, then I went to Jesuit again, then I went to St. Tammany Parish. So I think I'm uniquely qualified to talk about education in Louisiana. No one asked for my input. So I had to come here today to give it to you all. And I hope that you will listen in your hearts to what I am saying and what every teacher who has spoken today is saying. We love what we do. We respect what we do. I will go on doing it no matter what you guys do, because it's in me. But I had to come here and see you, and then I had to come here and speak. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Watsey. Next speaker is Deborah Zitongus.
Wow, I don't want to
follow her, but I will. My name is Deborah Tongi. I, too, am a classroom teacher who took a personal day to be here today. I have been in the classroom for 31 years. I have an undergraduate degree from Nichols State University in education. I have a master's degree in student development. I'm completing an EDD in teacher leadership. I'm telling you all of this because I feel like those credentials don't matter anymore. Why the heck am I even bothering to get an advanced degree in teacher leadership when nobody wants to listen to me about teachers? I teach a course called STAR, Students Teaching and Reaching. It's a articulated college course for students who want to become teachers. I love this program because I get to work with juniors and seniors who want to do what I do. So every day I get to talk to them about the things I love, educational theory and developmental theory and what really makes teaching great and how to understand your students and create engaging, relevant, rigorous activities. But what incentive do I have right now to my students to tell them to take this traditional route of going to college? And we have some education majors sitting right here from LSU. What's their incentive after listening to these comments to continue to get this particular certification in education when you don't need one anymore? TFAs leave the classroom before they're evaluated, before they meet certification standards, and they are placed in the poorest, most failing school districts. So they have a very skewed perception of what education is about, what teaching is about. They're not stakeholders in their community like I am. I pay taxes where I teach. Why am I saying all this? I feel like, and I brought my calculator sheets, I know exactly how many students that have to pass, have to make 80% for me to be rated a 1, a 2, a 3, or a 4. I understand that dehumanization process. But the reason that I'm here talking to you right now is that you have to find a way to get me on board. It's in your best interest to get me on board and to have me a part of this process. Because like Candace, I'm not going away either. I love what I do. And we have to find a way to make sure that these students graduate in education and they see the importance of learning, about educational theory, about how the brain works, about how students learn best. There's still validity in there, and sometimes it doesn't just take 5 weeks to learn that. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. Next, we have Rachel Ginn.
Hi, my name is Rachel Ginn, and I represent myself as a student of early childhood education, which is pre-K through 3rd grade. I don't know much about Teach for America, but I do know how hard I have worked personally to study and research child development to be the best teacher that I can be. Can you clarify for me how long the certification process is for Teach for America? Sorry, I've never publicly spoken. How long is it?
It's the same as it is for a traditional teacher.
So it's 4 years to be
Yes.
to be certified.
You have a 2-year commitment, and then you have the subsequent certification process.
So what's this?
But all of the teachers are highly qualified under NCOB.
How is that possible? When they're engineering majors, they're not education majors. They're doing, is it 5 to 6 weeks?
Because they're pursuing their professional certificate.
How? I just don't understand.
That's the classification under the law, and they're pursuing their certificate through an alternate certification program.
All right, well, I just want to say that from what I have understood is that they have 6 weeks of training before they're allowed to be in a classroom, correct? 5 to 6 weeks of training?
Their summer institute is 5 to 6 weeks. They then receive ongoing support, and they've received preparation before that.
All right, well, I have spent 3 years in prerequisite classes at LSU studying child development. I will have had 2 years in a classroom before I am allowed to go to actually teach. This semester, I will have 150 hours in a kindergarten classroom, learning from the best of the best. I have actually just turned in a 30 to 40 page paper on child development and pedagogy. I've spent 6 weeks writing that paper and researching for that paper. How do they even understand what to do? Like, how would a Teach for America person understand what to do? Like, I couldn't do it with 6 weeks of training when I have had 3 years.
Are you asking me a question?
Yeah, I'm asking you a question.
It sounds like a rhetorical question, so I'm going to reserve my comments for the rest of the board until after your testimony.
Okay, well, I'm done.
Okay, thank you. And I want to also comment for these teachers that have expressed yourselves. I don't know any job anywhere that's more difficult than teaching school. So believe me, as a board, we appreciate you and the services you're giving to children. Next, we have Abby Bickmore.
Hi, my name is Abby Bickmore, and much like Rachel, I'm a student at LSU in the Early Childhood Education Program, and I represent myself. And I just have to say that with the funding that is going towards Teach for America and the validation it is getting from this board, I have to tell you that as a student who has been avidly working toward and paying for a college education that is training me to be a teacher, I am deeply saddened. My training is not 5 to 6 weeks before I'm allowed in a classroom. It is 4 semesters where I'm directly taught how to teach children, how to directly help them on an individual basis. This semester alone, I will also have over 150 hours of classroom experience teaching kindergarten children. I am hurt and insulted that this board is acting like TFA does more for a classroom than me and 30 of my peers does. And the fact that this is how this education system is going is disheartening to see that that's the future for our children, for the state's children, and for the country's children. And that's really all I have to say.
Thank you. I'm not sure, I have a card for Michael Tipton, but Michael, I'm not sure if you want to speak now. Okay.
Michael Tipton, I'm the Executive Director of Teach for America in South Louisiana. I'll also be happy to answer additional questions as board members have it. But just in response to some of the statements earlier, I wanted to clarify a number of points. First and foremost, I grew up in Louisiana. I'm born and raised in Baton Rouge. I have been involved in education here for a number of years at this point, have a Master's of Science in Teaching, taught myself in the South Bronx of New York. So can speak from that experience of having been a teacher and absolutely agree with the statements that teaching is incredibly difficult and we all need to be working together to ensure we meet the needs of our children. Teach for America has 500 first and second year teachers in Louisiana and about 1,000 alumni. Our folks make a 2-year commitment. 71% of the people who come to Louisiana are still in the school building. They're teachers, they're principals, they're working in one form or another to continue to meet the needs of kids in Louisiana. And these are great folks. Some of them didn't major in education, some of them did. About 10% in any given year majored in education, got a traditional education certificate, 90% didn't. But we're talking about great folks from all over the country. Average ACT score of a 30, almost 100% of them were top leaders on their campuses, average GPA about a 3.7. Talking about 7% of the graduating class of Tulane, 5% of the graduating class of Southern, 2% of LSU's, but also great folks from all over the country choosing to teach and asking to come here to Louisiana. And so we're proud to be able to offer that pipeline of talent to the state. What we hear from our district partners is that that pipeline is in high demand. We had 100 requests we couldn't fill this year. And the reason we couldn't fill is because we're a nonprofit. We're out knocking on doors to raise the funds necessary to bring teachers to high needs communities in the state. high-needs rural communities, high-needs urban communities that in many cases don't have the private support base that would allow us to be able to afford that operation. And so that's why we come here today, is that state support allows us to place in communities like a St. Helena parish or a Point Cavite parish, where the private funding base would not allow us to operate at the scale that that community is asking us to operate at. Just for a sense of context, our district partners pay 10 to 20% of what it costs for us to operate. This state contract represents about 9% of the operating costs, and then we're out privately fundraising the balance of that. So the state, depending on how you want to count it, is either getting a 9-to-1 match or a 10-to-1 match off of this investment. So we're proud of the work that our teachers do. We're proud of the work that all teachers do. We want to do that in partnership with Teach for America, with other organizations across the state. The last thing just to say is I've heard a fair amount about Teach for America teachers not being certified. Our folks are certified in the same way that all other alternatively certified teachers are certified. Alternative certification has been around in the state of Louisiana for more than a decade now. We've had hundreds, if not thousands, of teachers certified through those programs. Our folks are under the same evaluation systems and same support structures that any and all other teachers are in the state, and we're proud to provide that pipeline of talent to schools that are asking us for them and are asking us to continue to grow that talent in the years to come. Thank you.
That completes the speakers. Board members, any comments?
Well,
Ms.
Mr. Chairman, since I know so many of the teachers here, I think there have been 3 who taught my daughters, I feel compelled to respond. On a personal basis, the reason that I began this work 9 years ago was out of a love for education and a deep respect for teachers, the very teachers who taught my daughters. And so I would lie if I would say that this is not just very disturbing to see that another pathway, another option for districts, particularly districts not like St. Tammany, but districts like Tensas, districts in the Delta, districts like St. Helena, who cannot hire teachers, who cannot hire certified teachers, that this is a small pool of teachers. We're talking 500 active teachers, 1,000 alum, out of 50,000 teachers in the state, the majority of which go through traditional programs, and we spend $6 billion in Louisiana on K-12 education. 85% of that goes to personnel. It goes to support the very teachers who do the majority of the work, most of the work in the state of Louisiana every day in incredible ways. So I do hear you. I do know, I do hear loud and clear that the concept of having an alternative pool of teachers is insulting, but in my 9 years on the board, I have seen repeated examples of where these teachers go into schools and teach children where they can't find any other teacher. And these kids are these kids that are coming out of school that are choosing to do this are remarkable young people. And just, you sound like you know an engineer who went to Teach for America. I mean, think about the education that student has a 4-year degree in engineering. You can be taught to teach. Having content, you can be taught to teach. And it's so valuable. What you're doing is so valuable, and you're going to educate the majority of the children in Louisiana. But we have alternate certification for people who want to go into the field of teaching. I'm sorry, we can't have a dialogue. I will stick around and talk to you afterwards. But I appreciate you being here. I've always supported this option because I know where these young people go, and I've seen them, and the results are there. These Teach for America teachers are producing results as strong as first-year traditional teachers, and frankly on the same par as experienced teachers. So if they were not making the results, if they were not creating the learning opportunities for the hardest, the most challenging children, we wouldn't be funding this contract. This is a drop in the bucket to what we spend in K-12 education. We appreciate everything you do. I wish you the best in your field. It's the most important thing that any adult can do. And I'm glad you're here. Thank you.
Ms. Beebe. If you would, please use the mic.
Yes, sir. I think Ms. Hill wanted to speak to Ms.
Well, wait.
I don't have a problem giving her my...
Ms. Beebe, now you have the floor. Do you want to speak or
Yes,
not?
sir, I do. Yes, sir.
Okay.
I was just being respectful of Ms. Hill. Okay, I do want to thank the teachers in the audience and the young ladies who are pursuing their credentials and doing the hard work. It's going to pay off. Hopefully one day when the tides turn, perhaps we will indeed be fortunate in that sense. But I do want to say my intent today is not to pick on Teach for America per se, because I'm going to speak to my concerns as a human resources director in St. Martin Parish, and I have served in that position for 10 years. This year alone has been a nightmare for me with the teacher evaluation process, Compass, and so many of the outstanding educators, those who have gone through traditional programs, those who are retirement eligible, they are leaving us. I mean, just this week I've received 3 or 4 email communications from these individuals. They've just said they've had enough because of the disrespect, the educator bashing. But I know the topic my concern deals with Teach for America. And again, I'm not going to discredit these people, because I do recognize that in some districts there are teacher shortages. Case in point, nationally, I'm doing research. In 2008, I'm going to quote Christonis and Therese, nationally we spend over $9 billion on teacher attrition. That was in 2008. Today, I would dare venture to say that it has increased. Moving forward with this reform, I see that we are not going to have enough teachers to fill our classrooms. In fact, as it relates to Teach for America, there is a commitment, and I understand in looking at the contract that while my big concern with the Teach for America contract, there is no guarantee that you can provide the applicants. There's no guarantee they will stay. In fact, the biggest opposition for me is the fact that we have people, these young ladies, we could recruit these, I mean, it's equivalent to them, but they recognize that they have to have the pedagogy, the experiences, so that they can be successful in the classrooms. And I think this is a great concern moving forward. We are also duplicating effort. We have a Teach Louisiana pipeline. We have Troops to Teach. We have iTeach. We have alternative programs. We have universities. We have LSU right here. I've received email communications from parents who say their children have degrees. They have no jobs. We have seen an increase in unemployment in Louisiana. My big criticism of this venture is the fact, let's hire our people to fill the classrooms where there are vacancies, where there are needs. Because I do recognize, as the personnel director, I am having difficulty just this week staffing people. And Ms. Hill, do you mind if I say? And Ms. Hill is a degreed individual, and I had a teacher who is out on medical leave. I asked her to give me time to get someone who is certified in that classroom. So there is a need for certified teachers, but again, speaking to the amount of money that we're going to spend on this Teach for America contract, I think it could be better spent working with our university personnel, recruiting our people, our students, and enabling them to be in the classrooms. Again, I go back to those who have gone through the traditional programs. They're being slapped all around, criticized and what have you. And then to say that just because someone has a degree in engineering and they may be scholars, but that doesn't mean they can relate to little Johnny and little Susie and all their emotional problems, because I'm telling you, every BESE member needs to spend a week or 2 weeks in a school. I'm not talking about some of these schools that are succeeding. I'm talking about high poverty schools where we have great issues, and you would change your mind overnight. You would say, yes, we need to respect those who go through the traditional programs, because those who walk in They may last 1 or 2 years, but they're not staying for the duration, because we're getting at a point in education in Louisiana today, even those who have gone through the traditional programs, they're not going to stay because they do not have the support and assistance in place.
Ms. Hill, did you want to address it?
Yes. First, I'd like to start off by saying I thought it was very clever for the Department of Education to put the Teacher for America contracts with other contracts that are of very high need in the community, and then for us to vote on them. However, I would just like to speak from experience, and I'd like to commend these young ladies from LSU that have come to speak. When you look at the Teacher for America organization, and I've done research, and I've spent many nights looking up information about Teacher for America just to get a clear understanding. But one of the points that I would like to make is that I'm a social worker by profession. And in order to actually interact with any adult, elderly, or child, you have to be licensed. And we cannot operate, or we cannot conduct any mental health counseling in any area unless we're licensed. And if we are not licensed and we are practicing, then we're violating the code of ethics. That's first and foremost. Secondly, I am in the classroom. I'm not a teacher. I'm a social worker. I believe teaching is a gift that is embedded in you from God. I believe that teaching is a skill that is taught to you. And being in the classroom now and a social worker, I thought I could be a great teacher, but I can't even educate the kids until I deal with their classroom management, and until I deal with their basic needs, until I deal with their discipline in the classroom. These kids have so many issues, and to say that we're going to allow teachers to go through a 6-week certification, Superintendent White, I mean, I just can't even imagine. How can they go in a classroom and really educate our children? Academically, yes, they have, because they come from the elite universities. But however, they don't have the classroom management skills. Like me, I don't. I am degreed 4 years. And I have a master's degree. And I still have challenges in the classroom with these teachers. And I think Mr. Lee can, as a superintendent, and through his experience working with teachers on a day-to-day basis, he sees the struggle with these teachers and what they're going through. And so I just want to put that out there. And another thing I want to say is that I think that when we're looking at this contract, because I think that we need to assure, if we're going to have these contracts, let's face it, the board is going to vote for it. We know that. But I think that at least allow us to put something in place and say, okay, well, we're going to have the Teacher for America contract. Let's require 50% of those teachers have to come from the state of Louisiana. Give them a percentage, because now what we're saying, we have so many teachers coming from various states, and I think Mr. Tipton said it best, 20% overall? So I think that if we're going to approve this contract, I would like to put a motion out there to at least to give these universities, LSU, Tulane, University of New Orleans, Southern, etc., at least give those students an opportunity, hey, well, if you can't go this route, then Teacher for America is here. Even if you're certified, let's at least put a percentage out there and say that we have to require these many that are from the state of Louisiana. So that's all I have to say.
Mr. Garvey.
Yes, I had a question. I guess this would go to the superintendent if he can answer it. If there are 2 teachers that come to the Department of Education or to BESE to apply for a teaching position, and one is a traditionally certified teacher and one is a Teach for America teacher, how does the department, or how does BESE decide which of those teachers actually gets the job? How would BESE pick the TFA teacher over the certified teacher?
Well, it wouldn't be BESE that makes that decision. This is actually all because local superintendents and principals are asking for these teachers.
How is it that we're forcing the local superintendents to take these TFA teachers?
Well, there's actually, no one is forcing anyone. It's that the teachers, the superintendents, and the principals are asking for the teachers. We're not forcing.
This is not a BESE decision to hire these teachers, these TFA teachers?
No, and the hiring is done by the
local
superintendent or the local school board or the local principal.
Okay, I'm sorry. Never mind.
Does that complete your comment? Let me see.
I do want to speak.
Ms. Bobby.
Ready?
You want to address the committee?
Yes, thank you. I'd like to hear from Mr. Tipton about the results of the Teach for America members. Ms. Stastu referenced impressive results.
Sure. Again, Michael Tipton, Teach for America. So our teachers are evaluated in the same way that any and all other teachers are, by their local school, local district, and the state. The most local example of the results that we have, the state of Louisiana a number of years ago using the value-added data that we use to evaluate teacher preparation programs, said first off that the teacher preparation program that we continue to go through was a top-performing program, that first-year teachers were getting results that were on par with veteran teachers and were generally outpacing other new first-year teachers, so a level 1 program. Beyond that, they then did an additional study looking at our teachers individually and came to the same conclusion, that our folks were getting results that were on par with and outpacing other first-year teachers. That's the state of Louisiana's data. It's on the DOE website. You can follow the links down to it. Nationally, the same results are done. The same studies are done. There's a study in North Carolina, one in multiple other places, and there have been a couple that are done nationally. Basically, what those studies all say is something equivalent, that our folks are outpacing generally first-year teachers and are getting results on par with veteran educators. That is not saying, and I should be very clear about this, what we are not saying is that our folks are miracle workers. They are doing good work in challenging circumstances. They are outpacing what would normally be expected. They're getting good and in some cases great results with kids, but they are not somehow saying that these folks are outpacing everyone else. There are other folks who are doing great things. Our folks as a whole are doing and achieving results that are far above what those states and those districts would normally expect in that particular setting.
And then another question that I have based on the talk that I've heard today is, are the colleges of education hurting as a result of the Teach for America program? I've run across situations where the colleges of education have been referred to as an entity that makes a lot of money because they graduate a lot of people from the colleges of education. So do you have any information on what impact this is having to the colleges of education?
I can tell you our experience in working with a number of them. They would be better able to speak on any financial impact, but I can tell you that LSU is a strong partner with us. We've continued to put folks into their graduate programs. We've actually recruited a number of education majors to Teach for America. Had a meeting last week with Southeastern, who's interested in some collaborative opportunities to continue to keep people in Louisiana. So there are a number of colleges of education that are very supportive, and we're increasingly working together. I can tell you that the same thing is true across the country. Arizona State University, just as one example, is modeling a lot of their training off of some of the best practices that we and other groups have started to use in alternative certification processes to try and adapt their traditional training program and continue to learn from each other. That's the sort of partnership that we would ideally like to have with our college of education partners.
Okay. And then I want to speak to this issue from a personal basis, and I appreciate the data that you were able to provide. And I'll have to admit that the first person that I met that I knew was a Teach for America alum, because I've since come to understand that there are a number in my own district, and there was one who taught my sister at my high school, which is not information I knew. But the first one that I knew was a TFA alum was the 2010 State Teacher of the Year from Washington, D.C. And then all of the other ones who I've met since then, the TFA alums, have been people who have impressed me and people who I appreciate that are now educators and who have come into education. And I think what I want to say, especially to our students in the audience who are majoring in education, is one, you picked a wonderful field. It is absolutely the best profession. And that two, that the answers to the problems that we have in education today are not going to be solved by relying on what we've done for years past. And of all the things that I've said today and all the money that we've talked about, the one number that stands out to me is $220,000. And $220,000, if I'm correct, Superintendent White, is the number of students who are below grade level. So I think that there are going to be a lot of ways that we can take to make sure that we can help those 220,000. And I look forward to the day when we start working together to make that happen.
Any other comment? Ms. Beebe and then Mr. Gardner.
I also want to make reference to the two additional contracts that did discuss the approximately $1 million contract. And I also want to say the concern with the $1 million contract is the fact that while TFA provides the districts with prospective applicants, they also, school districts are required to pay a finder's fee, if you will. But moving away from that, I also want to discuss briefly the approximate $600,000 Title II money that will be used to address professional learning. As I understand the contract of TFA is supposed to provide professional learning opportunities. So I could appreciate some people will say Title II, federal dollars. It's still taxpayer money, and we should be accountable. And then again, if it's a duplication of effort, I want someone to explain the need for the additional contracts, those that on page 127 and 128. $128 is $382,500 to Teach for America for approximately 2 years. Title II.
But there are 2 contracts for Teach for America.
I'm sorry, which page are you on?
127 and 128. There are 2 additional, or am I in another, it's in the same section.
Okay, from what I understand, it's 3 different contracts.
Yes.
The one that we're addressing right now is the Department of Education contract. The other 2 are RSD contracts.
I understand, but it's all inclusive in this item, am I correct?
No, they
Oh, I skipped
the
over. I'm sorry.
RSD
I thought-
items come under another category.
I thought it's in the contract.
They're all 3 Teach for America.
Oh, I'm sorry, I jumped ahead to 4.6. No? Yes, I'm sorry. My error.
Okay, Mr. Garvey.
We'll keep hearing about the cost of this program, Teach for America, costing $1 million. And I was hoping that Mr. Tipton could help me analyze these numbers. How many teachers are we getting for $1 million?
500,
500, $2,000 a teacher?
roughly.
Okay. Do you know how much it costs the state to educate a regularly certified teacher that goes through the regular 4-year program?
It's tens of thousands.
Tens of thousands?
Yeah, I would have to do some additional research. but
Over
it's
the
a
4
significant-
years?
Yeah,
Do you think it'd be safe to say that it's more than $2,000?
I think that's safe to say.
You think it'd be safe to say it's more like $20,000 or more than that significantly?
I'd have to do additional research, but it is significantly larger than 2,000. It's into the tens of thousands of dollars range.
Well, if it's 20, then that would mean that we are saving the state $18,000 a year for each of these teachers that we hire? Or $18,000 for each of these teachers?
Sure. It's not quite apples to apples comparisons, but if you wanted to take that analysis, I'm sure there's some way to come up with something.
Let's say at the very least it's not costing the state more.
It is not costing the state more. We're providing one of the things we pride ourselves on is we are doing work that no one else has found a way to do terribly well. We're convincing folks who might not have otherwise thought about engaging in the work of education to consider doing it. Most of our folks don't start off thinking this is going to be their career. 7% on the front end think this is what they're going to do. 70% stay in. There are other people who do this work, but we're proud of that result, and we think that's a value add to Louisiana.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if it's okay, if I might just make a couple of closing comments. I do feel it's necessary to speak to, this has been a very emotionally contentious discussion. I think it's important just to add a couple of thoughts. Deborah, I want to just first respond to one thing you said that I think is important, and you said, get me on board. And you and I have been emailing, and you obviously do have a 31-year track record, State Teacher of the Year. And I think the feelings that you and others have expressed are genuine feelings that are felt by many teachers around the state, feeling that the profession is under criticism, feeling of frustration with all of the added things that ostensibly take the focus off of the kids and so on. We as a state, and I don't want to speak for the board, but we as an agency feel like we have a responsibility, you're right, to try to get you on board. And I'm trying, and we're trying. I don't see that goal, board members, as remotely in contradiction with the idea that there are alternatively certified teachers in this state. And I, as an educator, am so deeply troubled by the tone of so much of this discussion, which runs so contradictory to everything that I tried to imbue in my kids, which was love, which was tolerance, which was acceptance of different ways of doing things provided we get to the end goal. And with respect to our new teachers, I welcome you into our profession. I need to tell you, I think you're wrong. I think you're talking about classrooms that you haven't really spent much time in, which is the classrooms of these corps members. And here's sort of why I know that. Because the other thing I want to emphasize is, when we talk about Teach for America, we're talking about the highest of the high poverty classrooms in one of the highest poverty states in this country. And that means that we are talking, unfortunately, about not recent failures of our education system, but generations of failures of our education system. In the district of which I was superintendent, we have entire schools where there's not a child that reads on grade level, because that happened for years. 5 years ago, 6 years ago, when Kira Orange-Jones and other people came involved in that system, the percentage of kids who were reading and writing on grade level was 23%. 23% was the odds that if you sent a child to a school, that they would read on grade level. Your child, as a parent, as a tax-paying parent in this state. These people are not the reason entirely that that has changed. They're not responsible for all of it. But they have been a big, big part of it. The percentage of persistence or proficiency right now in Orleans Parish is 58%. And so it's no wonder, Mr. Garvey, that I get calls from superintendents in places where the poverty is similarly entrenched for centuries, like Madison Parish, where I sat with teachers in Tallulah who told me about the way that their schools operated, about how they actually have learned some good practices during the 6-week institute and afterward to help those kids for whom the odds of going to college and passing out of a 4-year university, like you, are 0. So I have a very hard time sitting here and accepting on 2 counts the idea that what I think, Deborah, you said is exactly right. The idea that we need to get you on board. We're not doing well enough at it. I'm not saying we are. But that is somehow contradictory to 200, 250 great people who are talented like you are, who care like you do, coming into our state. Because if any one of us ran our classrooms with the tone that I've heard over the last half hour here, our kids would be less ethical, less loving, less moral people. And I know that no one here, you, me, anyone up here, anyone over there, is a teacher who tries to bring that spirit. We should not have to tear other people down in order to justify our own roles in this. Because you know what? We're so far behind, frankly, notwithstanding some of the pockets of excellence. But collectively, we are so far behind, we can't afford to tear down anyone who shows evidence that what they're doing might work. These people are showing that evidence. They're not getting in your way of doing what you need to do. Let them do it, because there are people out there who need them. Thank you.
I believe we should be ready to vote. We have a motion on the floor to approve the...
Roll call, please.
You want a roll call vote?
I just want to say
Okay.
I'll be recusing myself from this vote.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry.
Okay, we're not call
Oh.
roll.
We're going to have a roll call vote. And you can recuse yourself at that point. Okay.
Ms. Beebe?
I'd like to preface my no vote with this comment. While I'm in support of all the other items in this particular section, I am against the spending of almost $1 million on a Teach for America contract. So, no.
Okay. Mr. Bennett? Mr. Bennett is absent. Ms. Bofi?
Yes.
Ms. Bradford?
Yes.
Mr. Garvey?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Ms. Bofi voted yes. Ms. Bradford voted yes. Mr. Garvey, yes. Mr. Gio?
Yes.
Mr. Gio, yes. Ms. Hill?
I'm going to also vote no, but however, these other contracts that's in here are needed, and I just hate that the department had to do the collaboration with Teacher for America contracting, and so my vote is no.
Okay, Ms. Orange Jones?
Recuse.
Okay. Mr. Lee?
Yes.
Mr. Romer?
Yes.
Ms. Stastu?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Motion passes 7-2 with one recused. Okay, next item.
Our next item is item 4.6 on page 95. Consideration of a report from Education Finance staff concerning Type 2 charter school budgets and expenditure reports, including irregularities or concerns. The department recommendation is to receive.
So moved.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll
And a
second.
second to receive the report. Any discussion?
Yes, yes, sir. And this section addresses the two additional TFA contracts?
No, we're not there
No.
yet.
No,
I'm
not
sorry,
this
I'm
item.
still lost here.
Okay, any further discussion? Any objection to the motion? Motion carries. Next item.
The next item is item 5.1 on page 98. Consideration of RSD contracts and leases of $50,000 and over. The department recommendation is to approve.
So moved.
Is this where those? Okay. This is the item.
This is the item?
But first, the chair's gonna entertain a motion to approve this item. Okay, we have a motion and a second.
Romer, second.
Okay. Okay, a motion and a second. Ms. Beebe?
Yes, sir. And again, the question was posed to Superintendent White with reference to the spending of approximately $600,000 on professional learning. Sir? Terrible thing to do right now.
Let's see.
I'm sorry?
We're on page 95.
We're on.
98. Ms. Beebe, did you ask a question of the
Yes,
superintendent?
sir. On page 127 and 128, I am referencing two separate contracts for Teach for America, which my understanding, these items address professional learning at the Recovery School District, for the Recovery School District. So my question to Superintendent White is, a part of TFA's contract is to provide professional learning. So to me, this appears that there is a duplication of effort here. And just a quote from the contractors to say that Teach for America is a national leader in recruiting, selecting, training, and providing ongoing professional development to individuals committed to closing the achievement gap. And that's all I'm going to say about it. But it's my understanding that they should be responsible for providing the professional learning as well to their recruits.
Yes, you have state funding and then you have local funding with Teach for America, whether it's Madison Parish, whether it's St. John Parish, whatever it is. The parish system funds part of it, and the state funds part of it as well. I believe the figure Mr. Tipton quoted was something like 9% is what the state funding constitutes. Like other school districts, the Recovery School District is adding in. And the distinction is that we as a state board, or you as a state board, have to approve Recovery School District contracts. You don't have to approve a contract, obviously, in St. John or in St. Bernard, where Teach for America Corps members also are. So this is just paying the local portion.
Okay. I think I understand that. So in essence, that's the RSD's decision to spend their Title II funds
Yes.
on professional learning.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Okay, any other discussion? I believe we have one person that wants to address this item. Veronica Brooks indicated on a card that she wanted to address this item. She said if there's time,
I wasn't actually going to come up.
Do you want this group to vote if there's time?
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. So I wasn't actually going to come up because this is sort of the same issue. But I did feel compelled to speak, and I apologize in advance because I feel myself getting emotional, and once the tears start coming, it's really hard to stop them. And I hope that everyone behind me recognizes that I absolutely have nothing but respect for you. Absolutely nothing but respect for you. I grew up not here in Louisiana, and I know that that's a problem that a lot of people have with Teach for America. But I grew up in a very rural area of Virginia, in a very poor, poor place. I grew up on a hog farm. I went to a school where, there were only 70 of us, but it was public school. Graduated top of my class, got into one of the best universities in the country, thought that I had it made, got there and struggled every single day because I had not been prepared for that level of education. Not because I didn't have teachers who were passionate, and not because I didn't have, people who cared about me, but because there just wasn't the same level of quality teaching going on in my school because we weren't really expected to go anywhere anyway. And when I got to college, I took a class, and it was called Poverty in America, in Rural America. And I remember sitting there, and I remember taking the class and hearing about all these statistics about kids who drop out and never get to go anywhere, because they can barely read or they can't do math or whatever. And I remember having this ridiculous revelation where I realized that those weren't statistics, those were my friends. Those were kids that I grew up with. And that's why, even though I didn't think that I wanted to go into education originally, that I looked into Teach for America. Because I wanted to go somewhere, and I wanted to make sure that kids didn't have the same experience that I did. I'm not any sort of savior. No one in Teach for America is, and I don't think anyone who goes into it with open eyes thinks that they will be. But when you teach, no matter where you came from, whether it was traditional or alternative certification, if you don't have a passion for those kids, if you don't think that they can achieve at high levels, that they can do something, that they can be someone, then you shouldn't be in that classroom. And it's really insulting to hear people talk about people like me as if we are doing this for any other reason than why you're doing this. And you know what, I'm actually just going to stop there because I think every last bit of professional, whatever I had has probably left from me crying in public. But I just felt the need to come up and share that. So thank you, and again, I apologize.
Yeah,
And
thanks
Mr.
for your
President,
comments.
If I may, because I feel compelled to respond to this young lady. And honey, I want you to understand, this is not any direct attack on you or any Teach for America applicant, candidate, or what have you. I do respect you as individuals. My issue is with a contract that, in my opinion, is a duplication of effort. We have entered it. We have a Teach Louisiana pipeline that we can get these people from nationally all over. I don't care where you're from, per se. I am concerned about spending money, almost $1 million on services that we have available to us in Louisiana. But certainly, don't walk away being offended by any comments I made regarding the individual or the individuals. I certainly, as I stated earlier, I'm a visionary moving forward with this education reform. I'll be knocking on Teach for America, Teach for Ohio, Teach for all over the place, because we will need teachers in those classrooms.
Okay. I believe we should be ready to vote. This is for We have a motion on the floor for RSD contracts of $50,000 and above. Any further discussion? Any objection to the motion? And Ms.
I need to
Jones,
recuse.
you want to be recused?
Yes, recuse.
Okay. Motion carries. Next item.
Our next item is item 5.2 on page 131, a consideration of a report from education finance staff concerning type 5 charter school budgets and expenditure reports, including irregularities or concern. The recommendation is to receive.
I so move.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
And a second to receive the report. You have that report before you, starting on page 131. Any discussion? Any objection to the motion? Motion carries. Next item.
Our next item is item 6.1 on page 139, a consideration of 8G funding cycle activities with regard to the 8G annual report fiscal year 2011 and 12. The recommendation is to receive.
I make a motion to receive.
We have a motion and a second
Second.
to receive the report. It's an 8G funding cycle activity report. Any discussion? Any objection? Motion carries. Next item.
Your next item is item 6.2 on page 140, consideration of 8G funding cycle activities regarding 8G program evaluators for fiscal year 2012 and 13. The recommendation is to approve.
Chair,
Move approval.
we have a motion and a second to approve the evaluators for 8G. Any discussion? Any objection? Motion carries. Next item.
Your next item is item 6.3 on page 142, consideration of 8G funding cycle activities with regard to establishing the management allocation for fiscal year 2013 and 14. The recommendation is to approve.
I have a motion and a second by Ms. Dexter to approve the management. Any discussion? Any objection? Motion carries. Next item.
Your next item is item 6.4 on page 144, consideration of 8G funding cycle activities with regard to the 8G Advisory Council. The recommendation is to receive.
We have a motion and a second to receive the report.
Mr. Lee?
Any discussion?
Mr. Lee?
Any objection?
Mr. Lee?
Oh, I'm sorry.
All right. Kim Trippo, BESE staff. At this time, I would like Pam Barton, who is the chair of the AG Advisory Council, to present the recommendations that were discussed at the Advisory Council meeting.
Okay.
Pam Barton serves as the chair for the AG Advisory Council meeting, and our last meeting was on September the 25th of 2012, and our recommendations are basically mirror what we did last year. The first recommendation is that we allocate 48.1% of the available funds for the block grant funding method, which includes two areas, pre-kindergarten programs for at-risk 4-year-olds and proven instructional strategies in ELA, math, social studies, science, and technology. The second recommendation also mirrors last year's. It's to allocate 48.1% of the available funds for statewide programs that focus on the LDE's critical goals, and the remaining 3.8% would be reserved for oversight of the BESE program, and that is what is allowed by law.
Thank you. This recommendation will be considered at the time we actually consider the budget itself. Any further comment or discussion? Any objection to receiving the report? Motion carries. Next item.
Your next item is item 6.5 on page 149, consideration of 8G funding cycle activities with regard to fiscal year 2012-13 Louisiana Special Education Center. The recommendation is to approve.
Move approval.
We have a motion and a second. We have one speaker, Ms. Christy Cormier. I guess, oh, here she comes.
Thank y'all again for letting me speak. I just wanted to speak to this item. And it's kind of hard to say whether or not I'm in support or opposition because we're not quite sure exactly what the full plan reads for the Louisiana Special Education Center. As everything that we have been able to pull up in the documents that they release on their website and what we can find, is that it's a residential facility that serves 3-year-olds to 32-year-olds. And it's those students or adults and children that have a primary diagnosis of orthopedic impairment. There probably are some other things, but that's kind of the general stuff that is on their website. And when you go to look at their performance indicators, is where I kind of thought maybe I needed to come and speak to this item. They have 4 performance indicators that they have listed, and that was for the fiscal year 11-12. There wasn't anything updated since then, I guess, since we've just started the new fiscal year. One of them is 100% of the students will achieve at least 80% of their IEP or individualized transition plan. That, first of all, 80% is something that we are not accepting for students who don't have IEPs or who are not in a segregated residential facility. And I wonder why we accept only that. And then 100% of students exiting from the educational program will enter the workforce, post-secondary vocational programs, sheltered workshops, group homes, or complete requirements for a state diploma or certificate of achievement. When you look at their data on the performance indicators, from 2005 to 2010, 5 years, 19 students earned a certificate of achievement, 1 a diploma, and other than that, that is it. The third performance indicator, 97% of center's residential students will show improvement in at least one of the 6 life domains. We're talking about functional skills, not Common Core, or at that time, the GLEs. And 90% of the transitional residents will demonstrate success on objectives outlined in their individualized transition plan. None of these 4 talk about true academic Common Core, the things that we are moving to. But in the backup information for this, it talks about buying things like iPads and software and things of that nature with the purpose of providing instructional materials and tools to promote student achievement, facilitate access to the curriculum, provide instruction in language literacy and functional independent living skills. The other one actually, and there's one place where it talks about merging technology, language, and literacy to allow students access to the Common Core standards. But yet none of that is indicated in any of their performance indicators, nor is it indicated in the performance outcomes of the students themselves. And it's very disheartening to me as a parent of a child who would meet the qualifications to go in there. Because what I know about my daughter, and what many of y'all know about Carly, is that she achieves academics every day. And it's because the adults in her school believe in her, they have high expectations of her, and they expect that she will learn. And when she comes home, her father and I do the same. We expect for her to learn, and it is her job. In a residential facility, a place where people go to live their lives because they do not have the types of natural supports that it mean that they need to be within the community. I don't care if it's federal funds, state funds, or something that a donor left. We should expect more for our most vulnerable students in our state. So, that is why I respectfully ask that you defer this item to December, So you can also refer it to the Louisiana Special Education Advisory Panel for them to look at and come back to you with some recommendations. They meet in November, and they are set up to look at these types of things, to make sure that we are meeting the needs of all students with special education needs. I want to see it utilized. It's there for us. It's there for parents like me to be able to say, this is what we need. And if in fact the students, the children or the adults, which I don't know why they're allowed to be there till they're 32 because IEP services end at 22. They don't have someone to speak for them. I would hope that if that were my daughter, for any reason, God forbid, that I would leave this earth and she would have to be placed in a residential facility. I would hope that somebody would stand up and say, we want to take a look at it, because the plan in and of itself, the statewide plan, has not been made available publicly. I had expected to see it in the packet and it wasn't. I understand that it's in your deliberation room. There might be some very personal, student identifiable information in it that needs to be, blacked out before it can be seen. But I do think that your advisory panel that is set up in federal statute to take a look at it is something that needs to be done. I just want to make sure that anything that we are doing for this facility is setting high expectations for our students, regardless of the severity of their disability. Because I have a kid that had that evaluation that would have placed her there if I so chose. And because I chose not to, and I chose to keep her in a classroom that, yes, we had to fight for. But we got there. And this is a kid that, no, she didn't pass her ILEAP, but she got 1 point away from basic on 2 of her areas. This is a kid that has a significant cognitive disability according to her evaluation. And I just want to make sure that there aren't Carleys in that facility. That's all. I just want to make sure that there aren't Carleys there.
Ms. Cormier, can I just ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
First of all, thank you for your comments, as always. I think that my question to you would be, as it regards the board, I think the points you make about the Special Education Center, which I'm learning more about, I think a lot of what you've said is valid in terms of your concerns about the realities of the overall plan for the center itself. And I would take your guidance on how we should best begin a discussion about bringing that into line, whether, or at least looking as to whether or not it is in line with what should be going on. On the other hand, I don't know that stopping this $30,000, equipment purchase is the right way to start that process. And I guess I ask, is it, in other words, you're talking about, from what I understand, the whole question of the mission, the goals of the place. And I've done a little bit of looking into, for example, its admissions practices and who is it taking and why. And there are some patterns that I think are worth examining. And what are they, and how are they serving them? On the other hand, it doesn't strike me that, kind of cutting out some of these purchases or delaying them by several months is necessarily going to help that situation in any really appreciable way. How do you react to that?
I think that it's really not so much about the $30,000 as this is the opportunity for this plan to be looked at by the advisory panel. This is the time for BESE to take action to send it there. And it is such a small amount of money. And the types of technologies that they're talking about, other than iPads, because those are fairly inexpensive these days, especially if you buy them through your educational contracts, is such a small amount of money. I wonder if just waiting an extra 60 to 90 days is going to have a very huge impact on the program itself. I just think that this is the time. It's here, it's now, and the board has the power to do it. You can refer things to the panel, and should be. And I just would like to see it go there. We need eyes on that plan.
I think we understand and appreciate your interest, your comments, your concern, and I'm going to call on Ms. Destu.
Yes, this is just want to bring a little perspective here. This is a 12-13 allocation of AG funds. Correct. And so this is administered by Mr. Poe. So I'd like the opportunity to have, for Mr. Poe to have that opportunity to explain what this is.
Okay.
And also about the measurable outcomes. I mean, I think that's setting a minimum, a bar is not what you're looking for, although I take your point. I know where you're going. And then, Mr. Poe, maybe you might be able to come up with a recommendation that would include Ms. Cormier and/or the council in this discussion.
Okay.
I know this is something that we fund every year.
It is.
And, but perhaps it's time to look at it a little more critically and involve some of our
Right.
advocates for this.
And the feedback is beneficial, and what we could perhaps do is bring the group in as we move forward in planning for the 13,
Right,
14.
we're building next year's
We're building
budget.
next year's budget.
This is this year's budget.
And so I think it would be beneficial to have that feedback as the department begins working on their plans for the, LSD as well as LSVI and this Special Education Center in Alexandria.
And I think we can set up as one of our steps is that we refer those items to their council.
Possibly could, yes.
Okay.
Any further discussion, Ms. Baca?
So I just want to be clear that what we're going to do is take the plan and refer that to the Special Education
Well,
Advisory
not my
Panel.
recommendation. This
No,
is
that's
12-13.
that's
We're
not-
building next year's budget. So
Okay, but
I don't think we
what
should
I-
defer on this.
that-
We should involve them in next year's.
The chair,
Sorry, Mr. Lee.
we have a recommendation before us, and we have a motion on the floor. The discussion that's occurring would apply to the next budget, and or whatever comments or consideration can be given once this, if the board approves this. Yes, ma'am.
Does the board need to make a motion to put this on the agenda for the Special Education Advisory Panel to consider next year's budget? Or is that something that can be done outside of the board? Do we need to make that motion here?
No, it's your
No?
staff.
Okay, so we can vote on this issue, and a panel can still look at the plan in November. That's what I needed to know. The plan for
That
13,
works.
14.
Yes, we're going to begin working with the department in planning the 13, 14 statewide programs that will, ultimately come before the board in December. So yes, we can have some conversations before then to make sure that the concerns are addressed and that consideration is taken as we move forward in building the budget for 13, 14.
And beyond having conversations, can we make sure that it's on the agenda?
And we could make sure that it's on the
Okay.
Special Education Advisory.
Mhm.
Yes,
Thank
Special
you.
Education Advisory.
Thank you.
Okay, any further discussion? Any objection to the
Ms.
motion
Beebe.
on the floor? Ms.
I
Beebe,
had my hand up.
did you want to address this item?
I just want, yes, I wanted to make a comment. So, Ms. Christie, you are comfortable with what is being proposed? And I'm just asking, because I could offer a substitute motion, but I want to certainly say to the board that, once again, I think this is a learning process, a learning example for us moving forward. We need to involve stakeholders prior to bringing these agenda items forward, so that we could avoid. Look at all the time we spent on this one item, and certainly, Ms. Christie, that's your right. But I just believe that we need stakeholder input, and it should be going to the committees.
May I clarify real quick? I am, in the spirit of compromise, I think that it is a very good compromise for you to move forward on what you have in front of you, but to still ensure that this issue goes before the State Advisory Panel, Special Education Advisory Panel, because that plan still exists, and some input needs to be taken into account for it. And as I also understand that there is an advisory committee type group for this center itself, but when I read through who was on it, it seemed as though the majority of the people were either parents of children who reside there, or like very first degree relatives of them, or people who actually worked for them. So while that's stakeholder input, I mean, that's about as stakeholder as it gets for that particular center, I do believe that just with the nature of this type of institutional setting funded with education type dollars, and it's completely and absolutely opposite of IDEA and the way that IDEA is supposed to work, that there needs to be some maybe outsider stakeholder input put into it because of what it does, what it makes people feel, what it makes people believe. And, you know, sometimes when we do things really badly, it reinforces that it can't be done, but it doesn't mean that it can't be done. It's just been done badly for a long time.
I believe we understand, and I think you have the department's attention. So I think we've discussed it enough. Any objection to the motion on the floor? Motion carries. Next item.
Your next item is item 6.6, which is on page 154, a consideration of 8G funding cycle activities regarding building the 8G annual program and budget for fiscal year 2013-14. The recommendation is to approve.
We do have some persons that have asked
Chairman.
to address the committee.
You want a motion?
Katie Lloyd, evidently two people, Katie Lloyd and Abby Bickmore. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Before you speak, Chair would entertain a motion to approve this item.
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. Okay. Ms. Lloyd and Ms. Bickmore, identify yourselves and give us your words of wisdom.
Good afternoon. My name is Katie Lloyd, and this is my fellow student, Abby Bickmore. We are representing ourselves as early childhood education majors at LSU, and we just wanted to take the time out today to come to this meeting because we're really interested in how teachers can become involved in this policy-making process. We came to support this motion for the money in the budget to go through with these programs. We also had just a few questions, comments, and concerns that we wanted to address with you because we feel the wording of the agenda was vague.
Was what?
Was vague.
Vague.
Our first question is, in your summary you mentioned proven and research-based instructional strategies for the preschool programs. Can you clarify what the research and proven strategies are that you will be using?
The questions need to be addressed to Mr. Poe.
Okay, and so there are two separate focus areas for block grants, and the first one is pre-kindergarten for at-risk. So it's not.
Okay, so is there research that you're using to back up the strategies that you're using to implement the program?
The second focus area is proven strategies,
right,
but that's not offered for pre-K.
Okay,
it's offered for K through 12.
Okay, well, also we noticed that in the pre-K description it said that you're going to offer a developmentally appropriate program, and we just wanted to see what your idea of that was. Of a developmentally appropriate program.
Oh, my pre-K people.
This was a decision that the board made to previously.
Right, and that's what brought it to our
target
attention.
These two areas.
We just wanted to clarify and see what your idea, just briefly, of what a developmentally appropriate program is.
Those policies will be coming forth in December as we streamline in Act 3.
Okay, can you give me more clarification, like a description?
But it's primarily based on a program that's in existence, a curriculum, an early childhood program.
The developmentally appropriate practice curriculum?
Yeah.
Well, there are developmental and academic standards that have been developed for the state. And Ms. Trudeau is mentioning that the ambition of the legislature is, as passed by Act 3 of the legislature, which was signed into law in April, is to essentially take those standards and create a unified system of pre-kindergarten and other early childhood programs, I mean pre-4-year-old.
Okay.
Across the state. Hold on one second.
Oh, sorry.
But it's a defined program.
Using those standards.
Okay, but you're not really telling me what these standards are.
Well,
Could you just clarify? I just want
Just
a
so
brief,
we can
just
do
a
the
brief
research on
description.
our
I'm
own.
not asking for the textbook definition or Act 31, or I just want a brief description so that I can feel better about supporting this, because we learned this book, this is developmentally appropriate practice, and I just want to ensure that the pre-K students are getting an appropriate education, and that's why I just want a brief
And we
description.
also have the book, Developmentally Appropriate Curriculum, that we have learned is supported in pre-K and kindergarten through 3rd grade. And we also want to know that if we're supporting this, which we want to because we do find it so important, that it follows what we believe is appropriate.
Here's what I would say. The dollars go toward supporting the creation of classes across the state. And the classes are to be taught in accordance with developmental and academic standards. The standards have been in creation for several years, and you can see them online on the department's website. And it's sort of hard to say that there is a program or a way of describing the standards. The standards are literally listed in terms of what a child should be able to do at a given age. They're birth to 5 standards. If you have questions about specifics on them, I'd be happy to answer them. Also, I think what Ms. Trippo is mentioning is what we're trying to do is to ensure that these standards are now met through environmental, developmental, and academic assessments, birth through 5. And it's not just 8G funding, but also Title I, also LA4, and so on, that you would want to have go toward classes that meet those standards. And so if helpful, you can email me just at john.white@la.gov. And I'll provide you whatever more detailed information. But just off the cuff, it's kind of, I'm not going to be able to recite all of the different standards.
And that's really what we needed, is just a general description, because it sounded a little vague in your description. We wanted some clarification.
Got it.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask a question? Are you learning the standards for early childhood?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you know how to access those online?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
We just wanted to ensure that.
I was worried.
No, ma'am. We understand. We're learning it. We use it every day in our class.
Okay,
Actually,
good.
we just wanted to ensure that the future, we're concerned about standardized testing and the push down on pre-K, and we just wanted to make sure that the future pre-K students were getting an appropriate education for their developmental level.
Right.
Especially since you mentioned the pre-K at risk.
Exactly. We just
Well, we
wanted
need
to
to,
ensure.
Mr. Superintendent, they need to be involved in our conversation as we work
I would
toward
volunteer
Act
to come to
3.
all those meetings if that is possible.
Yes.
They have to be involved.
I'm all for that.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you so much for your time.
Y'all can come to DeSoto, and we'll be glad to use you as resources. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Oh, I'm sorry, one other speaker, Rachel Ginn.
Hi, my name is Rachel
I've
Ginn.
not decided these ladies are doing a class project.
I'm Rachel Ginn, and I'm representing myself, just like my fellow classmates, and I do support, the budget, the pre-K programs that I too have concerns. And I don't know if you all got my email, but I recently sent Ms. Dastu an email, Superintendent White, Mr. Romer, and Mr. Garvey an email, and I didn't get a response from anybody. But it's actually a shortened version of it got published in the paper yesterday. And if you'll let me, I would like to read it so that my voice is heard, if it's possible.
Read the letter?
In the published letter.
Is it short?
It's a letter to the editor. It's, 400 words, 250 maybe, 300?
Go ahead, and we'll stop you if you get too long.
Thank you so much. Preschool should be a time for children to foster a love and desire for learning while developing social skills. This can only be done through constructive play and investigations that are based on the child's interests while directed by the teacher. However, because of recent decisions made by today's policymakers, preschool will become a time for making children kindergarten ready. But what does kindergarten ready really mean? Policymakers are planning to implement standards and letter grades for preschool children. According to the National Association for the Education of Young Children, development and learning proceed at varying rates from child to child, as well as at uneven rates across different areas of a child's individual functioning. And teachers need to treat their students with the understanding that no child is at the same cognitive, social, emotional, or physical level. No child comes to school with the same amount of exposure to stimulating educational content. Because of these varying developmental rates, are there really standards that can be put in place for all 3- and 4-year-olds to achieve? It's failing children who are not exposed to this content on someone else's accord the way to get children to fall in love with school. Preschool and kindergarten teachers are constantly administering tests that are developmentally inappropriate for children. Therefore, the tests are an unreliable indicator of the child's knowledge. If teachers spent less time dispensing these tests, they would have more time for intervention with children who are behind and more time challenging the children who are ahead. Throughout the year, teachers should assess every child separately on his or her individual academic gains, as this substantial growth is a true indicator of preschool and kindergarten success. And I also added a link to NAUIC's position statement on school readiness. And I just hope that y'all do consider the definition of school readiness, that y'all keep the keep their position statement in mind. That was it. Thank you.
Just a quick note. I did read your letter in the Advocate.
Thank
If you and I thought it was a very good letter. My email address is just john.white@la.gov if you want to get to me back, because you probably sent it to the superintendent address. Yeah, so send it to that one. The other thing is, that's not a hint for you, Ms. Barrios. Just kidding. Just one thought on it. I mean, I think the trade-off that I see, I don't disagree with you that every student moves at their own pace. Obviously, that's true throughout people's lives, but especially important at the early childhood ages. The problem is that we haven't had reliable use of assessment, whether it's behavioral or developmental, on a systemic basis, in a way that gives me confidence that if you don't have standards, that the system will just naturally gravitate toward the best practices that you're alluding to. And when the system doesn't have in place those practices, it disproportionately affects the areas that are the highest poverty. And so I'd be happy to engage in a dialogue on email with you, but I would just encourage that I don't think there is a testing versus no testing position. I think you have to be pragmatic about it, but realize that as great as it would be to not have to have standardized assessments, if you don't have them, what happens to the people who most traditionally get left behind? So I'd love to engage in an email dialogue with you.
Last thing, I just, I am in a school right now, and there is a child who, whenever I work with him, he's kindergarten, he's writing sentences, he's sounding out words. That is a huge milestone. But whenever he's taken aside to do these tests, he fails because he has test anxiety. So, how are these tests reliable when his real-world knowledge is, to me, that's the true indicator of what he knows, not these tests. He's not going to, grow up and have to take tests. He's going to grow up having to write and, use words, the language that he's developed as a child.
It's a valid concern.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Beebe.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. I just want to say to these young ladies, Rachel Ginn, Katie Lloyd, and Abby Bickmore, I am a personnel director in St. Martin Parish, and I truly want you, when you complete your education programs, I am a recruiter also, so look me up in St. Martin. You are very impressive. Great job.
They're going to consider St. Martin?
St. Martin.
After they looked at DeSoto.
Which has the highest salaries in the state, I would add.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, but we treat teachers with respect, and really, not to say you don't, Ms. I just put my foot in my mouth.
I knew Ms. Beebe had talked too much. Okay, any further discussion? Any objection to the motion? Motion carries. Next item.
Your next item is item 7.1. It can be found on page 159. The consideration of the BESE budget. The recommendation is to authorize.
Chair would entertain a motion.
I'll move.
Motion and a second to authorize the staff. Any discussion? Any objection? Motion carries. Next item.
Your next item is item 8.1 on page 116, consideration of the BESE annual meeting schedule for the 2014 calendar year. The recommendation is to approve.
I'll make that motion.
We have a motion to approve and a second.
And then I'd like a little discussion. This has this meeting the week of Mardi Gras. I don't know that that's a good idea.
We don't recognize Mardi Gras.
That's in DeSoto
In
Parish.
DeSoto. Why don't we retain this and ask BESE staff to go back and look at that?
Okay. But it's 2014. It says Mardi Gras on the 4th, and then we would have meetings on the 6th and the 7th in 2014.
I can't even think
We compete with 4 boards for meeting space in this room, and so.
Right. We don't like to lose.
Well, we don't, and we usually get our way, and we usually twist arms, but in this particular instance, the reason that we have to do it that month is twofold. Number one, the department has to get the MFP stuff done prior to the 15th of March.
MFP Mardi Gras week.
And that is right at, Mardi Gras falls late. It's in a,
Can we move to the following week?
I don't think that's going to leave the department time to prepare their stuff. This is, I checked this with Beth, and this was an okay date with her. And we would not be able to meet in this building on the following week. That's Board of Regents week.
What about pushing it back in the week? We don't have to meet on Tuesday, Wednesday.
It is pushed back in the week.
It's pushed back?
Mardi Gras is on Tuesday. We didn't schedule it for Wednesday because we didn't figure anybody would want to come in on the day after Mardi Gras, so we moved it to Thursday and Friday for this particular. Our normal days are Tuesday and Wednesday. So, but I'll do what y'all
Thank
want.
you for trying.
I did try, truly.
If the superintendent can commit to having a MFP ready, we could do it, we could meet in March, February, around the committee of the whole, end of February.
Well, we can all do this in costume.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, any further discussion? Any objection to the motion? Motion carries. Next item.
Your next item is item 9.1 on page 162, consideration of the development of a rulemaking docket for BESE. The recommendation is to receive.
We have a
I so move.
recommend to receive. We have a motion
I'll second.
and a second. We do have one person that wants to address the committee, Mr. Steve Monahan. He passes. Any discussion? Any objection?
Are we hearing about this?
Well, if
Motion.
you want me to offer clarification?
Motion carried. We had a motion to receive, and we have received it. Okay, next item.
That concludes your agenda for today.
Yeah. Okay, see everybody at 9 o'clock in the morning.
So, Mr. Lee, for clarification, you received it, but are we going to ask BESE the BESE staff, the executive director, to adhere to the proposed process?
That was not asked for.
The meeting was canceled.
Well, my item was to consider and/or approve. It wasn't to receive.
That was not what was printed. What was printed was to receive.
That's no surprise to me, Mr. Lee. I'll put it on there.
Put it on. Put it.
Oh, no, you're supposed to be considered for approval. I didn't.